the Southern Maine Huskies. Well, last night the UMass Boston Beacons fell for the second consecutive affair as they went down against a very game Plymouth State squad. And in that game, more importantly, perhaps, Katie Flagg went down with an injury, one of the better goalies on the Beacon squad this year. Katie's going to miss today's affair. She is not dressing. Alyssa DePippo, the veteran out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, will get the nod in goal instead. And Mizey, DePippo's got a lot of experience. She beat this Southern Maine team on the road last year, so we're not too afraid of that. But what type of impact can an injury to a player like Flagg make on this squad?
It's tough, and we were talking a little bit off air about goaltending depth, and, that's something you look to carry, at least in the beginning part of the season. And we saw what she can do. DePippo's a very capable goaltender. Her statistics will show she has no problem carrying the load, but I think the way Flagg has been playing and the pressure she was putting on to contest for that number one position, it's a little bit disappointing. DePippo will get the start today. We'll see what she can do. I think there's some other injuries, a few other players that are banged up. So Beacons need a win here today. Got to walk away with 2 points.
Absolutely. Already 0-1 now in the conference, looking to get their first victory in the New England Hockey Conference today. Now, Dom Losey, her first year as head coach here on Beaconville. She's done a fine job building up the roster that she had from last year and supplementing it with some additions. What have you seen so far from the new head coach of UMass Boston? What do you like about the new woman behind the bench?
Yeah, I think they started out flying. Obviously, would have liked to get a win yesterday and start off 1-1. But I think she has no problem. I think the chemistry has seemed usually when there's a new coach that's the first thing that goes is the chemistry, and she tries different line combinations than maybe these girls are used to. We haven't really seen that yesterday. Going to be some changes to the lineup today. A few girls moving up, a few girls moving down. I think it should maintain the same. She's done a really good job, and I think the girls have really responded to her energy. I mean, it's big shoes to fill. Berman did a great job, but I think Losey's really stepped up and showed these girls she knows what she's talking about.
Emily Harris scoring, as well as Kaylee Kozik last night for UMass Boston in the 4-2 loss to the Panthers, as that top line continues to shine for Coach Dom Losey. Now on the other side of the bench, the Southern Maine Huskies, that's a team that struggled last year, just 8-17 overall a year ago, lost 6 of their final 8, but they've got a lot of new faces, a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores stepping into bigger roles. Last night, they came away with a big conference win against one of the newest New England Hockey Conference members, Johnson & Wales, a 4-1 triumph, jumping out in front 4-0 before eventually cruising to the 4-1 victory. Southern Maine, last year against the Beacons, lost at home. Now they come in on the road. What do we expect to see from the Huskies today?
They're an interesting team. You take a look at the roster, there's a lot of freshmen. And we were talking about that, I think, recruited a pretty big class here. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think last year, a little bit of a rebuild. Now that rebuild is kind of taking form. So we'll take a look here. You look at the goaltending, I think that'll be the key. Evangelista, we were talking a little bit about her. Played really well in this building last year, and she's going to get the start today. So we'll see if the Beacons can test her early.
Yeah, Evangelista, goals against average of under 1 so far this year, even though it was Whitney Paget, her backup, who got the victory last night, stopping 21 of 22 shots. Let's take a look at the all-time series matchup between these two conference rivals. You take a look on your screen, and this is a one-sided rivalry if I've ever seen one. 26-1 in favor of UMass Boston. The last Southern Maine win came back on February 5th, 2013. That was before I was even in this broadcasting booth. Mizey, I think you were probably, you were still playing for the Beacons men's team. That was an overtime triumph here from Clark Athletic Center before it was even called Edward T. Barry Ice Rink. Last time out, as I mentioned a year ago, the Beacons won 4-3 in overtime. The Beacons have won 4 in a row and are unbeaten in their last 7 with 6 victories over that time frame. And Jane Morissette had a shorthanded goal in overtime last year in a big victory. I remember calling that one. That was an outstanding come-from-behind Beacons victory against the Huskies, as they will look to do it again this year against Southern Maine. Speaking of that battle last year, I mentioned that I called it. Let's get a chance to look at highlights of it. A 4-3 overtime triumph as the Beacons beat the Huskies less than 1 year ago today, right here at Edward T. Barry Ice Rink. That's up next, right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Shot to the near side by Orange.
UMass Boston looking to get another victory against a team they've dominated over the course of their time here on Beaconville to the tune of a 20-6 record. Let's take a look at the team stats here on the pregame show as the starters are introduced by the PA announcer. UMass Boston 1-2 overall, a 2.33 GAA, as well as 2.33 goals per. So right now they've been about average on par. As the Beacons will look to bounce back. Their power play obviously doing much better, but the Southern Maine penalty kill at 100% has yet to give up a goal this year. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will wrap it up and get you opening face-off between Southern Maine and UMass Boston.
Beacons on the track! Beacons on the track!
My name is Tyler Hart.
Beacons on the track!
Being on the track and field team here is greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a sort of a bond with people who are training with you. You know, it's like on a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor, for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have hereditary disorder known as amblyopia.
There we go.
It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years, and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Let's take a look at the team leaders individually for both of these squads on your screen now. Jane Morissette, the senior leader not only on the ice but in the locker room as well, leads the way in goals scored. Emily Harris tied with her with 2. Katie Leffler, 3 assists, leading the way for the Beacons, and Harris and Leffler tied with those 3 points. Meanwhile, Shannon Corbett leads the way for the visiting Southern Maine Huskies. They have 6 players with 1 goal apiece. Let's take a look at the goalie matchup graphic as we are almost set for the opening face-off. Brittany Evangelista, as we have a battle of seniors, will be taking the ice for the Huskies. In one game so far this year, she was sparkling, a .977 save percentage in a tie as she had a 0.92 goals against average. That tie drawn against Endicott, a 1-1 home draw. And Alyssa DePippo, 1-1 overall in 2 games, an 8.92 GAA. She came in last night, looked pretty solid, stopping over 12 shots in the loss a day ago. We'll take a look at our player to watch. That's Emily Harris, number 22 for UMass Boston. As I mentioned, tied for the team lead with 2 goals and 3 points. She's recorded a goal and an assist in 3 games against Southern Maine, and in her career on Beaconville, 27 points in 52 games, including 15 goals. She will start along with Kaylee Kozik and Katie Leffler. Without further ado, let's let the Beacon starters announce themselves right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Kaylee Kozik, freshman forward, Wexford, Pennsylvania.
Katie Leffler, sophomore forward, Key Largo, Florida. Emily Harris, senior forward from Yampa, Colorado.
Ara Galucci, senior defenseman from Warren, New Jersey.
Bree Calucci, junior defenseman, Lancaster, New York. Alyssa DePippo, senior goalie, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Underway here as the opening face-off just dropped. John Skudras along with Matt Meisenbacher as we have an icing on UMass Boston. Let's put up the starters here for the visiting Southern Maine Huskies as we do have a stoppage in play. Matt, the Huskies, of course, going with Evangelista in net, the senior from North Smithfield, Rhode Island, but she's got a very raw crew in front of her. Colbert, Binette, Hannigan, Butkus, and Hamblett. A lot of freshmen and sophomores in that crew.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the first few shifts here, what we're going to get. Are we going to get the Beacons that come out with a lot of energy, or is this going to be a Southern Maine team that kind of takes them to them here at home? So these first few shifts are going to be kind of inquisitive.
Beacons moving forward with possession, dumping this one all the way in is Kozik, who, of course, scored her first collegiate goal last night as the Beacons lost to Plymouth State. The native from Wexford, Pennsylvania, Keystone State, as the Beacons, off of their previous icing, won that face-off and now are in the attacking zone. Pushing this back to the point now for Bree Calucci. Calucci tries to siphon it around the near side boards into the corner, but it's intercepted and it's going to be cleared to center ice by Southern Maine. Beacons take possession. Calucci, breakout pass connecting there with Edie Moritz. Moritz feeds it for Morissette. Moritz lining with Erica Lunn and Jane, as Jane, the team's, as I mentioned, leader on and off the ice over the last few years. Some huge goals, none bigger than that shorthanded overtime winner against Southern Maine last year, a game in which Edie Moritz scored the game tire with just seconds to go. So this is a line that's had a big goals in the past for the Beacons, and I think you'll agree with me. This is a line that obviously has the most seniority, 2 seniors and a junior, but one that is also fantastic in the two-way game.
Yeah, well, no question. Turnover here.
Bad turnover, as you said, coming on in with a chance on the backhand, but whiffing on the first attempt. Second attempt is denied as Amanda Picnic from Hyannis was denied by DePippo. And we're going to get a penalty, a hooking call on UMass Boston. Inauspicious start for the Beacons.
Yeah, geez, John, we're about to talk about that second line there. They go for a change. We got a turnover right in front of the Beacons bench. They come down. Tell you what, tricky first save there for Alyssa DePippo. She had to make a nice recovery, get across that crease pretty quickly, and Beacons took a penalty on the play. They're going to be shorthanded here.
Yeah, early adversity for UMass Boston, as it'll be Picnic taking the face-off against against Morissette. I mentioned her success in the two-way game, hence being out there for the first penalty kill of the afternoon. On the campaign, the Beacons penalty kill is giving up 1 goal in 17 attempts, good for 94%, pretty solid to begin the campaign. As from the D-line, D to D. Meanwhile, likewise, Southern Maine just 1 for 14 on the power play for just 7%.
Yeah, I think some room for improvement, let's say.
Right in front, a chance to improve there, as looking to connect with number 22, Amanda Picnic, was Shannon Douglas. But Picnic, for the second time here, she's the one that drew the penalty moments ago, but was unable to get a good shot away. And now another chance, and she couldn't get it away either. The Beacons shorthanded for another 71 seconds. Dump this one down to the blue line where Picnic intercepts it. The junior from Hyannis sends it up the near side, where it is eventually intercepted and dumped all the way down. And UMass Boston will get some fresh legs. That's the captain, Ariel Gallucci, doing the honors.
Yeah, strong forechecking here on the penalty kill from the Beacons. You'll see them 2 forwards, aggressive, not allowing Southern Maine to really set up in their own zone. It's going to take a couple good passes to break this forecheck.
They do on this attempt, as moving into the zone is Binette. Rylie had a goal last year against the Beacons, as you saw in the pregame highlights. She's taken into the boards smartly there by Jane Ann Drill, who lives up to her surname by drilling her into the boards. The Beacons will clear this one out, and with 30 seconds left, one more chance for romance on the first power play for the visiting Huskies. Jensen Hamblett, the senior defenseman from Colchester, Vermont, dumps it back behind the net, and now breaks out. Intercepted as that feed missed the mark. Not as bad as that one did, as intercepting it at the red line. Moving in is Colbert. 15 seconds to go on the power play. Shannon dumps it around the near sideboards, connecting with Binette. Binette, though, gets hassled and loses possession, but gets it right on back to Shannon Colbert. Colbert back to the point. D-to-D feed. One-time chance. That rifle is sent wide by Hamblett. Hamblett getting the pass from her defensive line mate, Michaela Buckus. The penalty is over, as motoring out is Katie Leffler off the bench, and then that one is sent into the penalty box for a whistle.
Yeah, frustration from Drill here 2 times now. The first, she creates the turnover on her own, unforced error across the blue line, and then on the breakout there, instead of getting that puck deep, she shoots it into the penalty box. It's going to be a just outside of her offensive zone, so a couple minor errors there she'll want to forget about on the bench right now.
It's a learning game here early on in the season. The Beacons with a new head coach getting their feet under them here as they begin their 4th game of the 2018-19 campaign. The men, meanwhile, off to a rip-roaring start. We'll have them later today at 4 o'clock on the Beacons Broadcasting Network for a doubleheader of hockey action. Behind the net with possession and able to get it off the sideboards is Rylie Kirk. Kirk give and go, gets it right back. Nice feed as she's able to move it forward for Bridget Fagan. Fagan will take the shot. DePippo sticks it away into the glass on the far side corner. And the Beacons struggling now in their own zone, even strength. UMass Boston with the 3rd line out there right now, trying to weather the storm here early. Out is the top line. Kaylee Kozik will dump it in. They'll get some fresh legs, as that was Kozik dumping it in. Beacons with the 2nd line back out there, as Moritz, Lunn, and Morissette trying to establish some offensive possession time. Instead, it's taken away by Edie, or from Edie, and eventually sent back to the point for Ariel to shoot. That one denied. Edie tripped up right in front of the referee. No call, though, as this one is sent back to the blue line, kept in by Lunn. Lunn finds Morissette. Jane knows what to do with it, but she's blocked down from the slot on a good defensive effort by Grace Simmons. Pass from behind, right in front, an opportunity by Moritz, a save, a second chance from her knees, and then getting a stick on it there was Lund, but it's siphoned into the corner as good perseverance there from Moritz to get a scoring chance.
Yeah, great shift here by the Beacons. Couple shots on goal. Evangelista with her best save yet.
And there's a shot from the point. Another good save by Evangelista. Almost lost the rebound with Morissette bearing down. The initial shot coming from Colucci. Beacons with a good offensive possession time here with that second line, as we mentioned, doing much of the honors.
Would love to see if they can sneak in a change here. You're going to see one of the forwards leave right now. If they can hold this puck. They do.
They do. As you said, good play, but now we're going to get a whistle. As that was Colucci who kept it in.
I was going to say, yeah, so interesting call here. So it's going to be an in-zone draw, and Southern Maine won't be allowed to change here. So the Beacons still, I think, less than a little bit ideal. They would have liked to complete that change there and then keep the Southern Maine unit pressuring and kind of gather themselves here, but they get kind of the next best thing. They were allowed to change. Southern Maine wasn't, so we'll see this big draw.
The Beacons had it initially. That was Julia Nolan. This is the fourth line for the Beacons as there's a chance. That one siphons right in front, and a great save on Janessa Hernandez by Evangelista, who was right in the net mouth on a scramble.
Great save. Those pads are working today. Great save in front.
Absolutely, as Evangelista shining here in her second start of the campaign. Just 3 games into it. She's a senior with a lot of experience as this one's dumped all the way down. This is not going to be icing, as it's cut off and taken in by Jane Ann Drill, this native of Madison, Wisconsin. Drill turns it over in her own zone. Aggressive play by number 22, Amanda Picnic, but the Beacons get it right back. Nice skating through the middle of the ice. That was a dangerous play by Nolan, but she got the job done. Eventually does turn it over in the attacking zone. Both teams have had a couple of good chances early on. A power play killed off by UMass Boston in the first few minutes of this one. We got 13 left in the first. Near side, siphoned around the end boards into the corner. Taken there by Binette. Binette then pushes it towards the far side boards, where it's eventually taken in by the Beacons' Kaylee Beauregard, another one of those seniors that's sent all the way down. They'll wave off icing as chasing this one down, eventually picking it up there is Jensen Hamblett. Hamblett harassed from behind. 3 Beacons emerge on the blue line, and eventually it's taken in by Lizzie Saxer and intercepted at the red line, dumped all the way down by Hannigan. We'll go for a line change.
Both teams have found success, John, in really on the forecheck and creating turnovers. You see it on both ends. You saw the Huskies right there, a little bit of a turnover on the Beacons, and then if the puck goes down the other end, the Beacons sending it forward hard, aggressive towards the behind the net. Whoever has the puck for the Huskies has to make a good pass, or otherwise they're risking turnover as well. So both forechecks going very aggressive here to start the game.
Pinching in and almost taking that puck away. And a good effort was Peacock. Peacock, another one of those players the Beacons are looking to get unleashed here in the early going. A fine goal scorer once she gets out. Meanwhile, motoring forward with it is Chelsea Flanagan. Carice Flanagan. Flanagan turns it over at the blue line. Gets a little help from Hamblett, who pushes it all the way back into the zone.
Got to move that puck there. You had a chance for an odd man rush if you can move that to your forwards.
This one bounced back into the corner and siphoning around the end boards behind Tepippo's net. Alyssa starting in net today with Katie Flagg injured last night. As delayed offsides, the Beacons get possession. And motoring forward with it now is Harris. Harris dumps it right back. Golden scoring chance into the slot. Getting her stick hooked in. Then a great save by Evangelista as Kaylee Kozik was coming in all alone. She got her stick lifted a bit at the last moment, preventing any great shot opportunity. UMass Boston maintaining the possession. Backhanded by Harris, looking for Kozik, but it's intercepted and motored the other way now by Southern Maine's Amanda Picnic. Picnic's got a man in front, didn't see her, and then she does right in front, and a great save by Tepippo as bearing down was Joanna Scheidegger.
Oh, great save by Tepippo, all alone in front. Huskies continuing to pressure here.
That blast from the point by Butkus denied, as that one was blocked initially by Harris. 10:40 to go first period. We've seen a lot of action so far. Bad turnover there right in front of the blue line, as that was Katie Leffler giving it away. And taking it away, Bridget Fagan. Seen a couple of bad turnovers on both sides so far. But so far the goalies performing admirably, as whiffing on a one-time attempt there was Fagan. As we see a couple of Beacons and Huskies fighting for it. And eventually it's Erica Lund connecting with Moritz. Deflected away from her as coming onto the ice is Mazzariello. Emma Mazzariello, as the native of Rutland, Vermont, applying a solid forecheck. Now a chance for a one-time in front to the slot for Morissette, but nothing home there. Pinching in, then getting tripped up, poked in front. What a save by Evangelista. Another try, and Evangelista gets over to the far side to deny Casey Adamy as the visiting Southern Maine Huskies are being buoyed by their netminder.
Well, a ton of action there. I mean, geez, we had a lot. We're going to go right to a replay here and take a look. You'll see Beacons, as you talked about, Evangelista with just a couple great saves. You're going to see Beacons get this puck towards the front of the net, and they're really just whacking at it. There's one, another stop there, and she's able to corral that puck. But, boy, oh, boy, a lot of action there, John. It was down both ends. Beacons with a few opportunities, Huskies as well. Still 0-0 here halfway through the first period.
Obviously, the speed isn't at the same level, but this is the way a lot of the men's games start, with both teams feeling each other out. Back and forth action, a lot of great saves. Right now, the women channeling that as both of these teams go at it. And now, good pinch in by Adame. She was almost able to set up an offensive opportunity from the blue line. That's a bad turnover as Lund tries to backhand it to the far side from Morissette. Morissette is going to go for a line change. They've been out there a while. Dumps it behind from Edie Moritz. Moritz backhanded it around the far side boards. No one was home initially. Lund pinches in. Now Edie will go for a line change, so getting some fresh legs out there. As coming on in is Kelsey Ryan from the fourth line. From the far side dot, Moritz pokes it back towards the aforementioned Ryan. Ryan got stick checked, loses possession, stumped all the way down. This should be icing, as chasing it down is Adamy, and she'll get there first with 8:44 to go.
One thing I'm seeing with the Beacons, a little bit of indecision with the puck, and I'm seeing it both in the defensive and offensive zones. Just if that first option isn't there, a little bit of nervous, try to make that extra move, and that was creating some turnovers in the defensive zone. And then offensively, you see there just a few opportunities where they can move those pucks to maybe the second or third option, and instead allow those Southern Maine to kind of, when the pass isn't immediate, you allow that coverage to kind of recuperate as that puck goes out of play. And once that defense resets, you lose those options. So a little more decision I'd like to see out of the Beacons. You have that option. Don't be afraid. Fire that puck. Go get it. Don't try to make the perfect play, the perfect pass. Allow your systems to work themselves out.
You see it all the time is you try to get too cute.
Yeah.
And it can often backfire as Nolan will take the face-off out there with Ryan and Hernandez on the blue line. Saxer and Fisher, as face-off is won by Southern Maine, and the Huskies will break out, eventually intercepted by Saxer, dumps it back in and back out to neutral ice, where sending it all the way down is number 20, Joanna Scheidegger. Native of Lis, Switzerland, Joanna Scheidegger out there along with Picnic and Douglas, as from the far side, trying to reach out for that, the Telford, England native, Shannon Douglas, a freshman from Great Britain, as...
Is that the first time we've had someone from
I think it might
across the pond?
I think it might be one of the first from the United Kingdom, that's for sure. I don't know, too many hockey players come out of England these days. That's a bad turnover in front, but an aggressive poke check by Nolan after, again, she skated right through the slot and turned it over this time. Far side Picnic, that one deflected off the stick of number 15, Delaney O'Connor, siphoning it around the end boards, taken in there by Saxer. Saxer's got her defensive line mate Fisher. Instead, she tries to go up the near side boards, but not out. Beacons have their third line defense and fourth line forwards out here, and it's been that way since the last offensive zone faceoff, and it's showing.
It is, yeah. The passing has not looked good. I've only seen a few that have been tape to tape. Another turnover there, just very indecisive with the puck. It looks unsure, right? A little unsure as to where they want to go or where their teammates are going to be. Something that has to be corrected by this coaching staff.
Here's O'Connor coming on in, triple teamed, as the puck is bouncing around like a jumping bean in front of the net, as DePippo had to stick her right leg out to kick it away, getting a little bit of help there in front as the Beacons were in trouble. Peacock now on the near side circle, fires that one right into the glove. Good save, rebound is loose, far side, and an opportunity, but kicking it away out of harm's way was Therese Flanagan. Behind the net now, the Beacons getting fresh legs out there. That's the third line of King, Peacock, and Beauregard, and this is a scoring line. Don't mistake it. Peacock last year had 9 points in 18 games, got 24 and 48. Meanwhile, Beauregard, well, her numbers speak for themselves. 50 points in 87 career games for the senior from Gaylord, Michigan. Intercepted at the red line, coming on in, whiffing on the shot attempt there was number 10, Brianna Doty, the freshman out of Lyndonville, Vermont. Doty then pushes it back out to her blue line partner, Jill Hannigan. And now Jill over the blue line onside. All 5 Beacons are back. The Beacons have good numbers on D here, as they now have Moritz and Morissette out there still with Peacock. second and third line combination here. Nice play by Jane, right off the stanchion, comes right to her. Little bit of luck, little bit of skill, as Morissette then loses an edge and finds Erica Lunda. Lunda shot just wide on the far side post, as that one had eyes. From the point, with possession, Adamy. Casey, a freshman from Buffalo, New York, tries to send it back to Jane Morissette. Michaela Butkus backhands it to Hamblett. Back to the point now, Adamy near sideboards. Her shot blocked back to her. Casey tried to send it right back from whence it came, but it's cleared all the way down. This puck may make its way to DePippo, and it will, so Alyssa will just hand it off and taking control, Jane Ann Drill.
Well, Morissette with a nice little play there, a little self-pass off the wall, and created a nice little offensive rush for her line there. So we're going to get a penalty. I think it's going to be a check or hold. And let's see who goes here. I think Beacon's had possession, so it looks like we'll have to get a read here.
Is it Casey Adamy?
Yeah, Adamy's going to go. It looks like ref might have had a different angle on it. Got a hold there along the wall, so we'll see the Huskies power play for the second time today. But a great shift from that second line there. I mean, a couple great opportunities there, really putting the pressure on. It looked like a nothing play in the neutral zone there. And next thing you know, they've got numbers going down. But unfortunately, the end result, nothing on the scoreboard, and now you're shorthanded.
Yeah, if Jane doesn't lose an edge in the offensive zone, who knows? As the faceoff won by the Beacons, pinching in to take it away from DePippo was Ariel Gallucci. It is a 2-minute minor on Casey Adamy. More on Adamy in a few moments. She's somebody to keep an eye on this season and beyond from the blue line, as this is back to the point. Opportunity for a blast high. That one was going wide, but snatched out of the air like ripened fruit by the netminder DePippo on the blast from Hamblett. But Adamy is a player to keep an eye on. Native of Buffalo, New York, a freshman with the Beacons obviously rife with upperclassmen on the blue line. Not only Gallucci, who's a senior, but Colucci, Fisher, and Sachs are all juniors. The youth movement on the blue line is going to be interesting over the next couple of years, and I haven't seen too many 5'8" defensemen in this conference. The Beacons have two of them in Adamy and Saxer.
Yeah, I was just about to say the two most noticeable in terms of height, both wearing white today.
Beacons now in their own zone, shorthanded, as that one, I believe, partially deflected in front at the blast from Shannon Colbert, as getting her stick on it smartly there was Ariel Gallucci. 1:25 to go in the 2-minute minor to Adamy. As the second power play continues, now 1 for 18 on the year is Southern Maine. As the Huskies win the face-off, getting it back to the blue line, they'll play pitch and catch. Hamblett near side, connecting with Hannigan. Hannigan finds a shooting lane, but good stick action by Moritz, as she and Morissette got their wood in the passing lane and able to deflect it into the boards. Hamblett backhanded right for a chance from a slot. That one blocked down in front off the leg of Binette from the initial shot of Shannon Colbert. Behind the net, poke checked away from Hannigan. And Morissette tries to backhand it and get a bounce off the boards. Didn't get it, but eventually she does get some help, as clearing that one down is number 25, Jane Ann Drill. And the Beacons with an opportunity to catch their breath.
Yeah, the Huskies just a little bit too slow on this power play. You can see the puck movement not bad, as a little bit of a collision there at the faceoff dot, but just not quite fast enough, I don't think, on this power play. They move the puck well, but it's just a little bit too slow.
Drill was triple teamed there and lost possession. Now here's Hannigan back to the point. Hamblett penalty on the Beacons coming up. Delayed call. Going to be 5-on-3. The save by DePippo. Another chance, and Alyssa denies it. Another chance in front, as this one is from the near side circle from Hannigan. But the Beacons touch up as Moritz gets her stick on it. And so another penalty coming up on UMass Boston. An inauspicious first period so far, as they'll be 5-on-3 shorthanded for 17 seconds.
Yeah, this is a bad spot. Huskies with a lot of momentum right now, and you're going to see Drill's going to go. And she's had a rough start to this game. A few turnovers, now a penalty. And it's going to be 5-on-3 for 17 seconds here. We got 3:30 on the clock, but 17 on the original penalty. This is going to call upon your goaltender here. DePippo has really made some good saves. She's probably going to need a couple more in order to keep this thing tied up.
Even worse, it's two defensemen in Adamy and Drill, both line mates, in fact. Or in the sin bin. It's a chance in front. One-time blast from Fagan. But Bridget denied by the right leg of DePippo. The first penalty is over, as Adamy will head out of the box and coming onto the ice to replace her. One of their top penalty killers, Moritz. Back to the point now, Simmons. Simmons D-to-D far side. Looking for a pass in front one time. What a save by DePippo. Moving to her right, denying Picnic.
Oh, just a great save laterally. Getting that pad and that arm across. She was able to deflect it wide. Her best of the day.
DePippo's been solid, despite the fact the Beacons have now been shorthanded 3 times. As from the far side, ooh, bad play there. As unable to keep it in was Brianna Doty on the feed from Picnic. And the Beacons get a break.
Yeah, it's a huge break for the Beacons. They were tired.
Moritz aggressively forechecking. She's going to get a little help out there. She's coming on in to assist Edie. And then getting taken down a little bit there was number 16, Katie Leffler, excuse me. This one dumped all the way in, no icing. Beacons with 54 seconds to go on that 2-minute minor. And Matt now 1 for 19 on the year are the Southern Maine Huskies. They don't get anything here. It's 1 for 20. How long can you go struggling on the power play before that starts to get in your head?
Man, you see it at a lot of different levels. It's pretty contagious. I mean, if your power play isn't clicking, you try a lot of different things to, get a spark, and really you're just kind of looking for maybe a bounce, one to go in, just to get some confidence back in your unit. As the Beacons with a chance here.
Great call as that one is denied on a chance there for UMass Boston's Kaylee Kozic, looking for another goal, her second collegiate, but denied by Evangelista.
But back to that power play, boy, if you can't get it, and looking like if they can't figure it out in the next 25 seconds, 1 for 20, that's a tough clip. Usually power plays like to be around 20% in proficiency, and 1 for 20, a long cry from that.
Certainly. Beacons won the face-off in the offensive zone, shorthanded. Got a blast from the point by Morissette, but unable to get it through the trees in front. Delayed offside as Beauregard got a little aggressive on the blue line. The Beacons, nonetheless, doing a good job killing off another power play. As with possession, dumping it all the way in is Butkus. That power play is over. So the Beacons now 3 for 3 killing off power plays on the day. As from the far side, Rachel Peacock motors into the attacking zone. We'll see if the successful defensive effort can translate into offense. There's a good turnover force. Opportunity in front, and King is denied by the netminder as Sarah King, the sophomore, it finds Evangelista's breadbasket with 1:16 to go.
And I don't think that's a game they necessarily want to play, the Beacons. Already 3 penalties, 3, right, or maybe 4. It's been a lot already in this first period, and not a game they want to play. We saw that last weekend where really the game got away from them with all the penalties, and I think seems like they're a little bit strict right now with what they're calling. These referees are being a little bit strict with some of these calls, so it's on the Beacons. Got to be cognizant of what these refs are calling today and adjust your game accordingly.
Beacons are now 19 of 20 killing off power plays this year in Dom Losey's first campaign as the head coach, and 6 for 6 in the conference. It's a pretty impressive start for that shorthanded unit, and for good reason with players like Morissette and Moritz back for another year. I think that penalty kill is going to be a strong point for the Beacons this year. Likewise, their power play not too bad so far, 2 for 8 on the year. They haven't gotten an opportunity in the first period with 35 to go. Beacons in their own zone. Here's Adamy. Adamy D-to-D for drill. Both those players just took penalties. They'll look to play a little more disciplined and then rush just like that. Jane Drill gets beaten on the inside by number 20, Joanna Scheidegger, and immediately trips her, and she just exited the box about 25 seconds ago. She'll head back in for the remaining 25 of the first.
Yeah, I know she's frustrated there, but she's got to hit the reset now. That was another turnover she caused on a backhand out of the zone and then takes a tripping penalty, and she's a great defenseman. She's an asset to this team, but, boy, she's got to figure it out here, too. Not a very good start to her game here today. 26 seconds here left in the period. Beacons trying to kill this thing, or well, at least kill off the rest of the period and get this thing 0-0 into the locker room.
From the point, sending that one down, Colbert. Colbert getting it back as she takes the feed from Binette. Colbert with 12 seconds to go, sending it back to the point. A chance, one-time blast. That one sent wide by Hamblett. Colbert now, 5 seconds left. Back to the point. They got to get a shot away. Butkus, Hamblett, one-timer. Nothing on that one. And that'll do it for the first period of play. So the Beacons go shorthanded 4 times in this period, Matt, and they kill off the first 3. They've got 94 seconds to go on the 4th. They've got to play more disciplined, even if their penalty kill is playing solid.
Yeah, way too many penalties, and it's a common theme. We're going to sound like a broken record. I think we've kind of stressed this on that, stressed that point on this broadcast previously. A team that really, I think the first part of the game, the forecheck looked really good. They were really pressuring the Southern Maine team. They got a few opportunities of their own, weren't able to capitalize. But boy, oh boy, I think the final 5-10 minutes there of that period was really all Southern Maine, and it was due to the penalties. It was just way too many for a period, and it's not a game that I think Coach Losey wants to live. I think they definitely got to talk about, what we're here to do today is try to win this game. We're not going to be doing it shorthanded.
Absolutely. It's a big game for the Beacons. You don't want to start out 0-2 in the conference. They lost their first conference affair last night despite going 3 for 3 on the penalty kill. They're 3 for 3 so far on the penalty kill, yet they're tied at 0. Now, when you look at all of that, you've had 3 power plays for the opposition, yet it's still 0-0. Alyssa DePippo, with Katie Flagg out, has stepped right in and picked up where she left off in a victory against Southern Maine last year.
She looks great. DePippo is probably the difference of why this game is still 0-0. I think as bad as this Huskies power play has been, they have had their opportunities. They had a few chances in front there. They were jamming away. DePippo had that great lateral save. She came across the crease, was able to make that stop. Her rebound controls looked good. She's been the difference in this game. But, boy, you take a look, and we're looking at the coaching staff for the Beacons over there, just kind of discussing what they want to do here, because I think you take a look at, what this first period has done for these Beacons, and you're really kind of back in the negative versus a Huskies team where they're feeling pretty good. We've had a couple chances. Let's get one, and we can really make a thing out of this game. But I think right now, boy, DePippo's been the difference.
Absolutely. The Beacons outshot the Huskies 10-9 in that period, despite being shorthanded 3 times and not having the advantage of a power play. Well, last night the Beacons were shorthanded 3 times as well, and they lost 4-2 against Plymouth State despite not allowing a power play goal. Let's take a look at the highlights and the lowlights of last night's affair against the Panthers of Plymouth right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. UMass Boston, despite 3 penalties last night, killing off all 3 power plays, they had 4 penalties in the first 20 minutes today alone. Welcome back into the broadcast booth, along with Matt Meisenbacher. I am John Scooters here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. UMass Boston and Southern Maine women's hockey tied at goose eggs after 20 minutes of play. Let's take a look at the first period intermission statistics here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Today's intermission statistics are brought to you by PS Gourmet Coffee. With 3 locations in the Boston area, PS Gourmet offers over 100 flavors of coffee, with each made with fresh brewed coffee. Home of the bucket, PS Gourmet. And Matt, when you look at the stats, Beacons outshooting the Huskies despite no power plays, killing off 4 of them. So the Beacons are weathering the storm, even if they're putting themselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I would say, I think it's what I was thinking about it while we were off air there. The other thing too is when you're shorthanded like this, it takes away from those shifts. You can't get that momentum you get. When coaching staff usually likes to roll, 3 if not 4 lines, and when you're constantly shorthanded like that, some of these girls, I look at the stat sheet, I'm like looking at it, a bunch of zeros, and then I'm thinking, well, how is that possible? Well, they haven't been on the ice. So I think that can be added. I don't know if that's a statistical category, but it should be, because every time you go shorthanded, it just takes away from some of these girls that would have, been out there otherwise.
Absolutely. Both teams had 8 players take shots on goal, but as you said, that top line hasn't been able to be out there as much as the Beacons would have liked. The scoring line, we'll see if they can limit their mistakes and secure their discipline in the second period. Let's take a look around Beaconville as women's soccer right now battling Western Connecticut State in the Lilies Conference Championship. They are trailing 2-0 with about 25 minutes to go in the second half of that one, as the Beacons women's run may come to an end today against the top team in the LEC, but still time to go for the women's soccer team. Last night, the LEC semis, the women's volleyball team succumbed to number 3 Keene State at home 3-1, and men's soccer battles today at 1:30 p.m., so probably getting underway just about now against Keene State in the semis of the men's LEC Tournament Championship. And, of course, later on today on the Beacons Broadcasting Network, stay tuned, as Mizey and I will have men's hockey as they look to continue their illustrious start to the campaign against New England College. Take a look at the NEHC scoreboard real quick, as we got a lot of games here today. A big one there between Plymouth State, who beat the Beacons last night 4-2, beat the Beacons 4-2 last night, taking on Norwich, a team who, both in men's and women's, is dominant no matter which way you put it. Second ranked right now, the Norwich Cadets, somebody we're going to have to keep an eye on the rest of the way. Yeah, you always know what, you always keep an eye on the scoreboard, see what they're doing. And as you said, at Plymouth State today at 2 p.m. start, so that one getting underway. But, always looking to see what the Cadets do both on the men and women's side. Yeah, by comparison, Norwich, 81 points in the NEHC preseason poll. The Beacons were the closest team in second with 54. So most people think Norwich is going to run away with the conference, but that's why they play the games and don't do everything by statistics, as Billy Bean would like. Let's look ahead and see what's coming up for the Beacons over the coming weeks. Of course, they'll be taking, that's the men's coming up ahead, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm screwing up my dates. I thought it was November 9th today. The time flies, man. Sometimes you don't even realize it, how old we're getting. You got to keep track of both schedules. It's a little bit difficult. Next week we'll be here on Friday. Good thing that they put that up there so I remember. At 4 p.m. we'll be covering the women's game against New England College. That should be a good one. NEC, not one of the top teams in the conference. They then go to Johnson & Wales in their first year in the conference. So even if the Beacons get off to a slow start here today, they got a chance next week to pick up a couple of conference victories, which will be critical going down the stretch. But the contrary to that, it's so difficult to throw away points while you have it at home early in the season. We were talking about it last night on the men's broadcast. You have 2 games. You start off the season, everybody's healthy, everybody's fresh, and you start off 2 games at home. You've got to find a way to really get at least 2 points here. You dropped that last night. You went 0 for 1. You got to find a way to get a win here at home and at least break even on the weekend. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the highlights from the first period. And might as well be at church the amount of times we're saying that something was saved, as it was all goalies all the time between the duo of DePippo and Evangelista in the first period. Yeah, we'll let these replays run. I'll just talk you through some of these saves here. But both goaltenders, I think, really look strong. You come out, you're going to see Evangelista with a couple saves here early on in the period, not even a little over 5 minutes in, and everything was traffic in front. Really have to be quick in your reaction time as a goaltender when shots aren't coming from real distance. You see both of these saves just right on the doorstep, and a lot of that is positioning. You've got to get yourself in a position where, in all likelihood, you're going to be able to get a body in front of it. You see there, same thing down the other end with DePippo, able to get her body in front of that one and make those saves. But both these goaltenders doing really well, moving laterally, reading the puck, allowing the puck to come to them and not trying to guess as to where it's going. You'll see DePippo on this save really stayed on her feet to the last possible second and was able to scramble to get that puck wide of the net. And then finally here, this one was a great save laterally, was able to get that pad on it and steer that into the corner. But both goaltenders looking really good today. Some athletic stops there in the first period. Listen to DePippo, a senior, but making just her 20th career start today, as she will get the Beacons a big victory, their first in the NEHC this season. Just a few minutes left before we get underway for the second period. Remember, the Beacons will be shorthanded for 94 seconds. Let's take a look now at highlights of the women's soccer battle from Friday. A big victory over Eastern Connecticut that set them up for a battle today against WestCon in the LEC Tournament Championship. That's up next right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Soccer team on their way to the LEC Tournament Championship game today, beating EastCon, right now trailing WestCon 2-0 last we were updated, as time is winding down on the 2018 campaign, though a successful one for the women's soccer team. John Scudris along with Matt Meisenbacher back on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Folks, a reminder, you can stay up to date with all the Beacons athletics action throughout all of the various social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter at UMass Beacons, consistently updated by the crack staff here in the Sports Information Department on UMass Boston. As you obviously are going to want to stay tuned. There's a lot of sports action coming up over not only the coming weeks and months, but over the coming 24 hours, man. Of course, today we have the doubleheader of hockey. We also have the women's soccer team battling in the LEC Championship, the men's soccer team taking on Keene State in the men's semifinal of the LEC Championship. So certainly a lot to stay tuned on. Also, folks, a real handy app, the Go Beacons app. Download it from the App Store or iTunes. That's what I use to stay updated when I'm not here. It's very convenient. Just open up the app. You get the scores. You can click right to see the stats, or you can just click to see the video and get the stream right to your phone and see Matt and my beautiful faces right into your phone, something that I think everybody should do.
Absolutely.
If you're interested in Beacons athletics. The players are back on the ice and ready for the second period of play. Let's go to a quick 30-second commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the opening face-off with the Beacons shorthanded of the second period right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris. The subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. John Scudris and Matt Meisenbacher. And Matt, Beacons, as we mentioned, 94 seconds of shorthanded time here as they switch sides. Beacons in their home whites moving right to left in their dark navy blue roads. Southern Maine moving left to right. Beacons have weathered the storm, as I said, going into break. See if they can continue to traverse these choppy waters.
Yeah, kill off this penalty and then really get back to what was making you successful before, which was getting pucks in deep and then pressuring those Southern Maine Husky D to create those turnovers, but they just haven't been able to do it. They've been shorthanded for the last few, I don't know, 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes.
The first period, Peacock took a hooking penalty. Jane Ann Drill had not only a tripping penalty, but the current checking penalty. And Casey Adamy had a hooking penalty. 4 penalties on the Beacons. No goals scored yet in this hockey game. We are underway. 71 seconds to go on the power play for the Huskies, who have possession. Siphoning this one down and taking it over was Riley Kirk. Up front, in front of the forward, Shannon Colbert, as she gets it around the end boards with 19:25 to go in the second. Back to the point for number 4, Michaela Butkus, trying to go right back to Colbert, but the Beacons clear it down. Good play by Moritz.
Yeah, just get that puck down. Keep it simple here, especially, and you'll see offensively just really pressuring. This is the forecheck we were talking about. Granted, they're shorthanded. Careful not to take a penalty there, but you'll see it's just one forward and or created a little bit of havoc there. That was probably worth a good 5-10 seconds off that penalty kill. And they send it right back down.
Yeah, Kaylee Beauregard on the forecheck from her own zone, sending it all the way down. Less than 30 seconds to go now on the 2-minute minor for checking to Jane Ann Drills, living up to the name again. As good interception by Lunn. Erica Lunn, short-handed, just trying to eat some clock, doing a fine job of it in the corner. Eventually double-teamed smartly by Picnic, who saw Bridget Fagan helping her out. Now Picnic with the forecheck right in her face, somehow skates right through the duo Beauregard and Lunn and sets up a 3-on-2. Picnic tried to drop it back looking for Fagan, but didn't find her. Fagan then pushes it deeper into the corner where it's intercepted and eventually moved out of harm's way. Palucci dumps it into the near side. The penalty is over. The Beacons are 4 for 4 now on the penalty kill against the Huskies, who are now, Matt, 1 for 21 on the power play this year.
And see if we can skate 5 aside here. Every time the Beacons killed one off last in that first period, they found a way to get right back in the box. So we'll see if we can skate 5 aside for some time here.
18 minutes to go. Second period action. Erica Lund did a fine job on the penalty kill, looking to turn it into offense. Lund with a shot, and that is gobbled up by Evangelista with Leffler bearing down.
You see again there, just really good positioning there from the goaltender Evangelista. Shot always tricky when you got a player either moving right to left or left to right, and you see there, as was the case, left to right was able to control her angle, not move too far to one side or the other, and took the rebound or took the shot with no rebound.
Fisher from the point on the face-off win by Leffler. Backhanded into the corner. Leffler out there along with Harris and Kozik, the top line, but Fisher couldn't keep it in on the feed from Harris as it trickles into the Beacons zone. Saxer and Fisher, the tall D-men for the Beacons, as they are back over the blue line. Here's a chance for a shot deflected. That one gave Evangelista a little trouble off the blast from the far side circle from Harris, but she makes the denial with 17:28 to go.
Well, Beacons forwards got to make a decision here. The last couple shots have really just been at that Southern Maine 31 logo. Got to either go higher or lower at this point. Shoot lower, try to get a rebound, maybe jam one home off the skate, get a bounce, or a little bit higher, try to put one under the crossbar. But right now, where they're aiming, Evangelista is just swallowing all of them.
Shot from the point by Saxer, blocked down. Going to set it up for a chance the other way. Motoring forward, Delaney O'Connor. She got double-teamed. Leffler poked it away. And offsides is the call.
Interesting. Beacons had the puck. Interesting call.
Yeah, it certainly was, but we'll take it, I guess.
Yeah.
Sets up a face-off neutral ice.
Yeah, why not?
Gets the fresh legs out there, as you said. Beauregard and Peacock centered by King. A diverse line with regards to experience. King, the sophomore, Peacock, the junior, and Beauregard, the senior. As that one off the face-off win is sent back to Pippo to poke it towards Fisher. Beacons out of their own zone, picked up momentarily by King before it's poked back towards Grace. Fisher D-to-D for Lizzie Saxer. 2 juniors on the third-line defense, a native of Colorado Springs in Saxer and a native of Vienna, Virginia in Fisher. That one sent off the near side boards by Beauregard. She chases after it, centered in front, looking for King, who was open, but was unable to get it by the defense. Good play down there, low by Grace Simmons. Beacons lose possession behind the net, taken in to the far side, connecting there for Therese Flanagan. Beacons with an aggressive forecheck here in the second period, keeping the puck and the play in the attacking zone. Intercepting it, Jane Ann Drill, who knows she's got to play smarter than she did in the first. Beacons keep it in there, they say. That was Morissette. Jane attempting to fire it in on net. Blocked down. Deflection there in front of the net by Peacock off the initial blast from the point from Adame.
Yeah, really tricky shot, tricky save there. It came in as we're going to get an icing call, so come all the way back down. But just a nice read. I think it was pretty close. Morissette, look, maybe from our vantage point, might have been very close to crossing over that blue line, which would have created an offsides, but she did indeed keep it in.
Well, you had the one over there that probably wasn't going to be an offside. I think that probably was an offside. So
yeah. Hey, all right, even up.
We're all getting our sea legs under us. Players, broadcasters, and officials. As that one deflects off the skate in front, that was Moritz and sent wide from the initial shot by Adame. Adame watches Drill play pitch and catch. Drill thinking of going D to D. Instead, she pulls back to the near side boards. She'll take the shot, deflected in front. That one wide. Another chance by Morissette, and a great save by Evangelista.
Well, great job on Drill getting that puck through, and then Morissette on the rebound. 2 good stops there from the 31 goaltender.
15:38 to go. Beacons, when they played even strength, have done a good job controlling the pace of play. The problem is they've had no power plays and have been shorthanded 4 times. Still 0-0 on the scoreboard as the Beacons get a good interception. Here's Morissette 3-on-1. Jane trying to go in front for Moritz. Great defensive play by Chelsea Skluzacek as she denies the entrance pass.
Yeah, Morissette with a great read at the blue line to cause the turnover, but just in between a pass and a shot there. Seemed like she chose the pass option, just couldn't get it through.
Yeah, it seemed like she almost wasn't sure what she wanted to do there.
Yep.
Got to be decisive as Erica Lunn is. She gets it back to Moritz for a shot, but no screen there. And that's gloved out of the air easily by Evangelista with 15:02 to go.
Yeah, that's a tricky little play there, and if we can bring it back to you, we will. But just in between kind of where we're at, you know, as Morissette's coming into the zone there, she's got a forward, and she tried to, it's a tricky pass. Your window is so small there to try and make that pass. You can be done. It just has to be perfect, and I think in most cases there, you rather see her shoot the puck, but I understand at least what she was trying to go for, I think.
Beacons win the attacking zone faceoff as UMass Boston and Southern Maine continue to battle. From the point, trying to go far side with it there was Ariel Gallucci. Gallucci and Colucci out there, the top D line. I call it the rhyming line at this point. They've played together for a while, making it easy or difficult, depending who you ask on the broadcaster.
The rhyming pair.
Yeah. As the Beacons see Leffler get it on a nice feed from Gallucci. Far side. That's Kozic. Kozic waiting for help. Eventually she takes it herself behind the net. Looking in front to go to Emily Harris, but missed the mark. As Gallucci to Colucci. Far side for Harris to the dot. Back to Bree. Right through her legs and out of the zone. And all the way down where Ariel will catch up.
Unfortunate bounce there. Beacons had looked like they almost had a power play set up. It was 5-on-5, but really good setup as they got a little bit of momentum here, John.
What a feed from Gallucci on the breakout to connect with Beauregard. Kaylee then taken down in front of the net, and she'll draw the first penalty of the day against Southern Maine. That was easy. Right in front of the officials, and checking is the call with 13:51 to go.
Yeah, great play by Beauregard. And as you said, Gallucci with a great pass on the tape, hit her in stride, and Beauregard was able to get that puck in deep and then took a little bit of a check in creating that call. And it looks like who's it going to be? It's going to be Simmons, who will sit for 2. And we'll see the Beacons power play here for the first time today.
Southern Maine's penalty kill, perfect 10 for 10 this year so far. Beacons power play 2 for 8. We'll see which one breaks as Morissette will run it from the point. Near side for Colucci. Bree back to Jane. Jane far side for Edie. Edie settles it down back to Jane. One-time blast whiffed on it. And that will at the very least allow the Huskies to clear. Morissette picks it off though at the red line, which will allow no line change. Beacons onside as Harris struggling to gain possession. It's eventually poked out of harm's way and into center ice by Jill Hannigan. Morissette dumps it and chases. 90 seconds to go on the 2-minute minor to Simmons. As avoiding the collision there behind the net was Hamblett. Back to the point, Morissette. Jane, the quarterback on the power play. This time she took the high-rising shot, almost a knuckleball, if you will. Gloved away. A second chance is denied by the netminder Evangelista. This one for Moritz with 1:13 to go on the power play.
Yeah, a couple good opportunities there. You saw Morissette around the top of the perimeter, was able to skate that in and fire that one onto the net. Evangelista tried to glove it. There's a little bit of a rebound, and then a secondary opportunity. You know, Evangelista going to have to take her eyes away. She's proved today that if she sees it, she's going to be able to stop it. She looks very comfortable in the net. Beacon's got to try to be a little bit more disruptive in front of her.
Face off one on the power play with 70 seconds to go by UMass Boston. There's a blast from the captain, Ariel Gallucci, as that one is blocked up into the netting. And denied by Evangelista with 12:55 to go.
And I try to set that one up again. Yeah, that one didn't miss by much. Evangelista had a good read on it, but I think Gallucci had enough behind it where maybe another couple inches higher, and that's in the back of the net. So if on this draw, same side, I'm going to run that play again.
Fresh blue liners for the Huskies as Kirk and Doty come on out. Doty, a freshman. That blast from the point deflected in front by Peacock. Rebound chance, and Evangelista somehow got over to make the denial on Erica Lund.
Well, similar play. Gallucci getting that puck through. This time a snapshot is able to get that puck in a place where I think it might have been a little bit redirected on the way in. There was a little bit of a rebound there, and you saw Evangelista making both saves. But this is the best the Beacons have looked here on the man advantage. A couple opportunities now.
From the far side, Beauregard decides to take the shot. That one had some wicked mustard on it.
Yeah, she can shoot. She can shoot. If I'm Coach Losey, you got to leverage the ability of Beauregard to shoot. She's got a heavy, heavy shot.
Absolutely. Near side, Peacock, double team, lost possession. Still 32 seconds to go on the power play. Peacock trying to poke it away. And this one comes back to the point where Ariel will go D to D. Beauregard's got the shot. She takes it. Great save, not once but twice. First with the right leg by Evangelista, and then with the glove on Peacock.
Great job by Gallucci keeping that puck in.
And then that one is dumped down as Beauregard was trying to connect near side with the freshman Kozic. But with 11:57 to go in the second, the Beacons, with just 3 seconds to go on the power play, will go 0 for 1. As with Harris now into the attacking zone, we're even strength. There's a blast from Ariel, blocked down in front. Another chance, another block there from Doty. Beacons looking to continue the momentum despite being 5-on-5 now. Erica Lund with a shot, a save with the left leg. Another try as this one is loose in front as Harris was pinching in, but she got corralled and loses possession. Harris then gets it right back near side dot, but got it poked away. Good play by Doty. Pinching in is Peacock still out there. Excuse me, actually that's Leffler who replaced Peacock, but it is turned over and dumped all the way down. Fisher being harassed from behind by number 17, Jill Hannigan. Beacons trying to break out, kept in momentarily by Binette. Binette connecting there with Colbert. Shannon taken away by Katie Leffler. A little bit of a hook, and there's a call. Now is it going to be on? It's going to be on Colbert, despite the fact that Shannon thinks that her stick was grabbed.
Yeah,
they're going to say hooking, I would think.
Yeah,
though.
let's see. Yeah, good call, John. It's going to be a hook. And, boy, the Beacons have really looked good in the second period here, keeping things simple. I've seen some plays I really like. I mean, clearly Southern Maine giving you that extra room at the top of the circle or at the top of the blue line there. They're getting pucks through. They just haven't been able to solve Evangelista. Now, obviously, there's a sense of frustration when you're doing all the right things and you're not seeing it reflect on the scoreboard. But here, another opportunity here. They're going to go right back on the power play. And if I'm the coaching staff, I'm telling these girls, reminding them, hey, it's working. Trust, as a Philly guy, trust the process, maybe trust the system, and allow these shots to continue to go through. We will get one.
Well, as long as they don't do the hockey equivalents of selecting Jaleel Okafor, then I'm okay with trusting the process.
Still promising with Fultz or what?
We'll see. My friends are much more confident than I am, being surrounded by Bostonians all the time. My confidence in Philadelphia sports is usually at an all-time low, but hey, we won a Super Bowl, so why not keep it up?
There you go.
Near side, Beacons on the power play. They'll look to win themselves here as they are 0-1 in the conference, looking for their first conference win of the season, out shooting the visiting Huskies, despite being shorthanded 4 times. Near side, Morissette. She knows what to do with it. Tried to go right to the far side circle. Instead, she almost took it away from the stick of one of the defenders, Hamblett, but it is dumped all the way down. 40 seconds through this 2-minute minor to Colbert for hooking. Second hooking call we've seen today. One on the Beacons, Rachel Peacock, and now one on Colbert. Beacons with a good long 2-line pass, setting up Leffler behind the net. Leffler tried to go back to Gallucci. Got it poked away. Found some help in the form of Peacock, but it's poked away but not cleared on the first attempt. Second attempt is true by Hannigan. Halfway through this hockey game, 9:50 to go now. Still no score. Beacons and the Huskies here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Along with Matt Meisenbacher, I am John Skudras. Stay tuned after this one. We will have the men's hockey broadcast at 4 p.m. or right before 4. About 3:45 we'll get underway with the pregame show. Bad turnover there almost, but just off the stick of Hannigan. As the Beacons on this second power play not getting as much offense into form as on their first.
No, and sure enough, as we had kind of warned our viewers here, they've gotten away from it. You saw, on the zone entry here, they're looking for the home run pass, and when they do eventually get into the zone, they're not stopping and setting up. They're just trying to take what they have and go towards the net. It's not necessarily wrong. It's just when the first option was working so well, I think there's a sense of frustration that perhaps set in, and now they're getting a little bit angsty with the puck versus, taking their time with it, and as already back to 5-on-5 hockey.
That was seemingly one of the quicker power plays I've seen. Beacons doing nothing on it, as the save there by DePippo from the point blast of Doty. From neutral ice, Beacons now even strength, as Matt said, trying to get something going, as Peacock will go for fresh legs. Behind the net, collision between bodies, as unable to maintain possession there was one of the Huskies' defensemen. Gallucci turns it over off a shot attempt, but gets some help from Beauregard still out there on the power play unit. See when the Beacons get the full change. With possession, Kozic coming in. Nice toe drag save. Rebound in front was loose, but backhanded out of harm's way by Simmons.
Great pass by Gallucci, giving Kozic a chance there, and a nice little toe drag for that shot. A better save by the goaltender.
That's too many men on the ice. No, they don't say so. I guess Southern Maine got just off it right before they touched it. There was definitely 6 players on the ice there during the line change, with the puck bearing down in front of their bench. As taking the player into the boards there smartly is UMass Boston's Caitlin Parent, their 13th forward. First chance to see her out there coming off that power play. So the Beacons now with 7:45 to go with possession. Parent out there along with Nolan and the player behind the net with it. Peacock, she gets taken down. Kind of like hooked herself there with the stick around the defenseman. And on the near side, breaking out with possession, the Huskies. It's been a while since Alyssa DePippo was tested. She's been picking daisies in the crease for a few minutes. Behind the net, fighting for it, 2 Huskies, 3 Beacons. Eventually, it is the Huskies that persevere. Back to the point, Riley Kirk, D-to-D, backhanded around the end boards into the corner. 2 aside, fighting for it. Nolan down low, along with Saxer. Saxer to her knees on top of the puck. We'll see how long they give it. Eventually, it is taken away from Saxer's grasp. Sending it to the point, Binette. Siphoned all the way back around by Hamblett. Into the corner now for Shannon Colbert. Colbert taken into the boards by Fisher. 6:50 to go. Even strength hockey. 0-0 between Southern Maine and UMass Boston. Into the corner. 2 aside fighting. Poke towards the near side boards. Just an endurance contest right now on these lines in their own zone. The Beacons just struggling to get it out. Peacock backhands it, looking to connect with Nolan. She collides into the boards there with Colbert, who heads and falls down to the ice before this one is sent all the way down.
Beacons are only going to get a partial change here. They look tired.
Absolutely, as this one's sent behind the net, chasing after it. Binette along with Saxer. Peacock's still out there. She's been out there a while. Saxer, backhand to Fisher, and you can tell these D-men are tired in the Beacon zone.
Completely gassed, and there you go. They should be able to get a change here.
Well, Fisher takes it out. She'll just dump it down smartly and get some fresh legs. Beacon's already got a little bit of fresh action with Sarah King coming out. Peacock's still out there, though. Sends it right in front for a chance, and not able to get good wood on it was Morissette, as a great feed on her last gasp from Peacock with 5:51 to go.
Yeah, Peacock at the end of the shift there, and you can see her off the bench. She's completely winded, but a nice one more move was able to funnel that towards the front, as you said, John, and Morissette just wasn't able to bounce a little bit on her, wasn't able to get everything she wanted on it.
Off the face-off win, Morissette, shot blocked by Erica Lunn, her teammate. Lunn tries to saucer it far side, but unable to connect there with the defender, Adamy. She's helped out by her line mate, Jane Ann Drill. 5:35 to go, second period action, still no score between the Beacons and the Huskies. Good play defensively as Morissette watches Moritz. Morissette and Moritz. What a play by Edie! As an aggressive play there by the defender Simmons, but she was unable to finish it.
Oh, she ran out of room. The move worked, just didn't have enough yet left to get a shot on goal there. She had Morissette going towards the net as well, just ran out of real estate.
And then Lund had a chance in front to find Morissette, but poke checked away by Evangelista, who's been solid today, as has been Alyssa DePippo, even though most of her action was done shorthanded in the first period. Now we will get a whistle. And
let's see what we get here, John. I'm unsure.
The Beacons will get an attacking zone face-off.
Looks like, are they calling intentional offsides here? It comes all the way down into the Southern Maine zone. I'm confused as to what the call actually was. It looked like I think they might have called intentional offsides there. That's interesting.
Not a call you see all that often.
No, especially in that type of setting.
With your bench right on the blue line, sometimes can be a bit confusing, but nonetheless, we are picked up here right where we left off. 4:48 to go, second period. 0-0. Beacons won the opening, or won the face-off after the intentional offsides on the Huskies. From neutral ice, Adamy unable to get it by the trees at the red line, and the Huskies will try to take advantage, but they were just a step or two offsides.
Well, 4:34 left here in the second period, still 0-0, and this game is slowly but surely turning into one of those games where you're approaching next goal wins territory sooner than you normally would. I think both goaltenders have really shown their ability to track the puck really well today, and I think both teams offensively have had their chances, perhaps not as many as we had initially thought on paper, but here we sit 0-0, and again, the coaching staff now talking to Southern Maine, and I think this goes back to that call. They just want to make sure that the coaching staff is aware of what the call was and what the settings will be moving forward. But as you said, with the blue line right, it acts as you can see at home, it acts as a divider there. You see that blue line, and then up on the boards there is actually where that blue line remains. So you have half your bench, which would be onside, half of which is off, and I think that's probably the discrepancy if I had to guess. I agree.
Face-off won by the Huskies after the discussion between the officials and the coaching staff of Southern Maine, led by John Lazier in his 13th season. Meanwhile, the Beacons breaking out. A King shot, a nice save. The puck is loose for a moment as Evangelista didn't know where it was, but it was right in front of her. She's done a solid job with rebound control today.
Yeah, a quick 2-on-1 there, and you saw a nice shot. I think Evangelista definitely knew she had it, but didn't really feel it. As a goaltender, you like to be able to do both. You want to be able to see it and feel it after it hits you, and I think she took her another half second maybe to kind of figure out where that puck was on her body, but was able to corral it for a face-off.
Face-off won by the Huskies. They'll dump it down, try to use their speed to catch up, but Galucci's got great wheels for a defenseman, and she is able to cut off the attacker in Colbert. The women's soccer team has lost in their battle against WestCon 2-0. And so their season comes to an end in the semifinal round of the LEC tournament. Meanwhile, the men's soccer team just underway, about halfway through the first against Keene State in the semifinal. The men's LEC still no score, much like this one, with 3:43 to go as we have an icing on Southern Maine.
Well, shout out to women's soccer there. Great season, and unfortunately coming to an end today, but well wishes to those seniors in their next endeavors. Always the first thing you think about as a team has been eliminated in their final, as a senior in their final year, so good luck to them.
Well, you talk about, as the Beacons win the faceoff, you talk about perseverance, and I think you look that up in the Beacons dictionary, you'll see the women's soccer team is blast from the far side by Colucci's deflected off the skate of Moritz wide. The Huskies getting possession and trying to clear, they do. The women's soccer team last year lost Alyssa Fugel, one of the best goalies in the Little East Conference. Then they lose Gigi Braga, who stepped in for her to replace. Meanwhile, we got a 2-on-1 Lund trying to connect near side with Morissette. Missed the mark, not a good pass.
Waited too long. Oh, boy, she had her wide open. Would have loved to seen that pass get across to Morissette just a couple strides sooner. Morissette all alone there on the wing. But go ahead, John.
Now, when you lose your starting goalie, one of the best in the conference, then Gigi Braga comes in, you lose her too, and yet you still make the semifinals. That's impressive. Speaking of impressive, 2-on-1, another chance for Lund and Morissette. But Lund decides to take the shot this time, and it's blocked. Moritz, a deflection in front on the bad angle there, short side from Lund. Another save by Evangelista. Solid positioning again by this senior for Southern Maine.
Yeah, and another opportunity there. Lund with the shot on goal, deflected wide, and man, this pace has really dropped here. Morissette got hit with the puck off the hand. I hope she's all right. Drops the glove immediately.
Meanwhile, coming back the other way with it, Scheidegger. Scheidegger's shot whistles wide. Get some fresh legs on both sides. As he said, Morissette off to the bench, favoring her hand after being hit on it by the puck. She has been key in the last couple of scoring chances. She and Erica Lund back-to-back 2-on-1s. The first time Lund passed, missed the mark, and I think the second had the first one in the back of her mind. That's why she took the shot.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I agree with that assessment. And never wrong to take a shot on goal. You know, you're always trying to, it's the object of the game, but there again, another opportunity where just no secondary chances with Evangelista. You know, the first save, and it's either covered for a whistle or it's moved into a spot where defense can corral it and move out of the zone.
100 seconds to go in the second period as Kozic is unable to corral it. This one trickles into the near side corner. Beacon's attacking. Able to corral it in the corner is Leffler. Leffler takes it herself. A shot with a screen in front. Harris was there, but it was blocked in front. Fisher with a shot. Stick save there by Evangelista, who continues to stonewall UMass Boston's aggressive offense.
Yeah, good shift here. They've got a little bit of pressure here on this Southern Maine team if they can keep this puck in.
Drill pinches in to do so. Fisher can, they say she did keep it in. Looked like it may have trickled out, but the ref was right there. With 65 seconds to go, second period, still 0-0 with the Beacons trying to get something going here, but Adamy can't keep it in as Drill will have to head on back into her own zone to clean up. Under 1 minute to go, second period action. Near side feed for Beauregard. Long stretch two-line pass. Beauregard will try to use her wheels to get out in front of the defender. She does. Good play by Kaylee. Kaylee setting up one more offensive chance here with 40 seconds to go. Beauregard, though, getting taken into the boards by Butkus and then cleared out to neutralize Adamy. That is offsides on UMass Boston. They didn't blow it dead, though. And instead coming the other way now with it is the forward. That is Carice Flanagan, but her shot denied by DePippo. Good play by the Beacons netminder, picking up for her forwards and blue liners. Here's Beauregard with 25 seconds left. Beauregard's shot blocked down. Good play up front by the defender, Grace Simmons. Near side, 17 seconds left. King whiffs not once but twice, trying to get it back to Drill. Peacock with 8 seconds to go, right in front, a save, the puck is loose, covered now by Evangelista with King bearing down, 6.5 seconds and a face-off to her left.
6.5, plenty of time to run a play here. And a great shot, another save by Evangelista. She's looked good all day, but Beacons with a great opportunity here to get one extremely late here in the second period. You've got 6.5, so you can run whatever play you really want to run here. Let's see who they put out.
Well, Moritz taking the face-off. She'll be dueling in the circle against Picnic with Morissette and Lund the top line. She wins it back to Morissette, looking for a deflection in front from Lund, but was unable to get her stick on it, and that will do it for the second period of play. So, Matt, in the first 20 minutes, we saw 4 penalties by the Beacons, none for the Huskies. In the next 20 minutes, 2 penalties for the Huskies, none for the Beacons, and yet here we are, still 0-0 after 40.
Yeah, going back to that play, I think that's the play they likely drew up there. Morissette just coming off the wall was able to get a shot on goal there, and as you said, boy, that was close. If that had a little bit more of an angle, might have been able to tuck that one home off a rebound. But as you said, yeah, you know, I think Beacon's biggest positive was staying out of the box that period. I think that just shows that they had to have talked about it in the locker room. We're able to keep a clean period there, but I think, boy, seems to be really having taking a toll on the endurance of both teams. This kind of grinding game we've had, where it's a lot of stops and starts, a lot of muscle work in and out of the corners, and it seems to be taking a toll. The tempo really dropped there, I think, the second half of the second period, and I think it's just because we've been seeing a lot of the same. Every shift is just kind of that grinding effect that it has. It takes a toll on you, so it'll be a good chance for both teams to hit the reset button here and kind of regain themselves. Still 0-0 hockey game. It's kind of looking like the first one to score might be the first one to win.
Absolutely. The power play for Southern Maine has really struggled this year, now 1 for 18, but the penalty kill has been absolutely outstanding. 12 for 12 now on the penalty kill for Southern Maine. They have yet to allow a goal shorthanded as they continue to dominate on that facet of the special teams. Now, when you take a look at the second period, as you said, the Beacons didn't take a lot of penalties, and because of that, they were able to see that top line out there more with Lund, Morissette, and Moritz, where they didn't have to play such a defensive style of play, and you saw it pay off with a couple opportunities, not just on that last play before the end of the second period, but with Lund and Morissette having a couple of 2-on-1s in the waning minutes.
Yeah, Lund, Morissette, and I think the one that's kind of going unsung here is Beauregard. I think she's looked really well. She's had some speed tonight. We've seen her get a couple opportunities to really fire that puck, and she has. I think I'd like to see a little bit of her being activated more, and don't be surprised, certain coaches are always hesitant to jumble the lines mid-game, and then other coaches will do it on a whim. They'll do it on the bench if they have to. Don't be surprised if perhaps one of these coaching staffs just tries to change these lines a little bit, generate a spark, maybe go back to something that worked previously. Obviously, being 0-0, you really have nothing to lose.
The lines continue to evolve, as we all do, as we move forward into the third period of hockey action. Well, last night, the men's hockey team got another big victory as they took on the Southern Maine Huskies men's squad and took it to the Dogs here from Beaconville. 6-2 was the final. They'll get underway at 4 o'clock today for the second half of their doubleheader this weekend. Let's take a look at highlights of the first half from last night right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
cap tumbling down in the city that we love.
So the men's hockey team will look to continue their solid start to the campaign this afternoon. Coverage right here on the BBN getting underway at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, the women's hockey team entering the third period tied at 0 against the Southern Maine Huskies. John Scooterson, Matt Meisenbacher here as we get set to take a look at the second period intermission statistics. The second period statistics brought to you by Ryan Constructions. For all your design, building, and renovating needs, Ryan Constructions is the right choice, as the Beacons will try to construct a similar game plan in the third period to what they did in the second period. 19-2 was the official tally in shots on goal for the Beacons for the second, 29-11 overall. The Beacons did have the 2 power plays, going 0 for 2 on 7 shots. What stuck out to you from period number 2, Matt?
What stuck out to me is they got to solve Evangelista. I mean, she's looked really good today, and every time I think the Beacons get a little bit of momentum, I think they're starting to get a little bit of frustration because they haven't been able to solve the goaltender. And it's not like really they've even come that close. It's pretty obvious that, like we talked about, first shot comes in, it's a save, no rebound. They get secondary opportunities, the defense clears them out. They're doing the right things, they're just not seeing the reward. So I think it's going to be imperative for the coaching staff to try and remind these girls, hey, we're going to get one here. We've got to keep pushing. And try to take her eyes away, try to do something, get maybe another body in front of the net, get a bounce or something. But pretty evident that Evangelista has been the difference maker here today. You saw the shot totals, 19 in a period. That's a boatload. Some teams get that for the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, the Beacons had 5 players that had at least 2 shots in the second period compared to the entire Huskies team that only had 2 shots. Lund had a team-high 5 shots in the second. Kozic with 2, Peacock with 4, Moritz with 2, and Galucci with 2, as the Beacons put an assault all out on Brittany Evangelista. But Evangelista was outstanding, stopping all 19, and she stopped 29 of 29 so far through 40 minutes. Let's take a look around Beaconville. Of course, as I mentioned during the second period, the women's soccer team falling in the conference championship affair to WestCon, the final of 2-0. Last night, the women's volleyball team fell in the LEC finals to the Owls of Keene State 3-1. The men's soccer team right now, Goose Eggs, as well as the women's hockey team is right now 0-0 against the Owls of Keene State in the first. And later on today, as I mentioned, men's hockey taking on New England College right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Let's take a look now at highlights for men's soccer of that 4-1 win against Southern Maine on Tuesday that got them a berth in the LEC semifinal. That's up next right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Yeah, as you said, Gorman stepped off. Now will come immediately right back on after the injury. It's the centering feed in front. It's off the post. As Garcia. That one trickles to the far side. Here's the for the end zone. Trying to set things up. Beacons, and there's a just outside the box. The Beacons can create an opportunity here. Get that foul within 30 yards of that. Then they can really get a good look on the free throw. Opportunity, and then right in front of Dancing, like the party, and
Back in the broadcasting booth, John Scooters with Matt Meisenbacher as the men's soccer team playing today against Keene State. Keep an eye on that one as we'll get you around Beaconville all afternoon, keeping you updated. Let's take a look now around the New England Hockey Conference, the NEHC scoreboard. Matt, maybe an upset brewing there from Plymouth after the Panthers looked so spectacular a day ago against the Beacons. They lead 1-0 at home against the Cadets of Norwich. Now, granted, only the first period. But a good start for a Plymouth State team that was picked to finish third in New England Hockey Conference. Yeah, keep hammering the refresh button on that one. Got to keep yourself updated. Anytime you see even something remotely close to an upset, you got to keep yourself posted. So we'll keep the viewers up to date. I'm sure Seth will be on top of that, giving us hand signals along the way of this third period. New England College hosting Salem State later on today. Also tonight, Suffolk is playing host to Johnson and Wales University. Let's look ahead and see what's coming up for the Beacons over the next couple of weeks. Next week, doubleheader, a home and road split. They'll be at home on Friday, a game Matt and I will have right here on the BBN at 4 p.m. And then on Saturday on the road to take on Johnson and Wales, one of the newest members of the New England Hockey Conference, with that one starting just before 4, before the Beacons head back to the road again a week later, a week from this Friday at the Vikings of Salem State. We are almost set for the final period here of regulation time with the score 0-0 between the Huskies and the Beacons. But first, let's go to a commercial break. When we come back, the third period of action right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
So we see the Beacons heading back out onto the ice. Southern Maine heading back out onto their bench. Matt Meisenbacher and John Scooters back on the airwaves here as we are just about set for the third period. 0-0, and the first and second periods couldn't be more polar opposites of each other as the Beacons, despite outshooting the Huskies in the first 10-9, gave up 4 power plays and were on their heels for much of the first 20. And then in the second 20, the Beacons utilized 2 power plays and 7 shots on those man advantages to outshoot the Huskies 19-2. So the Beacons 29-11 advantage in shots on goal, but yet 0-0 as Evangelista has proven to be a brick wall between the pipes.
Well, for both teams here, 0-0 going into the final period, and I think that the biggest thing you'll hear people talk about taking calculated risk, and really what that means is you understand that what's the risk, what's the reward? Well, the reward might be I might get a better scoring opportunity, but if I lose, creates an odd-man rush going down the other way. That's kind of the most common concept. But here in this third period, look for that. Certain players where they have those decisions. Do I take the safe route, maybe dump it in, or do I take the extra move and try to create something out of nothing? We'll see what we have here going forward in the third.
Morissette won the opening face-off. She's out there with Lunn and Moritz. Won it away from Hannigan. Beacons just underway here in the third, looking to get that big first goal as Morissette from the far side got it poked away. It skittered towards the near side crease, but instead of trickling towards it, it trickled back to Morissette on the far side. From the point, Colucci back to Jade for a one-time blast, but again, right into the wickets of the netminder Evangelista.
I like that play a lot. I don't think Morissette got everything she wanted on that. It seemed to be fluttering off the blade, but a great play. You know, and I love that by Colucci there. She had the shooting lane, was able to draw out the Southern Maine defender, and then was able to slide that over to Morissette for the shot on goal, creating that scoring opportunity.
Teams keep the same skaters out there. Colucci near side looking for Lunn. Erica had a team-high 5 shots in the second period to lead the team with 6 overall as she tries to fire her 7th. But that one missed the mark off the back of the netting, and the Huskies will take advantage and clear it at least out to the red line. Lunn gets it from Ariel. Ariel gets it right back. Beacons changing up a few players as Harris will head on out. And we'll get a full forward line change. Leffler joining her. And the Beacons get some D-line changes as well as Lunn tried to siphon it into the slot for Leffler. That one was off the mark.
Really would have loved to see that pass get through. Leffler coming off the bench there. Lane to the net, just couldn't get that puck all the way through as they had hoped.
And that one intercepted. Coming back the other way, Carice Flanagan. She's poke checked smartly by Drill, who shored up her game since a undisciplined first period saw her take 2 penalties. Into the corner, Harris fighting for it with Leffler. Eventually it's poked away by Leffler from Hamblett. Hamblett watches her defensive partner send it all the way around. It careens back towards the slot where Hamblett will whack it out of harm's way to center ice. 18-18 to go third period as Leffler gets the feed from Adamy. Back behind the net for Drill. Drill backhand, but Leffler had to poke it away from the forechecking Chelsea Skluzacek. Beacons get possession. Jane-Ann Drill skates it forward. Fresh legs it forward as Jane-Ann Drill all the way up into the attacking zone herself. Drill thought about handing it off to King. Instead, she keeps possession all the way back around. There is a stick on the far side in front of the boards. She gets taken down. No call. I think she was hogging that a little bit too much. Got herself tired.
Yeah, a little bit. Looking for a pass option. Couldn't find one, and pretty close to a trip, but I think referee's good no call there.
Beauregard from her own blue line pokes it to over the red line, blue line to blue line, and then sent near side by Picnic, connecting here with Scheidegger. Beauregard unable to find that puck, and Picnic takes advantage but gets it poked away. Beauregard taken down. We'll get a penalty on Amanda Picnic. Tripping call coming up here, and the Beacons will go to the power play for the 3rd time, looking to get their first goal.
Well, a key opportunity. And we've talked about, scoring opportunities are at a premium today, as are goals. And if you're the Beacons, boy, oh boy, you don't know how many more of these you're going to get. I would expect the referees to really make sure that in this 3rd period they batten down the hatches. They're only going to call things that are textbooks. And a huge opportunity here early in the 3rd period to really capitalize on some of the things you've done well so far.
Beacons with 7 shots on 2 power plays compared to 5 on 4 for the Huskies, all of them in the first period for Southern Maine. Morissette, the quarterback of the power play, near side for Edie Moritz, takes a high-rising shot. Good blocker save with the waffle board there by Evangelista, as that one sent off the glass by the netminder. Far side, Harris trying to poke it deep, but a great effort as diving down to poke it out of harm's way was number 17, Jill Hannigan. The Beacons will have to regroup. 90 seconds to go on the power play as Morissette skates it over herself onside, backhands it around the end boards, chasing after it Leffler. Backhanded up the near side boards by Simmons, but not out. Fighting for it there is Harris and Leffler. It careens back to Colucci. Colucci far side. Morissette again whiffs on a chance to send it towards the net. And this one dumped down as Southern Maine gets full change.
Yeah, the one-timer hasn't been there today. I'd like to see her next time just catch it and release it as you normally would. It seems like the flex of the stick a little bit too much today.
Here's Brie Colucci all the way in, kicked away with the right leg of Evangelista. Rebound into the corner for Peacock, and then tumbling down was Colucci as she was trying to get off the ice. That'll go in the blooper reel as that one's sent around the far side by Kozic. Kozic gets it back. Kozic getting her first collegiate goal yesterday, and just their 2nd collegiate game. With 38 seconds to go on the 2-minute minor for tripping to Picnic. Ariel tried to get it through into the slot. This time it goes to Lund by way of Harris. But Lund's shot had nothing on it as it was partially deflected by Douglas and gobbled up by Evangelista.
Well, Southern Maine continues to go aggressive. Way too much standing around. I mean, they'll let you play with that puck on the perimeter all day. You've got to have forwards and D on or your forwards in front of the net and on the weak side there move and create new scoring or passing lanes and scoring lanes. Just too much standing around here on this power play so far.
Off another face-off win. Beacons with 23 seconds to go on the power play, looking to avoid going 0 for 3 in a 0-0 game. Bree trying to get it down low for Harris, but it was deflected out of the attacking zone. Now just 10 seconds left. Morissette turns it over. Having to wait for number 18, Shannon Colbert, was Ormsby, and therefore she had to give it away eventually. Morissette's wrister blocked down. Second chance denied. A rebound is loose in front for Edie Moritz. Backhander just wide to the near side post.
Best chance of the day. Morissette got her own shot blocked, was able to corral it off the backhand. That puck was in the slot for a while. Beacons just weren't able to get that back towards the net, and back to 5-on-5.
Yes, we are, as that is icing on the visiting Southern Maine Huskies. So the Beacons off the power play will look to keep the momentum with an attacking zone face-off, and they'll send out that Beauregard line with Peacock and King, Saxer and Fisher, the D-men.
I've liked this line today. I've liked this line. They've had a good spark. They've had some good energy, and would love to see Beauregard take a couple shots here.
You get your wish as Kaylee rifles one from the far side circle, but that waffle boarded away by Evangelista, who continues to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, she can shoot, man. That thing comes off hot and hard.
Absolutely. I mean, I haven't seen anybody on the team this year shoot it like her. As Beauregard, she's battled injuries over the course of her career. Here's a senior. She's finally healthy and looking for more. And now here we go. Breakaway chance for the Huskies. 1-0. They score! Rylie Binette, the sophomore who scored a year ago against UMass Boston, has put the first goal on the board. It's 14:27 to go. It's 1-0 Southern Maine.
Very curious as to what Grace Fisher was looking at here, and I've got to see it on the replay. We'll have to take a look. She totally leaves her lane, and I don't know what she saw, John. Something triggered that move. Usually a defenseman is just going to stay there. But we'll have to take a look because I'm unclear as to why she decided to take that lane and give up her side of the ice there. Totally leaves her goaltender out to dry. Great shot, by the way, under the bar.
Bar down.
Unbelievable shot there. No chance for DePippo, but very curious. Be curious to find out what she saw that triggered that move because you normally don't see that from her, especially Grace Fisher, who's normally pretty sound.
Yeah, she was way out of position. Here's a chance for the Beacons to bounce back as Kojic's shot is denied out of the butterfly by Evangelista. And Matt, we said it off the air before we came back from break in the second period. The Beacons dominating the shots on goal, and we've seen it so many times before where a great goaltending performance and one tough goal can break a team's back. We saw it right there with the blue line out of position as Leffler will try to bounce back. Nice toe drag to get around the D, but was unable to catch up to the bouncing puck.
You said it, and we'll see how the Beacons respond. You know, the shift after a goal is so imperative, and that's a tough hit there.
And the Beacons will be shorthanded, and again, it's the young defenseman, Casey Adamy, who's guilty, her second penalty of the day. That line of Jane Andrill and Casey Adamy have 4 of the Beacons' 5 penalties this afternoon.
And I think if you're Coach Losey, you got to consider taking your timeout. I don't know if she does here. But you just gave up a goal. It's been a tough game for your squad. They haven't been able to generate much, and now you take a penalty, go on the PK. You just try to reset things here as best you can.
Face-off won by UMass Boston's Edie Moritz away from Jill Hannigan. Beacons shorthanded for the 5th time. They've killed off all 4. All of them in the first period. One trickled into the second. From the point, Hamblett shot blocked down. Rebound near side, and getting a stick over to deny Hannigan was Moritz, and the Beacons will clear as Colucci sends it all the way down.
Important for the Beacons to kill this off. I think they go up by 2 here. It's going to be a tall task.
As Morissette was the first one down to get there, and because of it, she gets it back to Moritz. Be hard-pressed to find a better defensive duo on a penalty kill than Morissette and Moritz, though the fact that the visiting Southern Maine Huskies are 12 for 12 killing off penalties. They've got some pretty fine forward defenders as well, as this one trickles over the red line, sets up a 2-on-3 for the Huskies. A man down despite being on the power play, as that one is a centering feed from Hannigan that missed the mark intended for Hamblett. Jensen all the way back to make the play. The senior from Colchester, Vermont, waits for help. 60 seconds elapsed in the penalty kill, as this is all the way down, and a big break for UMass Boston, as that's icing on Southern Maine.
Well, the one thing, the Huskies have not proven today that their passing is good enough to be able to enter their zone. The Beacons are really helping them. They make one pass, the Huskies make one pass, and then all of a sudden the D starts sagging back into the zone, just kind of giving them the zone entry there. I would love to see them hold that blue line just a little bit longer, force maybe a second pass, and see if this team can string 2 passes together in order to get in the zone instead of 1.
Especially down 1-0 now. You can't be resting on your laurels for much longer.
Right.
As Drill saw one of the defenders go down. That was Colbert. No call. As the Beacons right now shorthanded for 38 more seconds. Drill overskated it, but luckily so too did Rylie Binette, the only goal scorer in this game. As that puck bounces to the far side, Binette couldn't get her stick on it. It was poked away by DePippo. As that one sent all the way down for the Beacons to get some fresh legs, or at least one, as it looks like Edie Moritz will replace Leffler with 20 seconds to go on the power play. 12 minutes left in regulation time. Turnover on the power play and then tripped up. No call, though, as tumbling down was Moritz and wondering where the whistle is. She's not going to get any help here. She will get help from Morissette, but Jane couldn't clear. This one trickling into the corner. Picnic overskated it, taking it away. Beauregard. Power play is over. Beacons even strength. They got numbers if they can break out, as coming out was Adamy. Morissette tumbled down, lost an edge. With 11:30 to go, it's dumped in, no icing.
I think that pass was intended for Adenimi, but Morissette didn't realize Adenimi was behind her, and I think touched it. Had that pass gone through, she might have been in on a breakaway.
And then getting hit right at the red line was Moritz by Shannon Douglas. No call. That allows a chance now for Doty all the way in. Deflected just wide. Far side. Doty then tumbles over the netminder to Pippo. And we will get a penalty for goaltender interference on Brianna Doty. And so, nope, wave that goal off. Southern Maine's bench erupted. Their fans did as well. But that is no goal as we had a delayed penalty for goaltender interference on Brianna Doty.
Yeah, an interesting play there is that absolutely that goal will get called back. And clearly, goaltender interference ran into Alyssa DePippo. So, Beacons with a gift here. Still 11 minutes in this game, but boy, oh boy, I mean, we've been saying it all day long. Just continue to try and find a way to solve Evangelista in net. They haven't done it so far. Imperative. I think the key here is got to have shots on goal. Last power play, we saw no movement. It was very stagnant. The power play going to have those forwards move around a little bit, create new passing lanes for this team.
Backhanded off the face-off win, and the Beacons will try to get the even here on the power play. They're 0 for 5 with the man advantage. One-timer, Beauregard whiffed on it. She's got a wicked blast, but was unable to make contact.
I have a sneaky feeling that there's going to be a lot of one-timer practice Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this upcoming week for this Beacon squad. Boy, they've missed a lot of good shooting opportunities with these missed one-timers here.
Certainly. 90 seconds to go on the power play as Peacock turns it over. Beacons will keep it in, though. Unable to get it out, Butkus. D Beauregard. She's got a chance with a screen in front, and that deflection by Peacock, though, went right down in front of the netminder Evangelista, who again denies UMass Boston.
Kind of surprised they're changing the power play units here. I kind of liked what we had rolling there with that unit, that puck on the blue line between Gallucci and Beauregard. It seemed like they had found something that was working there, but we'll see if this other unit can get it done.
So off the line change, UMass Boston still 75 seconds on the power play. Down 1-0, 10:15 to go. To the point for Bree Gallucci. Bree, nice hesitation move, got the forward to come out, but whiffed on another shot attempt. This one poked out towards the slot, taken in there by Harris. Harris uses the near side boards to get it to Leffler. Leffler pressured tightly now by Simmons. Hands it off to Moritz. Moritz back to the point. Morissette. Morissette back to Edie. Near side circle. Edie's got a screen in front. Deflection and another save by Evangelista as Leffler got her stick on it.
Oh, she had so much room there. Great shot. No rebound, but would have loved to seen her take a couple strides towards the net. There was no one challenging Moritz there off the wall. And from that distance, I think Evangelista's proven she's going to make those saves. Would have loved to see Moritz take a couple strides towards the net there. Maybe try to change the angle on the goaltender.
Face-off won by UMass Boston. Morissette fires deflected in front. No, it looked like it went right through the wickets of a couple of screened players as that one sent wide. Another chance was sent wide as well. 9:30 to go in the third period. 30 seconds to go on the power play. This is dumped down. Beacons have enough time for one more rush.
Very frustrating. Frustrating as a forward. These power play units just have not been able to solve the goaltending today.
Matt Meisenbacher and John Scooters here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. But today, has a chance in front, another save, a great opportunity for UMass Boston on the one-time chance. But Peacock denied yet again this time as Evangelista continues to shine. The power play is over. The Beacons are 0 for 6. Peacock overskated the puck as she got it from her wood to her skate, but was unable to maintain possession. 9 minutes to go. Jane Ann Drill, we are evened up 5-on-5. Matt, that was the 38th save of the day for Evangelista on 38 shots. And the 1-1 tie that she played in earlier, she made 43 of 44 saves. She has now stopped 81 of 82 shots on the season.
An incredible rate. You see goaltenders, you hear about goaltenders that are hot, quote unquote, and we're seeing that today. She's been seeing the puck very, very well, and these are the types of cases where you've got to find a way for what I like to call get a greasy one. Bounce, a tip, a redirect, take her eyes away, a screen, whatever you want to do. You're not going to beat her with a direct shot today, it seems.
Gallucci out there with Drill, not common line mates. At least not even strength, as Drill will send it off the near side boards. Nice play as Beauregard, one touch, and even better play as she gets it to Peacock. She's outnumbered 1-on-5. Rachel taking it herself, tried to toe drag. A little too pretty there as Rylie Kirk's able to poke it away.
Yeah, didn't have much of an option. 1-on-4 there, just trying to create.
Less than 8 minutes to go. Beacons trailing 1-0 despite severely outshooting the visiting Huskies of Southern Maine. Near side, Adamy hands it off for Edie. Moritz has Adamy with her. Edie Moritz got poke check, keeps possession, tries to take a high-rising shot from a tough angle. That one sails against the far side boards. Morissette pokes it to the point. Adamy gets it from Gallucci. A deflection in front attempt there from Moritz on the shot from Adamy. Never got wood on it. Another chance, Adamy looking for the deflection in front, trying to find Lund to the far side, short side post, but Lund didn't get her stick on it.
Yeah, I like the idea. I really like the idea. That was prime for a redirect.
Near side, Morissette unable to control it as Amanda Picnic connecting here with Colbert. 7 minutes left in regulation. Beacons now trailing 1-0 on the goal from Rylie Binette. And the Beacons trying to break out. For Binette, that is her second goal of the campaign. Here's Morissette with a shot. Good aggressive stick check by Simmons. Deflects it wide. Beacons getting fresh legs at forward. Harris emerging as well as Kozic. That one dumped all the way down. Should be icing. And it will be. No, they're going to wave it off at the last second. The ref had the official in her mouth.
I don't understand that call at all, John. I really don't. And you totally threw off the Beacons there. I don't understand how that wasn't called icing. Very, very strange.
And neither can Dom Losey as she looked over at Alex Carlos and laughed just to stop from crying. 6:15 to go.
That was very bizarre. Don't understand why that call was made.
Now they'll call it as Gallucci just slams it into the board, showing frustration. Clearly, Gallucci, the official, had the whistle in her mouth and her hand up, ready to call icing on the previous play. Gallucci let up on it, and then they didn't call it.
Yeah, I wish I had an answer for you there. I didn't understand that one, but nevertheless, Beacons on an icing here. 6 to play, and the clock becomes your enemy. Very shortly, I think if not already, Southern Maine is going to do the old dump and chase and just try to work this clock. Their goaltenders played good all day. I wouldn't expect them to try and risk as this puck gets close to the net. To try anything too cute. I think they're going to try to work the clock here.
Get a whistle here as Evangelista got her glove on it and then got her glove ripped off by the sticks. As with 5:56 to go, it was Beauregard and Peacock fighting for UMass Boston.
Now, these face-off plays have worked really well for the Beacons today. They've had some really good shots on goal off these set plays, and I think if there's one chance for them to really generate something, it's off these face-offs. They lose one here, but we'll have to see if they make some adjustments and try to dig a little deep into that playbook, try to come away with a face-off play that maybe you wouldn't otherwise.
If the Beacons lose this game, you're going to look, if you don't show somebody the final score and you just look at the statistics, Beacons out shooting the Huskies at least 3-1 at this point. They're winning the face-offs, I believe, by at least 10. As there's a chance in front for an opportunity from King. Another try never made its way through from the stick of Rachel Peacock as the Beacons continue to apply pressure but just cannot find the back of the net. When you look at the final stats, you'll say, well, UMass Boston easily won, right? Not so, my friend, as hockey's a fickle sport when you have a netminder that's as hot as Evangelista.
Certainly is. Certainly is. You ran into a good goaltender. There's still plenty of time. Still 5 minutes to play here. You start wondering, though, you've only got a couple shifts left from a coaching perspective. You got a handful of shifts here. You've got to use them wisely.
Erica Lund's blast denied by the pads of Evangelista with no one down there to pick up the rebound. Cleared out to the red line. Gallucci deflected by the stick of Flanagan, and now here's Morissette, and Jane has a chance. Oh, tried to go top shelf, but missed high and wide.
Oh, just missed. Just missed by a couple of inches there.
Now another chance for Edie Moritz, dangling far side circle, but too many sticks in the lane, and she was not able to get all the way through. Now coming back the other way with it's Jensen Hamblett. Hamblett had some help from number 8, Carice Flanagan. Instead, she loses it back behind the net. Gallucci tried to go far side, but Ariel couldn't clear, and now second chance for Edie Moritz is true as it's dumped all the way down blue line to blue line. Brianna Doty sending it through, and this is going to be icing on the Huskies, so the Beacons will have another opportunity with an attacking zone face-off with 4:11 to go.
Now the question becomes, when do you use your timeout? And with 4 minutes here, again, I really like what they've done off these face-offs. You got to start to wonder. You only get one in this sport, so you wonder, is Coach Losey thinking about using it pretty soon? There's no guarantee you're going to get another whistle. I think you're safe with 4 minutes, but pretty soon, once it gets around to that 3:30 mark, you start thinking about using it as a shot on goal there.
What a play by Leffler. Won the face-off to herself and from her knees took the shot, but That's a tough way to get good accuracy, as it was denied short side by the netminder Evangelista. Here is Kozic trying to will the Beacons back into a draw. We were tied at 0 for much of this game before the tie-breaking goal by Rylie Binette. Her second straight game against UMass Boston with a goal, as she and the visiting Huskies lead 1-0. Leffler overskated it, then got it back. Leffler connects with Harris onside. Harris lost possession, though, as she's pressured by Simmons. And now coming back the other way with it is a Douglas. Douglas's shot partially deflected by Gallucci. Sticking it away was DePippo. And, close call there on a checking for the Beacons, as that was Harris going into Douglas. Now here's Doty with a shot blocked down in front by Gallucci. Another try blocked down by Ariel. Still the puck is loose on a net mel scramble, and the Beacons emerge from the fracas with possession. Here is Kozic. Kaylee Kozic, the freshman, backhand just wide near side past the glove as she tumbles down on the far side circle.
Yeah, defense forced her to her backhand there. Beacons with a little bit of pressure.
Overskating the puck there was the defender, Adamy. Adamy gets it back into the zone, onside. King had it, lost it. Adamy from her knees gets it to King. King's got a man short side. It was Peacock, but she didn't see her and couldn't get the puck to Rachel.
Yeah, you called it, John. She was wide open. Peacock was wide open on the back door there, just couldn't get the puck to her.
2:35 to go. Beacons running out of time. Here comes Adamy over the blue line. The freshman from Buffalo, New York. Pulls it back, tries to go down into the corner rather than going back to Beauregard at the point. Peacock gets possession. We'll see when they decide to pull Alyssa DePippo, who's still maintaining her positioning between the pipes on the far side as Adamy turns it over. Setting up a rush for Scheidegger, cut off by Jane Andrew. Good play by Jane. And now the Beacons coming back, catching them on a line change. King trying to center it for Peacock this time, and this time it wasn't there. 120 seconds left, 2 minutes. Morissette on a fresh line change comes in, blocks the clearance pass. Morissette backhanded for Peacock. 1:55 to go. DePippo to the bench. We have 6 skaters versus 5 in favor of UMass Boston, but a gaping chasm in the Beacons net the other way. Catching up to it is Gallucci. She has to avoid the harassment of the forechecker Mazzariello, and she does as she gets it back to Ariel. Ariel uses the boards. The Beacons have to get it out of the zone. They do, and now here's a chance with a 2-on-1. Harris has Lund. Harris gets the man down, couldn't find Lund, who was cutting towards her on the far side post. This one is going to be cleared, and that is going to get to the red line. A chance with the empty net to ice it, and that just sails just wide as attempting to ice this one, Katie Nolan. 75 seconds to go. Erica Lund back over. Beacons with the empty net, 6 attackers out there. Lund waiting for help, dumps it down right to the defender. That was taken by Butkus. Checking forward, Lund again pokes it away from Douglas and gets it back behind the net with 60 seconds to go. Harris sees it sent right in front, and Evangelista has to cover, and so an offensive zone face-off for UMass Boston.
Wow, Beacons are really fortunate here. They're going to get a chance to get a timeout. I thought the clock was going to expire, and where that was in the corner, I didn't think they were going to filter it towards the net. Fortunately for the Beacons, they did. They get to use that timeout, and 55 seconds here. Still 1-0 hockey game. Expect Coach Losey has to put her best. I think you got to go 5 forwards here. Perhaps, you throw a defenseman out there like Drill, like a Colucci, who's got some offensive prowess, but I really do think that you've got to go 5 forwards. I would. You got to win the draw and then throw as many people as to. Now, you have plenty of time, 55 seconds, so you can set something up where maybe we try to get a quick shot, tip, redirect, run that play a couple times before you try to set up and expand. Depends on what your coaching style is and what you look for here. Coach Losey drawing it up. Now, from a Southern Maine perspective, boy, oh boy, it's going to be tough. The biggest thing that coaches talk about in scenarios like this is know your assignment, know your man. Oftentimes when goals are scored, you'll notice somebody missed an assignment, somebody missed coverage, and that's where the goal ends up being scored. So Southern Maine got to remind, okay, let's make sure as we break huddle here, who's got who, what's my assignment, what's my zone, and if you can execute on that, it's simply just let's clear the puck, not even to the red line. Let's just get it out of our zone, hit it into the neutral zone, and start working that clock.
Matt, just a year ago, less than a year ago, the Beacons trailed 3-2 against Southern Maine at home. And an Edie Moritz goal with less than 15 seconds to go evened it up on a net mouth scramble, put the Beacons and the Huskies into overtime, where Jane Morissette will win it on a shorthanded breakaway. They'll try to make magic happen again, as the Beacons will send out, as you said, 5 forwards. The only defender being Ariel Gallucci. as the Beacons win the faceoff. Here's a chance. Beauregard with a shot save. Rebound loose on the far side as Harris settled it down. 50 seconds to go as Morissette going for Ariel. Ariel missed it. And now sending it in front, and that's going to be cleared down the ice. This is currently icing. Will it catch the line? It does. That's icing. So with 37 to go on the nose, a break for UMass Boston.
And that's huge as well. I thought that had a chance. We were both looking at it there, John. We thought that might have a chance to get stalled, especially late in the period. You hit one snowbank, the puck hits one of them, and all of a sudden it dies. And fortunately for the Beacons, it goes all the way down. Still 37 seconds here.
Morissette, Moritz, Lunn, who has led the team in shots today, and the Beacons can't keep it in off the faceoff win. Harris also out there, and Beauregard as the Beacons no-look feed, and then delayed offsides as Morissette got in front of it with 25 seconds to go. They have to start getting over this line here.
Yeah, too many bodies. Yeah, too many bodies. Got to throw it in here, girls.
Dump and chase at this point, and they are onside. Here is Harris. Harris with 13 to go in front. Beauregard sends it just wide, short side, as she had it with an opportunity on that wicked wrister. Beacons onside in front, knocked down by Harris with 5 seconds to go. Player falls on top of the puck, and that, my friends, is how the Beacons will fall to the Southern Maine Huskies by the final score of 1-0 this afternoon. A game UMass Boston dominated with the exception of taking 6 power plays, but in the end, they go down thanks to Evangelista, and Southern Maine wins it by the final of 1-0.
Yeah, goaltending the difference. No question about it. Goaltending was the difference here today. I think Alyssa DePippo played absolutely excellent. She had one blemish on the record, and unfortunately for her, it was enough to take the loss. I think, boy, oh boy, Evangelista, her shot totals, the way she played today, she stymied this Beacons offense. And unfortunately for the Beacons, their opening weekend, they start 0-2. Worst case scenario for this squad, but boy, they ran into a hot goaltender today.
The final tally unofficially is 43 shots to 14 in favor of UMass Boston, stopping all 43. The senior from North Smithfield, Rhode Island, Brittany Evangelista. That means that she has stopped 43 shots in back-to-back games to begin her senior season, stopping 43 of 44 in their opener in a tie 1-1, and now stopping 43 of 43 on the road against the against the UMass Boston Beacons. So what a performance by Brittany Evangelista as the Beacons go down 1-0 to the Southern Maine Huskies. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll wrap it up with a bow, give you the final stats, and much, much more. Get you ready for the men's game, which coverage should get underway in about 1 hour's time. For Matt Meisenbacher, I'm John Skudras. We'll be back here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Psychology is about understanding the individual and understanding the mind. The main reason why I want to combine psychology and business degrees is because I want to understand the business decisions that are made. I'm Nurçin Çelebi. I'm from Turkey originally. I'm a senior at the 5-year BA to MBA program at UMass Boston. I think in management the biggest mistake you can make is to not listen. So I want to be able to step into a company and say, here's what you're doing now, and here's how you can improve it. I moved here when I was 16 for high school. Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well, and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me. I wanted to be able to improve myself. I wanted to be able to try new things, and I think UMass gave me a really good head start on that.
What do we mean when we say UMass is here for a reason? We mean that the 5-campus UMass system is the only public research university that the people of Massachusetts established to create better futures for themselves, but also for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a whole. It's a university that educates 73,000 students every day and graduates 17,000 graduates every year. We are the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We're one of the state's 3 major academic research engines: research that saves and improves people's lives, and research that drives the innovation economy of Massachusetts. We provide services and economic opportunity to every region of the Commonwealth. The noted historian David McCullough once said that 2 great concepts, university in Massachusetts come together in only one place, and we are very aware of how fortunate we are to bear the name, the University of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are truly here for a reason, and that recognition inspires us and drives us every single day.
Beacons on the track! Beacons on the track!
My name is Tyler Hart.
Beacons on the track!
Being on the track and field team here is greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a bond with people who are training with you. You know, it's like a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor, for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have a hereditary disorder known as amblyopia.
There we go.
It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years, and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Welcome back to the broadcasting booth. Along with Matt Meisenbacher, I'm John Skudras. Tough game today for UMass Boston as they go down by the final of 1-0 against Southern Maine. And Matt, never the way you want to start. 0-2 in the conference, 0-2 at home to begin your home doubleheader slate. And the Beacons, well, they did everything they wanted to do. They outshot the Huskies by almost 30, and yet they lose the game. What can you really say about a game like this?
Boy, these are tough. I mean, the hardest part is when you go into the locker room and you start talking and looking to the player next to you, and it's like, what did we do wrong? To not score a goal here on day 2 of your homestand, just really tough. And especially I think the biggest thing that I saw there with the Beacons was there was just a sense of frustration that settled in there in the third period. It was pretty evident. They, especially in those 2 power plays they were gifted, just weren't doing enough. There was no sense of urgency that you typically see when a team is like, boy, we've got a good goaltender today. We're going to have to figure out a way to get one past. And I just didn't see that. I think it was too little too late. They had some really good pressure, and you saw that spark there, late in the period. But at that point, it was just not enough. And a team that walks in here, Southern Maine, heavily relying on their goaltender. But, boy, it came through for them today. They walk out of here with 2 points.
They certainly do. As you take a look at the final team statistics, brought to you by Select Demo Services, LLC. UMass Boston out shooting the Huskies 43-14, but it was all Brittany Evangelista. She dominated today. In face-off, the Beacons won 28 of 48. And, of course, power plays. Nobody had success on the power play. 0 for 4 for the Beacons, 0 for 5 for the Huskies. It was a ugly power play day for both of these squads. And if you're Coach Dom Lozzi, You'd hate to say, you know, we were beaten by a better goalie because you had 4 power play opportunities, then you had the 6-on-5 at the end, and it seemed just the passes just weren't crisp. There was hesitation. And what are you saying to your team now, and what are you working on this week to get set for next week?
I think you go 0 for 4 in your opening weekend, and you've got to strike a chord that no one's job is safe. I think you've got to go back. You come back into practice next week, and it's all about, you know, earning your spot all over again. Really unacceptable to not be able to get a point, especially early on the season. You know, late in the season, you go 0 for 4 at home. Can be due to injuries, can be due to matchups, but when you're coming in, you know, fresh like that to really, you know, especially the second day, not put up a goal, really tough. So from a coaching perspective, I think you have to go in there this week and jumble the lines, move some players up, move some players down, let it be known that, you know, we're not going to stand for this, and we're going to, you know, create a winning program here. Losing 2 at home this early in the season just won't be stood for.
Beacons fall to 1-3 overall, 0-2 in the New England Hockey Conference. Big win for Southern Maine, meanwhile. They're 2-1 with 1 tie, but 2-0 to begin their conference slate in 2018-19. Let's take a look at the 3 stars of the game. Brought to you by Pantry Pizza in Dorchester, located just minutes from campus. Come on down for delicious pizza, calzones, subs, salads, and more, all at an affordable price. And of course, our first star of the game, how could it be anyone else? Brittany Evangelista, 43 shots on 43 saves. That's now 86 saves on 87 shots in her first 2 games of the year. So starting her senior season off the right way as she is channeling her inner Matt Meisenbacher with days like this.
Maybe at practice.
Absolutely. As Rylie Binette got the only goal, the game-winning goal, that came on a breakaway in the 3rd period. She scored, of course, the go-ahead goal last year that the Beacons were eventually able to break and win in overtime. Not so here in 18-19. And Erica Lunn, you know, we're going to give her the 3rd star of the game. Nobody else really stood out for Southern Maine, so we figured the best player out there for the Beacons that wasn't a goaltender deserved it. Erica led the team with 8 shots. She was an even at 0 ±. She was really in all the action. She wasn't able to finish. We saw a couple of breakaways in the 2nd period, 2-on-1s, where the first one she missed on a pass, the other one she took the shot and was blocked down in front. Last year we saw an emergence from Erica Lunn a little bit. She had 4 points, 2 goals in 28 games, but now she's lining with Morissette and Moritz. A lot more expected out of her. She didn't get a point today, but she did get a lot of action.
No, it wasn't all negative. I mean, I think you'll go back to the tape and you'll take a look at what some of the things you did well. I thought the face-offs looked pretty good. And there were some, you know, individual players that looked good, but as a unit just wasn't up to par. Didn't do enough to get a win, especially when you have a goaltender that's playing that well.
Absolutely. I want to thank our production team for coming along here today. Our producer, Gigi Braga. Our directors, Gigi and Kelly Danahy. On color commentator, of course, my man Matt Meisenbacher. Our sideline reporter, Seth Orensky. We didn't use him today. Seth was a little busy handling some of the technical issues we were having. Probably have him for the men's game. And our camera operators, Kyle Penny, Brittany Perkett, Nana Anama, and Gianna Salemi. For Matt, I am John Skudris. Good night, good luck, and good hockey. We'll see you next time right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Good afternoon and welcome to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Along with Matt Meisenbacher, I am John Skudris, getting you set for the second half of our hockey doubleheader on a cold and dreary Saturday in Boston in November. The UMass Boston Beacons men's team looks to continue what has been an outstanding start to their season, 3-0 overall, as they take on a familiar foe in the New England College Pilgrims. And Matt, just last year, this Beacons team took on the Pilgrims 3 times, including once in the conference tournament, went 2-1 against them, winning in the regular season up in New Hampshire, and then losing at home in the regular season before winning in the conference tournament 5-3. A team they're familiar with, but a team that's given them fits in the past.
Yeah, coming into this game, and you take a look at the roster, I was joking with the coaching staff, it seems like we're playing over in Sweden today. A good majority of these folks, or these kids rather, from Sweden. So it's a different style of hockey, and I think last year we saw not as much of a European presence, but they threw some things at this UMass Boston team that really they had to make mid-game adjustments. It was a battle, and I think most games have been that way. There won't be as physical, I don't think, as we saw last night against the Huskies. But it'll be very interesting. You know, there's no way to scout these kids. There's no way to do most of the time you play against a team, and the coaching staff has some idea because a lot of times you've recruited the same kids, right? And you get some, you don't get some, so you kind of have an idea of what you're getting into. But with this squad, you take a look at the roster, and if you get a second, Google it, because a lot of kids from a lot of different countries.
Yeah, Belarus, Sweden, Canada, all throughout the globe. They are the Pilgrims, after all.
Yeah.
Appropriately named with the way their roster is constructed. Now, the Beacons, meanwhile, they have come out of the gates blazing. They've started 3-0. They've outscored their opposition 23-7, and just last night got a big victory over Southern Maine.
Yeah.
What did you see last night that you liked from UMass Boston?
Well, the offense, it's in mid-season form. Usually at this point in the year, there's a lot of mistakes, stuff that just, whether it be chemistry or getting used to systems, just stuff that you have to kind of, you grin and bear it. It wasn't the case last night. 6 goals and obviously 9, and then before that with Wentworth. So 15 in 2 games. I think any coaching staff will take that. The discipline was still a factor. And in talking to the coaching staff after the game, really was disappointing to see a night where clearly the game was to be yours. You're up big in the third period, and you continue to take penalties. So I think that will be addressed today. No lineup changes for the Beacons, but definitely I think going to be a lot shorter leash than what we saw yesterday.
We'll see what today's game has to hold as the Beacons look to improve to 4-0 on the regular season and 2-0 in the New England Hockey Conference. I alluded to the fact that these teams played 3 times last year, including once in the conference tournament. Let's take a look at highlights of UMass Boston's victory over the Pilgrims from the NEHC tournament a year ago, right here on the pregame show on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. We get set for the opening face-off between New England College and UMass Boston. Let's take a look at the team stats here on the pregame show as to the two teams line up on their respective halves of the ice for the national anthem and the announcements of the starters. UMass Boston, an astounding 7.5 goals per game, allowing just one compared to 3.5 and 3 for New England College. On the power play, the Beacons almost 38% clip compared to 22 for New England College in just 2 games. Both teams playing solidly on the penalty kills. Both teams are also shooting the puck at an astounding rate. The individual leaders for both of these clubs, Nolan Redler leads the way with 4 goals for the Beacons, picking up where he left off a year ago. Garrison Santapass in second with 3. Zach Bross leads the way in assists with 4. Albano and Skinner tied with 3 for second, and Redler and Bross leading the way in points with 5. Meanwhile, for the visiting New England College Pilgrims, the native of Belarus, Nikita Pintasov, leads the way in goals with 2. They have 5 players with 1 goal apiece. Fries and DeBlois each have 2. Andreas Zollner also has 2 assists. And in points, they are evened up 3-3. Let's take a real quick look at the starting goalies for this afternoon's affair. For UMass Boston, Bailey McBurney making his 3rd start, and Bailey's been outstanding, allowing just 1 goal a game. He does have a shutout, 2-0 record. Anthony Puplow making his 2nd start. He was phenomenal in his first, a .946 save percentage and a 1.85 GAA. Both players wearing number 1. Both players are goalies. Actually, Puplow, I believe, listed as 31. We may have that wrong up there. Either way, both are juniors. Both are looking to come away with a solid performance for their teams today. Matt, anything stick out to you when you're taking a look at this goalie matchup? Puplow, the backup to Shoe, typically 7 inches shorter than him. That may bend in the Beacons' favor.
Yeah, a little bit of height. I watched him a little bit in warm-ups. He seemed to be one of these goaltenders that's really positional. He tracks his angles well and seems to challenge shooters. We'll see if that remains true as we get ready for the national anthem.
We're going to go to a commercial break, and we come back. Opening face-off between New England College and UMass Boston.
Beacons on the track! Beacons on the track!
My name is Tyler Hart.
Beacons on the track!
Being on the track and field team here is the greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a bond with people who are training with you. You know, it's like a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor, for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have hereditary disorder known as amblyopia.
There we go.
It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. John Scudris along with Matt Meisenbacher. It'll be Bailey McBurney against Anthony Puplow. And Matt, when we were getting ready for this season, we had that EHL exhibition affair we did together. We were talking about the goalies and the uncertainty of the goalie situation and whether Bailey McBurney, who struggled at the end of last year, including in the postseason, would get the nod. He has, and he has taken the reins.
Yeah, he looked great. Again, we talked about it yesterday. Statistically, probably doesn't stand out to you much from last night, but I think the way he's played, he looks very comfortable in the net. And that's the one thing I think most coaches will tell you. They need a goaltender that looks secure, that looks safe. They have things under control in the net, and I'm getting that with McBurney right now. We saw it last night. He's going to need it here tonight. From what I understand about this NEC team, they do love to fire pucks, so should be a high shot total tonight.
New England College coming in 1-0-1. UMass Boston coming in at 2-0. Give me 3-0. This isn't updated from last night, the sheet I'm looking at. Like, that doesn't look right. 3-0. UMass Boston with their top line out there, Bross, Redler, and Peters, as they get set for the opening face-off. They are 2-0, 3-0 including the exhibition. I correct myself as UMass Boston wins the opening face-off, dumps it all the way in. Beacons right now looking to get the early advantage. If you tuned into our women's broadcast. The Beacons women's team never were able to score a goal against Southern Maine. The Beacons will try to get it done early. They're going against the second line of Adam Zollner, Connor Inger, and Andreas Zollner. The duo, brothers from Sweden, Varnamo, Sweden, to be correct, as we have icing on the Beacons. You ever been to Varnamo, Sweden, Matt?
I haven't had the chance. I do plan, hopefully one day, to pay a visit. But yeah, the Zollner brothers, and they caused fits for the to take a phrase you used last year against this Beacons team. They really, I believe, had multiple points in their outings here and away against the Beacons, and so they're the only ones that strike a chord with us. I think a lot of new names here for this NEC team.
There certainly are. We'll hear a lot of them today as the New England College Pilgrims look to get their first win in the New England Hockey Conference on 2018-19. Beacons looking to get their second, having triumphed over Southern Maine a day ago. UMass Boston, the attacking zone. It's the freshman Chris Peters, former member of the EHL, who played the Beacons a year ago in the EHL All-Stars exhibition affair. Now he's manning center on the top line between Redler and Bross. How's that for a jump as Regnart dumps this one in. Deflected off the glove of one of the defenders. That was Josh Chamberlain out of Spokane, Washington, a freshman. That almost backfired as it trickled towards the net. Santa passes line out there for the Beacons. Knackbauer and Skinner with him. In the corner, Garrison sees it poked out to the far side of the point. That blast in front. Good save made by Anthony Puppo as Puplo makes his first save, or second save of the day after the initial block earlier.
Really liked this line yesterday for the Beacons. The second line of Knackbauer, Santa pass. And I'm trying to see, did they change it up or is it still, yeah, okay, it's still Skinner. So kept that line together, and I really liked it yesterday. Should see more of them today.
Skinner had an assist yesterday as Santa Pass had himself a nice day, including his third goal in 2 games this season. Garrison, a guy who came in with a lot of hype as a freshman, missed most of his sophomore year due to injury, bounced back with 11 goals in 27 games a year ago. Looking for more in his senior year as that's covered up by Bailey McBurney with Connor Freeze. Bearing down on him, 18:02 to go, first period action. Face-off coming in the Beacon zone.
Very early on here, coaching staffs just getting their lines formulated, letting everyone touch the ice. And, you know, one of the things that people might forget, quick turnaround here in the NEHC. You play Friday night and then Saturday afternoon, so less than 24 hours later as McBurney deflects this one up into the netting. You have less than 24 hours to recover. So a big thing in this league is making sure from a coaching perspective that you're not waiting too hard on, you know, one line, giving them too many minutes, because obviously later as this game goes on, stamina will become an issue.
Face-off one back again, this time to Martin Holland, native of Stockholm, Sweden, as that one is loose in front, and a whipping shot taken there from Nicholas Potvin, a Quebec native, as that one sails wide. Beacons trying to clear the zone. They have their third line of Sifferlin, Bryant, and Riley out there for Peter Belisle, as the Beacons will try to stay disciplined in their own zone. Sifferlin laying the lumber there in order to boost the puck forward. Now the Beacons motoring through neutral ice as Bryant's shot whistles wide. That one coming all the way back to the blue line. Albano sends one into the corner, just wide to the far side. That one denied on a blast there from Gabe Chuckrin, the team's captain. Of course, NEC had to play a real tough Babson team on the road last night in a back-and-forth affair as the Beacons see Chuckrin almost turn this over in neutral ice. Gets it back to Albano. This dynamite top pairing of blue liners will look to continue to lead the charge as this one whistles behind the net. Dakota Keene, backhander, comes right into the slot, near side. What a save! They score! Nick Albano has done it again. His first goal of his sophomore year, his 9th of his career, and the Beacons jump on top first. I think the denial was made initially, but it trickled through. It's 1-0 Beacons.
Well, one of the things that makes Albano so great is just his ability to read the play. And one of the things, you look at offensive defensemen, and sure, they can join the rush, and they might have a great shot or a great passing ability, but boy, Albano just has a knack for finding the soft spots on the ice. We'll show you here in the replay. It's almost like he knew this puck was coming to him and just fires this thing blocker side before the goaltender really even had a chance to set. That's a great shot by Albano, but the thing I like there, John, is his ability to read the play as he comes right back in the zone looking for more.
Absolutely. Beacons smell blood in the water here as the Pilgrims ship may be sinking early, but the Beacons obviously want to play disciplined. As we've said and said in the pregame show, discipline's been an issue. Fourth line remains out there. That was a great effort by the fourth line to get that goal. And what a pass. We'll get you the replay at the next whistle to find Albano wide open to set up the goal as the Beacons watch as the Pilgrims counter. Cross-ice feed is off the mark, and coming back now, UMass Boston leading the way Carter. Carter backhanded in front, no one was home. It whistles all the way to the far side, taken in there and motoring back behind the net with possession, and then right back in front, a chance, and then dicking a big check right in front of the net. There was Zach Bross as he was leveled looking for the shot, and then comes back looking for more himself.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He was trying to protect the puck as best he could, and unfortunately for him, opened himself up to that hit. He seems to be fine, though.
Back behind the net it comes for Brian Carter. Sends it far side, Redler. Redler trying to saucer that, looking for some help in the form of Bross. No icing, Bross all the way down there. Takes the hit, as going into him with the shoulder was Nicholas Rain. As that one will eventually be cleared out to the red line for Regnart to take care of. Sends it far side, and the Beacons will slow things up with number 23, Chris Peters, the freshman, getting it to Redler. Redler looking to connect with Bross right through the wickets. That sets up a rush the other way now. With possession, William Reese. Reese's shot whistles just wide. That one eluded the glove of Bailey McBurney. That one shot up in the air just in front of the blue line like a mortar as it whistles down into the corner to be taken in by number 24, Keenan Hasse. Hasse sending it far side. Another chance for Reese. Deflected. We're going to get a penalty here. First of the day, and it'll be on UMass Boston. So the Beacons will go shorthanded momentarily. Extra attacker on the ice, but it is touched up by UMass Boston. And so with 14:54 to go, first power play of the day for the Pilgrims.
And Bross is going to go, and he took a couple hits there, that shift, didn't he? Just seemed like every time he touched the puck, he was either taking a hit or a counter hit, and he's going to get a minor penalty here. We'll see the Beacons penalty kill for the first time today, but not something. I don't think that's a penalty that necessarily gets chalked up as a bad one. I think, there is, listen, any coaching staff will tell you there's leeway. It's not like you got to be clean every single night. It's when you start 5, 6, 7 penalties a night is where you really start to wonder, is this an issue for our team?
Saw the special teams numbers on your screen moments ago. Beacons have allowed just one power play goal so far, but they have gone shorthanded an awful lot considering it's just their third game of the year. Shorthanded here, an opportunity. Beacons motoring up. It's Chakra, and he fires that one right into the breadbasket of the netminder, and the denial is made by Puplo, the native of Shirley, New York.
Well, pretty smart play there for the captain. Just coming down the wing with speed. He had a shooting lane, and I think there, smarter move. Maybe you try to shoot if you've got an angle. Maybe you try to bury one, but if you don't, bury it into the chest. Let the goaltender create the whistle. Now you've got a face-off all the way down into your opponent's end, and more time off that clock for the penalty kill.
Absolutely. 22 seconds off the 2-minute minor to Zach Bross, who's thrown his weight around that last shift. Eventually got called for something as that one is sent all the way down into the corner. Patrick DeBlois chasing after it. Now into the corner on the far side for Nikita Pintasov. Pintasov faces the wrath of Regnart in the corner as the Beacons see Jack Rylie siphon it off the glass and out of the zone. Chasing after it unsuccessfully was Sifferlin. Tyler had 2 goals in a game against these Pilgrims last year, as he's shown success against NEC. Back out there on the penalty kills, the Beacons clear.
And you folks might see on your computer screens at home, there's a little bit of glare on the far side in the Pilgrim zone. You'll see it right here as they break out. That glare is relevant as a player, or a skater or a goaltender. It does create a little bit of a different look, so something to be cognizant of here. It should go away shortly, but something to be cognizant of. I remember playing here, and that's something that no goaltender really likes to see. You lose the puck for a half second, that can be the difference.
Nicholas Ryan's shot from the point was deflected wide of Bailey McBurney's crease. Turning back into the zone is Andreas Zollner. Zollner back to Ryan. Ryan takes the shot, a screen in front in the form of Connor Inger, but the denial made by McBurney with 23 seconds to go on the power play.
I like the way the Beacons are setting up here. The Pilgrims with a pretty standard power play look, and Beacons not allowing them too much time and space. Anytime they get into an area where they looks like they might shoot that puck, there seems to be at least one guy attack, and then both defensemen crashing in front to make sure that their goaltender doesn't get pestered any further.
Stevie Bryant won the face-off, but it was won right into the grasps of number 19, Connor Inger, and his chance to find Zollner in front missed the mark. Comes all the way down. 10 seconds to go on the Bross minor. He is on his feet, ready to pop out at any notice, as this one is going to be taken over the red line by Connor Freeze, who sends it backhand near side, taken in, and then going down to took us into the boards was number 14, Adam Zollner. Power play is over. Beacons kill it off. 1 for 1 on the penalty kill today. Good check there, leveled by UMass Boston's Stevie Bryant. Far side for Zollner. Zollner trying to go back to the point. Getting his stick on it was Holiday, and then he goes right into the body of the defenseman to take him out of the zone. 12.5 to go, first period action. Evened up 5-5. Beacons leading it 1-0 as Holiday gets the puck, clears it down. Good play. Beacons getting fresh legs.
Yeah, smart play by Holiday there. Selfishly, probably could have taken that, try to create a scoring opportunity. Instead, just dump it in, get a change. It's a smart play.
Beacons got the top line out there. Peters, Redler, and Bross. As it's dumped in by Regnart. Behind the net, Puplo allows his defenseman Walsh to siphon it near side. Taken in momentarily by Holland. Holland turns it over, though, with possession. Almost able to squeak through was Bross, and then he goes right into the forward and tumbling over like a domino is Daniel Bergqvist as the physicality continues to ramp up here in the first period.
Yeah, Burnquist's hurt. He's getting a change. Couldn't tell, maybe hip, knee, something on his leg, but a big hit by Bross there.
Zach Bross is using his size as there's Nolan Redler, despite not having the size advantage, taken down number 24, Keenan Haase. Now coming the other way off the check, and then, a hook coming up.
Yep.
And I believe that should be on the visiting Pilgrims, as after losing control of the puck, just wrapping his stick around, UMass Boston's Chris Peters was number 12, William Reese.
Yeah, Reese is going to go on the hook. It's
Mike Whitehair, the senior.
Whitehair going to go, but either way, a 2-minute minor on the hook, and we'll see the Beacons power play for the first time today. Now, yesterday, good puck movement. One of the things I really liked with this squad, we had all 5 forwards skating, whether they had the puck or not. Let's see if they carry that over into today.
Second unit begins because the top unit was out moments ago on even strength. Chukrin near side for Carter. Pitch and catch D to D. Far side Gabe back to Brian. One-timer blocked down. Luckily for the Beacons, trickles right to Knockbauer near side circle. Knockbauer backhands it behind the net. Back to the point. Chance there for Rylie. Blocked down. Carter. Far side for Chukrin. One-time chance. Carter. Deflection in front by Knockbauer. That one whistles wide. Daniel had a goal against these Pilgrims a year ago, as he looks to continue a fine start to his 2018-19 campaign. Daniel with 2 points in 2 games. He also had a couple of goals in their exhibition affair. Chukrin near side Carter. They have Jeff Skinner down low as Chukrin goes back to Carter. Already 50 seconds elapsed. There's Chukrin deflected just wide as it went off of one of the defenders for the Pilgrims past the far side post.
Great puck movement, great hustle by this power play unit. Still a minute to go here.
And still the second unit out here doing a good job. Chukrin, near side circle, Skinner down low. Peters, Knockbauer waiting, finds Chukrin off a deflection. Nice move by Chukrin to get around the D. Takes the shot, but a good play and a sacrificial play by Chamberlain to block it. Another chance for Rylie, high and wide. Halfway through the first period, 1-0 Beacons. Power play chance here as Chukrin sends it into the breadbasket of Puplo. Looked like he didn't know he had it at first, but he makes the denial with 36 to go.
He 100% looked behind him, John, and that one didn't miss by much. A great shot. That's a great power play there. Great power play by the Beacons. An unreal puck movement, a lot of speed. The difference being a lot of block shots, maybe 4 or 5 block shots there for the Pilgrims. That was the difference. Only 1 shot on goal registered.
Top line back out there as Albano gets the face-off win from Bross. Near side Redler. Redler waiting. Albano one-timer. That blast is denied by the waffle board and up into the netting with 26 seconds to go on the minor penalty.
And you see Redler and Albano talking about it there. I think they'll take that all day. If they're going to let Albano, who's one of the top offensive defensemen in this league, let alone conference, I think they'll give him that look all day. He can really fire it. You saw already today with a goal. Pilgrims might want to make some adjustments there when they see him on the ice.
Beacons win the face-off. Redler tried to backhand it to Bross in front of the net. It was deflected back behind. Redler now with possession. Motors all the way back to the point. Finds Albano. Nick checking the lanes. Near side Bross. Bross got a shot. He takes it. It's deflected up into the netting. 9 seconds still to go, so the Beacons will get one more face-off with the man advantage.
Yeah, it's too long. That's too long for Bross, and you see him talking with Albano there. He's probably letting him know, hey, either send that back to me or fire that on net. You can't wait. You set up the way you wanted it there. You had the coverage you were looking for. He sends that over to Bross. That's either got to go back to Albano or that's got to be on net quicker than Bross had there.
Bross looking to win this face-off. It's pivotal, and he does. Back to Chukrin. Chukrin near side Redler. Redler takes a shot. Tough angle. That one hit the back of the net. And then, Santa Pass using the body and sending the forward, number 23, Nicholas Rhine, down to the ice as he continues to smile out there as some of the Pilgrims are not happy with him.
Man, I love the way, you know who he reminds me of? Dustin Bufflin.
Yep.
He's just too big and too strong for a lot of these guys, and he knows it, and you can see there after the whistle, it's almost like he welcomes the guys over. Yeah, come on, take a shot. Gives me a right to give you one, too. Unfortunately, he's going off on a change, and this puck will come outside the zone, but just really like the way he plays, his physical presence, and every team needs a guy like that. The old enforcer role, it's evolved over the years, but I think he would fit that category.
Absolutely. The big 6'5" senior from Northbrook, Illinois, showing why he's one of the most feared forwards in the NEHC, as that one is sent up into the netting by Holiday. We'll get another face-off as the Beacons, with 9:12 to go, clinging to that 1-0 lead. Folks, as always, stay up to date with your UMass Boston Beacons athletics action by checking us out on all of our various social media avenues at UMass Beacons on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and so forth, and also at the Go Beacons app on the App Store or at iTunes, as the Beacons turn this over in the attacking zone, coming back the other way, dumping it all the way in before absorbing a check there was Nicholas Potvin. Less than 9 minutes left, first period action. Beacons trying to improve to 3-0 on the campaign. They're ranked 18th right now at the D3 level, coming into play today, as that shot from a tough angle on the near side boards by Potvin is denied by McBurney.
Yeah, tricky little save there. I don't think he got as clean a read on it as he would have hoped from that distance, and was still able to read the play as best he could, was able to gobble it up. 8:45 left here in the first.
The Pilgrims coached by Tom Carroll in his 17th season, assistants Travis Banga and Paul Vasquez. Beacons, of course, coached by none other than Peter Belisle, who has built this program into one of the finest in the region in his 13th year as well. Assistant coaches Corey Schneider and Tom Murphy. Near side chance, backhand by Sifferlin, blocked down in front. Beacons line of Sifferlin, Riley, and Bryant. More wet behind the ears than their other three lines, but has played very well so far in the campaign.
Beacons caught a break there. Could have been a 2-on-1. Went off the referee's skate.
Sometimes the Zebras help you out in ways you couldn't imagine. As that is Gallagher losing possession into the near side, or far side boards rather. He's out there along with Bono on this third line defensive pairing. A lot of experience between those two, as Sifferlin tried to break it the other way. Instead, it's taken by Riley. The Beacons are off sides, as coming up over in front of Sifferlin was Bryant, and we'll get a whistle.
Well, 7:57 here to go in the first period, and I think things have settled a little bit. The tempo coming out of the gate was very high, and we saw these teams were flying up and down the ice, and I think a couple penalties by both squads, and Beacons with a quick 1-0 lead. Things have kind of settled in here. This is more of what I expected.
Face off from neutral ice as Santa Pass, Knackbauer, and Jeff Skinner out there. Face off won, however, by the visiting Pilgrims, led by Mike Whitehair, who took the penalty a few minutes ago that they killed off. Knackbauer in his own zone. Drops it back. That pass through the slot. Dangerous play, but no one was there for the Pilgrims. Good pass from Santa Pass to find Knackbauer. Tips it back behind the net. Almost loses an edge, but goes into the boards, fighting for it there with Nick Rhine. The native of Calgary, Alberta, fighting along with UMass Boston's duo of Skinner and Knackbauer. This one almost turned over to Albano in a good shooting area, but poke checked out of harm's way smartly by Carlos Forniaris.
Beacons doing a great job possessing the puck. You'll hear coaching staff sometimes talk about managing the puck or working, you work hard to get the puck, and then what do you do once you have it? Well, the Beacons have done a really great job, and if they don't have anything, using those safety valves, using their D, or not being afraid if they're going to dump it into the zone, dumping it into an area where their forwards have a good chance to get it back. I've really been impressed with the way they've managed the puck today. Really limited the amount of times the Pilgrims have even touched the puck, let alone scoring opportunities. So maybe other than the one shot, the power play, that's pretty much been it for this NEC team thus far, and I think coaching staff for the Beacons has to be happy with the way they've managed the puck today.
Connor Fries, William Reese, and Keenan Haase out there for the Pilgrims at forward. Beacons countering with the top line of Ross Redler and Peters. Beacons trying to get into the attacking zone, but Redler taking an aggressive forecheck from Reese. Regnard at the red line, sends it all the way in, and then Reese takes him into the boards. Reese, a native of Charlottenland, Denmark. And we'll get a whistle And a stoppage at 6:45.
That's going to be a penalty. It's going to be a cross-check. We had the hit. I didn't really see that penalty all that much. If we're being honest here, a little bit surprised that was called. I didn't think that that warranted a call, but nevertheless, Reese will sit on the cross-check, and the Beacons will go back on the power play.
And just as I'm announcing the Charlottenland, Denmark native, he goes out and hits the sin bin for 2 minutes. So cross-check.
Some fun today with these town names, I would think.
Tell me about it. As the Beacons lose the face-off, but able to maintain possession in the attacking zone. Back to the point. Sent down low, Bross. Bross backhanding it back to Peters. Peters down low, now Redler. Redler near side circle, back to the point. Albano, but he could not settle it down and loses it out of the zone.
Yeah, the pass was on the wrong side. Another turnover here. No one there.
Yeah, absolutely. McBurney saw that. Good play by Billy to clear it out, but this is going to hurt the power play.
There's just no one there for Albano. He was looking to, we just talked about it, looking for a safety valve, and it just wasn't there. It came all the way down. You're right. Good play by McBurney.
Problem is, we're on the power play, so there's only one defenseman. Albano's the only one. There was no one else there to help him. As going into the boards there is Bross fighting for it with Connor Fries. Now here is Albano. Far side Bross. Bross takes the shot. Good save. Right leg, although it didn't look like at least Puplo saw the puck. That time it caught him. Santa pass behind the net, Redler. Redler trying to go back to the point for Albano, but it's knocked down and cleared well on a good play by Connor Inger.
Yeah, it's a tough pass there from Redler. I know what he's looking for. If he can get that puck up to the top, it creates a really good look for Albano, but a lot of bodies in the way there, and just not enough on that saucer pass.
5.5 to go, first period action. It's 1-0 UMass Boston. On the goal from Nick Albano, his first of the year, 9th of the sophomore's fine career so far. With possession for the Beacons, Knockbauer sends it all the way in by way of Carter. Carter gets there first, absorbs the pressure from Chamberlain. 2 Beacons, 2 Pilgrims, then emerging from it, Knockbauer back to the point. Chukrin waits, shoots, great save with the waffle board with 2 screeners in front by the netminder Puplo.
And a nice move by Chukrin to get that puck through. You might have noticed a little double clutch there. It's because he was waiting for his forwards to open up a lane for him to get that puck through, but a nice shot and a nice save.
As Rylie gets up over the blue line, 6 seconds left on the power play, and that'll do it. Now the Beacons might be in some sort of trouble here. Coming back the other way with it is Forniaris. He takes the shot, and a good save with the stick by the netminder McBurney as the Beacons will ice the puck and just catch their breath for a few moments coming off that power play in the rush the other way.
Yeah, rush coming down this end. The Beacons are fortunate. A little bit more of a connection on that pass, and it could have been a scoring opportunity for these Pilgrims, but they'll get called on the icing.
As we said, this is a team with players from all around. You have your typical hockey hotbeds of Quebec, Calgary. We've seen a lot of Washingtonians come in to Beaconville and beyond. Then you have Sweden, Belarus, where hockey is, of course, very big. And then you have Carlos Fornarius out of Miami, Florida.
Everywhere.
And natives of California and Pennsylvania. It's really quite diverse. They are Pilgrims in every sense of the word.
They've got a true, their scouting budget is almost as big as Alabama's, it seems.
Oh boy, and then turning it over is Chukrin. There's a chance in front. Oh, just whistles wide as looking up at the skies in disbelief is Pintasov. He had an open lane.
Oh, I can't believe he missed the net from that close in, John. He was right on top of McBurney there. He missed the net far side.
Another chance in front. That one eludes the stick of Carlos Fornarius. Has a bad turnover there. The duo of Chukrin and I believe it was Skinner. And now we're going to get a penalty on UMass Boston as we're going to get an elbowing call on the Beacons, and they'll be shorthanded for the first time today.
Well, the interesting thing here is the referee at center ice made the call, and Baker, the referee down, who was right next to the play, didn't see anything wrong with it. He kept play alive, and I guess a different angle told a different story as Chukrin's going to sit on the elbow, and we'll see this Pilgrims power play once again.
Not the finest shift of Gabe's illustrious career, the turnover and then the penalty, but I'm sure he'll use it as motivation the rest of the way. It's going to be 2 minutes for elbowing. And so the Pilgrims looking to even it up on the power play. Near side opportunity for Ryan. His pass in front deflected into the corner. Absorbing the body, Adam Zollner, and he pushes one of the Beacons out of the way in order to feed the puck near side. Beacons get possession, able to clear to the red line. Knocked down with the glove of Andreas Zollner, who backhands it to the far side boards in front of his bench. His brother Adam able to get it away and finds Connor Fries. Fries, however, is offsides. A delayed offside. Still offside are the Pilgrims. Then finally Zollner comes back towards the red line. Not the most Coordinated power play so far, but Andreas Zollner is over the blue line now. Tries to backhand it deeper, but two Beacons are waiting as the stick shatters of UMass Boston's defender up front. That was Pat Harrington, the freshman from Stoneham. Another chance here, Zollner right in front. That one whistles high and wide on a one-time chance for Nicholas Ryan.
Another look from the Pilgrims where they missed the net, and boy, the Beacons got to hit the reset button here. I like their tenacity. They'll clear this puck down, but they got to complete this change. A couple tired bodies out there.
Pilgrims right now have had a couple of scoring chances in the last 2 minutes, just missing their targets. Tell you what, it's a good thing that the Pilgrims they're named after didn't miss their targets. Well, actually they did. They were going after India. They ended up finding America. So it worked out for them, not so much so for New England College today, as that one is whistled around the net there and taken in as Holland sent it to be taken by Gallagher. Garrett finding Bross, and Zach will clear it with 25 seconds to go on the 2-minute minor to Chukrin.
Tenacity of the penalty kill has really been the difference here, and the Pilgrims seem to be doing it right in the zone entry, but once they get into the zone, really having a tough time setting up. As a turnover there in center ice, this should be going all the way back down, but Beacons just outworking NEC right now, and it's showing as the penalty is about to expire.
Penalty is expiring as I speak, and now the Beacons are evened up, and that's an icing. So a bad play off of an expiring penalty, and so the Beacons will get a golden opportunity here with 1:52 to go in the first period.
Yeah, a couple chances there from NEC where they just missed the net. You haven't tested the goalie really at any point thus far, and the Beacons team really came out with a lot of energy. What we saw yesterday, they are flying. A couple penalties, which we talked about, and other than that, pretty solid period here thus far.
Face-off won by Rylie. Quick snapshot taken from the blue line by Albano. Just kept it in the zone. Now behind the net. Beacons maintaining possession here. Stevie Bryant. Bryant all the way around. Back to the point. Chukrin fresh out of the box. Deflected in front by Sifferlin. But a good play as the netminder Puplo makes the save.
Yeah, he got a piece of it. Puplo with a good read. He was in the right position angle-wise to swallow that puck even with the redirection. And a good stop by him with 1:38 left in the period.
Bryant on the face-off, but he loses it. Good face-off win from Bergfist as Daniel sees his teammates try to break out, and they do. Bergfist gets it back, dumps it all the way in. It eludes both Chukrin and Albano with 85 seconds to go, 85 seconds rather, in the first period. Albano siphons it back to the point. Not out, though, and that one tipped the glove of McBurney off the blast from the point by number 17, Ryan Walsh. McBurney has had to make a couple of nice saves so far, though the Pilgrims missed from point-blank range twice in the last 5 minutes. Backhanded in front, a great feed on the no-look pass, connecting with number 22, Nicholas Potvin, but he was unable to get it through. Sifferlin clearing it with 52 seconds to neutral ice. Rylie deflected it, as did Bryant. Far side now into the attacking zone comes Reese. William Reese and the Pilgrims seem to have caught a second wind here in the last few minutes after that successful penalty kill. This comes back to the point for a chance, a high-rising shot wide by Maratea.
Yeah, Pilgrims really pressuring the Beacons here. And not a few, 25 seconds left here in this period. A failed clear there.
Oh, right in front. A deflection would have been solid from Haase. Haase takes the shot from a tough angle. Waffle boarded away by McBurney. Pilgrims looking alive here and well as they will try to pillage and plunder the final 10 seconds. Good stick work in front from Albano as there was a chance connecting with Keenan Haase on the near side post. 3 seconds to go, and the Beacons appear to have weathered the storm and survived the remaining minutes of this period. So, boy, oh boy. Yeah.
Wow,
Jinx twice in a row. That's how you know that it's obvious what's happening when both of us are on the same page like that.
The Beacons got pinned, absolutely pinned. For a solid, I would say, minute and a half, where they were just totally pinned in their own zone. You can see Coach Blyle very unhappy with his team in that final shift there in the period. And I'll tell you what, let's take a look back at some of those scoring opportunities. Now, they missed the net. But I think, let's assume that had they hit the net, I think we'd be singing a different story here. There were some grade A opportunities. Beacons are fortunate to walk out of here with a 1-0 lead, as late in that period they gave up some opportunities that I think probably could have ended up in the back of the net. But nevertheless, Albano with the goal early on, and the Beacons with a 1-0 lead after one.
Yeah, Nick's goal off a great feed. We'll get the highlights of that in a bit here on the intermission report. And since then, the Beacons have had a couple opportunities. And as you said, the final 60 seconds of that period, it seemed like the Pilgrims, off of that penalty kill where they were successful in doing so, kind of got a little more confidence back. We may see the things turn a little bit in the second period.
Yeah, without question, you know, and I think one of the things that they're doing, it seems, in the offensive zone is really looking to get that puck towards the net as soon as possible. Every time, whether it be behind the net or down into the corners, it seems like they're going to at least send one forward toward the net and just try to fire it, try to get it there. We saw a couple times where there were players left unattended, and had they hit the net, really good scoring opportunities. And fortunately for the Beacons, they missed. But a Pilgrims team that really only down one here, and I think you take a look overall at the period there. The first half probably belonging to the Beacons, second half probably to the Pilgrims.
The first half, as you said, the Beacons took the advantage and got the 1-0 lead. The second half, well, the Pilgrims may have found a new world as they have gotten close to evening up, but close is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades. We're going to go and take a break, take a look at highlights of the Beacons' win last night against Southern Maine right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. So UMass Boston Beacons with the big win last night over Southern Maine, looking to start out 2-0 in the New England Hockey Conference. Off to a solid start today through 20 minutes, 1-0 over the Pilgrims of New England College. Along with Matt Meisenbacher, I'm John Skudras. Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network as UMass Boston is looking to continue what has been a solid start to their campaign. And Matt, when we came into the year, a lot of questions abound. You know, not only, as we alluded to, with the netminder situation, but you're losing Colin Larkin, your key catalyst offensively. You're replacing him on the top line with a freshman in Chris Peters from Rochester, New York. Never played at the collegiate level. You're also inserting freshmen at the third line center, as well as, on defense, you have experience, but without some of the experienced guys you had a year ago, you weren't sure what to expect. So far, so good for Coach Belisle's club as he continues to prove he can mix and match like a puzzle and still get victories out of his club.
He'll find some stuff to nitpick. Very rarely does he come into a period and just give a round of applause. He'll find stuff he wants to fix, I'm sure. But no, I would agree with you. I think, and that's what's amazing there really hasn't been a downturn for this program in quite some time. I remember coming in, they were, middle of the pack at best, and really since then just continue to evolve in terms of their ability to recruit, ability to get guys like Chris Peters, Stevie Bryant. Last year we had Jack Riley, Zach Bross. There's just so many different forwards that seem to step in night after night. Jeff Skinner, another freshman. So it's a credit to the coaching staff and their ability to work these systems and get these kids acclimated, moving them up from a junior level to a collegiate level where everything just seems to be a little bit bigger, a little bit faster, and a little bit stronger. Absolutely.
Let's take a look at the scoring summary after 20 minutes. Only goal of the day so far scored by Nick Albano, his first of the year, his 9th career goal for the sophomore. It's been a big year for Nick. Obviously, his freshman year was outstanding, 8 goals as a freshman for UMass Boston, and then the assist on that one by David McGregor and Dakota Keene. That cannot... Oh, yeah, that is correct. Yeah, David McGregor and Dakota Keene as they got their first assists of the year on that goal. And that was the McGregor pass that was so outstanding to find Albano. But for Nick, what a year. He has that freshman campaign. He gets invited to the Bruins development camp, something you don't see really many college players, certainly not at the D3 level, do. And now here he is getting his first goal in 2018-19.
Yeah, and again, we'll break it down for you here in a minute on the replay, but his ability to just read the play and understand where he's best utilized on the ice, especially in the offensive zone, is something that's uncanny, and I think we've seen that now with a lot of different defensemen, but Albano seems to have that little extra knowledge of where the puck is going to be versus where it is now, and you saw there that on the first goal, a great pass from McGregor, but a better shot by Albano.
It's the Azusa, California native David McGregor getting his 19th career assist. Look at the first period statistics. Both teams even at faceoffs, 11-11. The Beacons just out shooting New England 9-7 with a couple of late shots and a flurry of opportunities from the Pilgrims in the waning moments. Both teams 0 for 2 on the power play. But you look at that, it looks like a close-fought game where it could go either way, and it certainly has been so far. Both teams getting some shots, both teams getting some saves, both teams right now getting their opportunities early on.
Yeah, without question, and a few missed opportunities as well. I think particularly to the NEC team. Beacons, that's one area they're probably going to want to tighten up. Hopefully we don't have to see the penalty kill too many more times today, but defensively, especially in their own zone, they seem to be missing some assignments. These players are rotating pretty quickly, and we saw a couple opportunities there where there was some blown coverage, but the Pilgrims weren't able to hit the net, and the difference being that Albano goal with a 1-0 lead going into the second period.
Take a quick look around Beaconville. A lot of action today around the UMass Boston athletic scene, and not a lot of good action so far, as yesterday the women's volleyball team season came to an end with a 3-1 loss in the LEC semis against Keene State. In the LEC championship today, the women's soccer team season also came to an unceremonious end, a 2-0 loss against top-seeded Western Connecticut State. Earlier today, women's hockey fell 1-0 to Southern Maine at home here on the BBN. And in the LEC semifinals, the men's soccer team season also came to an end at the hands of the Keene State Owls. Good week to be a Keene State fan as they triumphed over 2 Beacons teams in LEC tournament play. We look around the NEHC. The NEHC scoreboard, a lot of action going on today. Suffolk and Salem State postponed until a later date. Babson trying to come back from a battle yesterday in which they tied against New England College. They are up 3-1 on Southern Maine. Tough start to the year for Southern Maine, having to go up against UMass and Babson. Hobart and Norwich, the end of one, tied up at 0. That's a heavyweight battle if I've ever seen one. And Skidmore up in front of the Castleton Spartans 2-1 after one. But the clear one to point out there, Matt, is Hobart against Norwich. 2 top 12 teams, the teams that were picked to finish in the top 3 of this conference, dueling early.
Yeah, without question. And we knew as soon as Hobart joined this conference that they were going to be immediately top competitive team. You see that, as you said, a heavyweight battle today with Norwich. 0-0, end of one. We'll have to keep an eye on that score.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the highlights here. The first period, a period that saw the Beacons get the lead, but the Pilgrims try to answer back and miss a few golden opportunities. Matt, why don't you walk us through this, beginning first with the goal by Albano that got the Beacons started as they lead it 1-0 after one.
Yeah, take a look as we roll these replays here. The puck's going to come into the zone. You're going to see the goaltender goes to stop it here. You won't see Albano till the very end. He's going to shift as this puck comes over. That's McGregor there. Now watch Albano just right there. See the soft spot in the ice. And as a defenseman, very easy to stay at that blue line, let the forwards do the work. Instead, Albano creeps down, puts himself into a position where McGregor can get him the puck. As you said, a great pass through a seam, and then Albano finishes it blocker side, far side. That was only 3 minutes and change into this game, but a great goal by Albano to give his team the lead. And then more of the same. As we roll through this period, you're going to see, especially early on, Beacons were really firing pucks from everywhere. There's that one on the penalty kill that we talked about from Chukrin, where he was really just trying to work the clock there. And then down the other end on that same power play, a great save by McBurney here, as you're going to see this puck as it comes in here. Beacons a little bit passive there, and then a nice shooting lane from the blue line. This one comes through. McBurney's able to eat that one up, no rebound. And we'll take a look. Now Chukrin here, we'll take a look at McBurney flipping the puck. A nice little look there. But Chukrin on his way through, you see the nice little fake there to give himself just that extra. It really turned something out of nothing. Didn't look like much, and then that extra move there was able to shake the defender, get a shot on goal. A couple more saves here from Puplo as the Beacons continue to pressure, but it really switched to NEC here later in the period as you see the turnover here, and I still can't believe to miss the net on a 2-on-1 and on a turnover like that is pretty bad. I'm sure the coaching staff will address that in the NEC locker room. And then late in the period here, as time was winding down, just one more save here from Puplo as the shot will be taken from the blue line. That was the redirect we talked about on the way in. Puplo was able to still control and no rebound.
Yeah, that was Andreas Zollner, one of their top scorers, missing from point-blank range on the far side in the slot as he had an opportunity to even it up, but all for naught as the Pilgrims have missed their target here over and over in the first period as they'll look to get a little more accuracy on those shots, maybe take a little power off of them in order to benefit their precision. So UMass Boston leading at 1-0 after one. Let's take a look ahead and see what's coming up for the Beacons after this weekend. A big weekend for UMass Boston to start out 2-0 in the NEHC because next week, Matt, things get a little more difficult as they'll play host to Norwich on Friday. We'll be here for that one. Very excited to broadcast the Beacons Cadets battle. And then on Saturday, we'll be here as well for that battle against Castleton. But you know, the Beacons, those battles against Norwich, they're always physical, they're always fun, and we can't wait for it.
Oh, most certainly. And it's in Castleton, a team that has been really battling to, not too long ago, they were one of the top teams in this conference, someone that shouldn't be taken lightly.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a commercial break, and we come back, get you set for the second period of play as the Beacons lead the Pilgrims 1-0 right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you're primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
The players are back out onto the ice. Matt and I back onto the microphone as we are set for the second period of action here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. UMass Boston leading it 1-0 on the first goal of the 18-19 season for Nick Albano. They'll send out their top lines as they'll switch sides. Beacons in white jerseys, blue shorts moving right to left. And the Pilgrims of New England College in their black and red, or blue and red jerseys as they move from left to right.
We understand some technical difficulties perhaps on our stream, so we appreciate you bearing with us as we work through those.
The good news is it'll all be archived, so if you're listening to this later, Well, that's some Inception stuff right there, but it's also good to have you with us as the Beacons and the Pilgrims battle from Clark Athletic Center's Edward T. Berry Ice Rink. And honestly, Matt, I prefer to watch games at a later time. I never get to see the Eagles live because they're never on TV here. I get to watch them on Game Pass at a later time. I can skip through all the nonsense, Chris Collinsworth, all that other stuff that I don't want to hear, and I can just get right to the plays, and you can do that too. Just go to beaconsathletics.com and click on the video link on the box score as we have a icing and a stoppage here early on in the second.
Yeah, most definitely. I know perhaps with as many Swedes and Europeans on this team, perhaps being archived for a later day. I have no idea what time it is in Sweden right now.
But at least 6 hours ahead, so it's at least, 11 o'clock-ish over there.
Okay.
So, it's a Saturday. Maybe they're out at the old watering hole and watching Adam and Andreas Zollner, natives of Farnamo, Sweden, and I apologize if I'm butchering the name of that city. Nonetheless, they've had their chances today, and now they're looking for more here in the second. Behind the net, Albano backhands it to Nolan Redler. Deflection there by the freshman as Peters is able to poke it out to neutral ice. And then Redler gets sandwiched between two Pilgrims, tumbling over like the Mayflower after Columbus's voyage as there's a penalty coming up. The Beacons will head to the power play. Oh boy, Nolan Redler got absolutely sandwiched, and he is going to be feeling that one tomorrow.
Well, let's see here. It'd be interesting. Obviously a minor. And we'll see. I mean, the one thing with Redler, and we were talking to the coaching staff, I was talking to the coaching staff last night about this, is normally with bigger guys, and you see this, there's leeway there. They take a little bit of extra. But Redler seems to be a guy. He's only coming in at about 5'10", 5'11". He's listed at 5'7", but on skates you give him a couple extra inches there, and it's just amazing. He just doesn't seem to get the calls that a lot of other guys his size would, and he takes a seat there as the Beacons will go on the power play.
Okay, well, we're going to get you a replay of that when we get an opportunity because that was impressive. Beacons will ever head to the power plays. Adam Zollner is the guilty party. 2-minute minor. Chakrin takes a quick shot. That one deflected in front. Oh, somehow it didn't get in. As the combination of Puplo as well as the defenseman Maratea kept it out. Another chance in front, getting hit into the net was Knackbauer. It stayed on its moorings. Puck right back to Knackbauer in front. He misses near side post, high and wide.
Just missed. Oh, he was all alone in front there and just missed. But you said it. I don't think Puplo, the play before, I don't think he knew it was dangling on the goal line. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, he kicks it out. Beacons with a lot of momentum on this power play thus far.
And then a collision behind the net as Carter took the defender into the boards. No call. 18.5 to go. Second period action. You're just coming back from the bathroom or something during intermission. You missed a little bit. Nolan Redler getting sandwiched between two Pilgrims, drawing a penalty. The Beacons with a couple opportunities here. 60 seconds to go on the minor to Zollner. Beacons getting fresh legs out there, as are the Pilgrims. Off the line change. Trying to stretch that forward for Sanipass was Redler, and that is a big break for New England College because it's icing on UMass Boston.
Yep, absolutely. And Beacons trying to sneak a change in there. Linesman's wise to it. Referee comes over. But you said it. That's a break for NEC without question. As this puck will come all the way down. Still 48 seconds. Plenty of time here on this power play. But obviously anytime you take an icing on a power play, less than ideal to say the very least.
Face-off coming here in the Beacon zone. Zone won by the visiting Pilgrims. Quick snapshot from the point, denied by McBurney. They still have possession. That shot came from the stick of Connor Dunn, number 44. Standing at 6'2", 190 as the Beacons clear it down. And this is no icing as it made its way through the wickets of Rhine. Sanipass takes Rhine down behind the net and into the end board. Sanipass fighting for it along with Bross, and Bross emerges from his knees trying to poke it back to Redler. Redler fighting for it with Sanipass and Bross, and the combination of Rhine and Inger down there for the Pilgrims. That one sent up into the netting, and unfortunately by a Beacon, so it's just 11 seconds to go. The face-off should come out of the zone, and we'll see if it actually does.
Unless perhaps,
did it might have been deflected.
Yeah, I think maybe perhaps went off an NEC player, in which case it'll stay inside the zone. Big break there for the boys in white.
Absolutely, as Redler will take the face-off against Bergfist. He wins it back. Albano looking for two for the price of one. Hesitates, come back near side for Bross. Bross waiting with a screener in front. Sanipass And then on the rebound, Santa Pas's shot denied. Puplo looking good here in the second, in front for Bross. What a save on a one-time chance from short blank range for Bross, as he's denied again by Puplo.
I really have no idea how that didn't go, John. We had a good angle on it. It looked like the 5-hole was available and somehow got caught between the pads. A great dish from Redler to Bross. Just a nice little nifty backhand. Put it right on the tape. Bross was able to just pound that thing right. Looked like it was going in. And then Puplo with a great stop got caught in the pads.
Far side, quick snap. That one wide of the net. Blast taken by Redler. Power play is over with 3 minutes elapsed here in the second period. As coming all the way down with it and poking it into the corner is Bernie McGovern. Behind the net now. Potvin finds McGovern. He'll try to make the Beacons feel the burn as Bernie is unable to get it in front of the net mouth. Intercepted and moved back by Harrington. The Beacons' 7th defenseman today finds Regnart. Deflected right in front of the blue line, but not all the way down by Rylie. Into the corner, and on the end boards it comes. That's Bergfist taking Regnart into the boards. Near side, Rylie gets it to the red line. Sifferlin got it caught in his skates, poked it over the blue line, and then D-to-D feed from Maratea. Near side now getting the feed, McGovern. McGovern with a blast, and Bernie whistles it wide far side. Taken in and back behind the net again, Maratea. He loses possession, though, on the check from Regnart, and the Beacons will try to get it out, and they do. From the red line, taking the body there, Stevie Bryant. Before Sifferlin dumps it in, Beacons get fresh legs. It's the 4th line as Holiday leads the charge off the bench. Holiday will converge there with Andreas Zollner. He took the body, and the puck is able to be moved out of harm's way by Maratea. Maratea down low with Inger. Maratea right into Bono, who was able to backhand it to Gallagher. Gallagher gets it out of the Beacons zone all the way down. Holiday on the forecheck, delayed off sides on UMass Boston as Dakota Keene goes careening into Zollner. And that allows the breakout coming here from Connor Dunn. Dunn all the way over, but a whistle and an offsides on New England.
A little back and forth, almost like a tennis match there. We were just down and back a couple times without really much of anything.
The volley.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, volley for sure. But, yeah, again, you know, the tempo for the game continues to be pretty good. I think both these teams have – it seemed – we saw this last night with Southern Maine where, you know, they just couldn't consistently match the speed of the Beacons. And I think NEC has proven just they do have the ability. It's just the Beacons have been a little bit better in terms of, I think, their passing, and they've capitalized on a lot more of their opportunities to generate shots on goal. Still just the 1 goal, but I think overall just a slight advantage to the Beacons thus far.
This was an NEC team picked to finish in the top half of the conference, the bottom of the top half. Number 5, they're picked to finish right in the middle. They had a tough battle against Babson that they tied last night. Now an opportunity to pick up their first conference win today, as there's a second chance off the rebound, sent wide of the net there by Pintasov. Nikita, a native of Mogilev, Belarus. As the Belarusian native sees his teammate whistle it to him and almost poking it in short side. McBurney, though, game to deny. He's been solid today, as he has been throughout the first couple of games of the season. Kept in by the Beacons. Albano sent that one that was deflected through the net mouth. Puplo didn't see it till the last second. And a penalty coming up here. And it'll be again on New England College as one of the Beacons is down in the corner after being hit from behind.
Some extra stuff after the whistle. Penalty's already been called, however. Let's see. Looks like Bross is down. And you know what? He's taken a lot of damage. We're still early on into this game. But boy, oh boy. And he's a tough kid. He plays with a very physical edge to his game. With a scoring capability to go along with it. But takes a tripping call, I think. And the boards here, for the fans that maybe have never been to Barry Ice Arena, very difficult. With the crowd there, you kind of get a good look at it right here. It's just concrete there. There's no give. So when you get hit there, it's that much more effective versus, you know, usually there's a little bit of give to those boards. With here, it's literally getting hit into a wall.
So the Beacons head to the power play. It's a 2-minute minor on Connor Dunn, a freshman. As from the far side, a quick snapshot there. That one denied. Good save made on Peters. Beacons 0 for 2 on the power play so far today, looking to get their first power play goal of the afternoon. Turnover in the attacking zone. That allows the Pilgrims to break out and clear it all the way down. Sending it down is Connor Fries. Fries watching as his teammates aggressively forecheck, led by Inger. And now Bross coming the other way. Zach's okay if you were wondering. He's out there with one hand coming all the way in on net and then making a collision with the goalie, and we are going to see a penalty drawn out of that.
I'm going to be surprised. If they call him on this, it looks like they're going to.
Oh.
That's a tough call. That's a really tough call. You know, he's going to the net there hard, and unfortunately, my guess is that they're probably going to say he didn't pull up, that he would continue to go full speed into the goaltender. But it's a difficult call. Because I think, you know, you want your players driving hard to the net, especially with the puck. It's a difficult, there's a line there where the referee expects you to pull up a little bit and not just run right into the goaltender. Unfortunately, Bross got called there. That's a tricky one. That's a judgment call for the refs for sure.
So Brian Carter off the face off the Beacon zone, won by UMass Boston. We'll go 4-on-4 for 67 seconds before an abbreviated power play for the Pilgrims, barring any other activities in the next 60 seconds. As behind the net, fighting for the puck, there's Jeffrey Skinner, and then a check there from Chakran. Sets up Nackbauer in the slot, tries to toe drag around the defender, and then tries to throw a bouncing puck right into the net, and was unable to make contact with it, but Daniel maintains possession, got hooked up a little bit, no whistle, as the Beacons turn it over, and the Pilgrims turn it over right back to Nackbauer. What an aggressive play for Skinner, a shot, and a good save made on a tough angle short side, and then trying to break out for a breakaway the other way was Fornarius, but unable to connect with him was Mike Whitehair.
A great play by Chakran on that blue line to create the original opportunity from Nackbauer. He's got to shoot that puck. He got a secondary opportunity where he dished, but that first one, he's got to find a way to get that to the net. That turnover, or that curl and drag he had in front of the net, just unacceptable. He got to find a way to shoot that puck.
Sometimes you can just get a little too pretty. Nackbauer's probably feeling good with the way his season has started. Good play there, but just got to finish. And we're not talking about the country, as this is on the stick of number 4, Patrick DeBlois. As the penalty expires for the Pilgrims, it's 5-on-4, a power play for New England College with 40 seconds to go on that. Adam Zollner all the way around the D, takes the shot, and that one whistles through the net mouth wide. From the red line, Martin Holland dumps it in front of Bailey McBurney as the Beacons will clear off the skate of Zollner, and that sets up a chance the other way. McGregor, what a feed, and as he found Keene, but it went under his stick, and then his second chance backhand deflected wide.
Another chance there. You got to get that to the net. That's a great pass. You got to find a way, if you're Keene, to fire that thing. Another 2-on-1 here.
Yes, sir. Justin Holiday motoring in a backhand, and that one off the shoulder of the netminder, Puplo, and the Beacons continuing to apply shorthanded pressure. Here they come, evened up 5-on-5. The Pilgrims now coming back as we are seeing waves of energy here from both squads. Back and forth they come here in the second period with 12 minutes to go in the second, and then a big check from behind, and going to the sin bin again is Adam Zollner as he hammers, I believe, Bross again into the boards, or was that Redler? Either way, the Beacons are going to be on the power play.
Yeah, it was Bross, and he might have even left his feet a little bit there. That's a tough hit, and we'll see with the referees. I'm sure they're going to discuss this a little bit internally, but Bross, fortunately enough, gets right up. He's okay. But, boy, that's a big hit, and I think, you know, it's funny. I was listening to NHL Network. They were discussing what's a charge. By definition, it's distance traveled, but you'll see here as we go to replay, and in my definition, I think most players will tell you anytime you leave your feet results in more of a charge. You'll see on the far wall here. Let's see. He doesn't leave his feet, but he does come up a little bit high.
I mean, you can call checking from behind, boarding, any number of things. That's a dangerous play.
Fortunately for Bross, he is okay. But the ref's discussing it as we expected, so we'll see what they end up putting up here. Nothing on the scoreboard just yet, and I'll be curious to see. My guess is I think it's just going to be a minor, John. I don't think they're going to give more than that, being that Bross was okay. But we'll have to wait and see here as, let's see.
Yep.
And it's going to be 2.
So a 2-minute minor to Adam Zollner, who picks up another penalty here in the second period. He's already had one moments ago earlier on. As the Beacons will have the top power play unit out there. Redler to take the face-off against Whitehair. Beacons win it back to the point for Albano. In case you were wondering, Zach Bross is out there. He's taken so much abuse today, it still keeps popping up as Peters tried to go far side. Nice diving play by Redler to keep it away from the defense led by Maratea behind the net. Santa pass, watches Bross, trying to sneak in backdoor was Peters, but no passing lane as Albano down low Redler, one-touch pass near side now. Bross fakes the shot, back to the point. Albano takes a shot deflected wide, right off the stick of Whitehair with 90 seconds to go on the minor penalty.
Penalty kill for the Pilgrims, really doing a good job staying in their lanes. There's really just not much for the Beacons right now as this puck gets cleared all the way down. They've got to find ways to move these pucks just a little bit faster. You saw a clips of it there, but just nothing here right now for the Pilgrims. They're giving them absolutely nothing in terms of a shooting lane. Beacons got to adjust.
Aggressive forecheck by Connor Fries on Albano. Nick is able to penetrate it, though, and get all the way down as he sends it into the far side corner. Nice kick save there by Bross, who made his best McBurney impersonation, and then coming the other way. We're going to get a hand pass as this is all for naught as Nicholas Ryan was feeded that by an illegal move.
Let's see what this face-off is. Should be just outside the zone, but they are coming inside, and perhaps an intentional hand pass. Wow, another break for the Beacons. Thought that this face-off would be in the neutral zone. Instead, it's already, so they're going to get instant zone access off this draw. If they can win it, you go right into your formation on the power play.
It's Knockbauer, Riley, Skinner, Chukrin, and Carter on the power play. Great play by Chukrin, able to keep it in, then getting tripped. And no call on the near side, and then looking for it was Knockbauer, but the referees remain silent. A player lost his stick. That was Ryan. He'll go off the bench, and they'll get fresh legs out there. Here's Riley connecting with Carter. Carter dumps it back to Jack. Jack, one touch back to the point. Chukrin tees it up, blocked in front, rebound is loose, and Riley unable to get good wood on as it shoots up into the air, and then taking the body is Chukrin as this is dumped all the way down by the Pilgrims.
Pilgrims continue to block shots. I don't know how many, but they have to be in double digits in terms of block shots so far tonight.
We are halfway through this hockey game as this is dumped all the way down, and the power play for all intents and purposes is going to wind down with 8 seconds to go. The Beacons will slow it up. McBurney touches it up, hands it off to Chukrid, and the Beacons again fail on the power play. They've had their opportunities today, twice here in the second period, 0 for 2. As that is Skinner colliding as there's a chance on a break, and that one deflected off the post and up into the netting as that was rocketed by the glove of McBurney by number 22, Nicholas Potvin.
Well, Potvin, I'll tell you what, looking like Denny Potvin right there as he came down the wall and just kind of flicked one. You know, from that distance, kind of felt like a nothing play. I was kind of already looking at my stat sheet, looking at, you know, the next lines coming out, and I hear, the next thing I know, I hear the crossbar. But great shot, unfortunately, for McBurney and the Beacons. Still a 1-0 game.
Goalie's best friend, that post, as Beacons remain up 1-0. The women's team lost 1-0 earlier today. The men leading 1-0 here in the second period as that's blasted all the way in by the freshman Harrington. Dakota Keene able to emerge with it on the far side corner. Into the end boards he's taken by Josh Chamberlain as it's turned over for the Pilgrims to break out. Far side, hammered in there by DeBlois. Chasing it down, near side McGovern. McGovern back behind the net into the corner, but he loses possession as Holiday clears it out to be taken in by DeBlois. And he'll backtrack into his own blue line before sending it to the red line where McGovern cannot get it. Near side now with possession again, DeBlois. DeBlois over the red line, the defender back over the opposing blue line with 8:52 to go. That angle shot knocked down, a rebound comes far side for Potvin, but he could not get his stick on it. As the Beacons get possession, Regnart hassled on an aggressive forecheck, but he dumps it all the way down to be chased in by the Beacons as Nolan Redler leads the charge. He'll siphon it around the end boards, chasing after it for UMass Boston, Chris Peters. Peters backhands it behind for Redler. Redler back to Peters. Peters from his skate to his stick with 8.5 to go. Gallagher from the point with a screen in front, blocked down. Rebound is loose, but Redler couldn't get the second chance opportunity. Turnover there as Peters had it. He was hooked a little bit, no call, and then dumping it all the way down McGovern as they'll get fresh legs for the Pilgrims.
It's a great shift by that top line.
And then there's a blast in on McBurney from the stick of Fornarius, but McBurney made the save even if he wasn't quite sure he did.
One of the hardest things as a goaltender, especially if you're going to play the puck, is if that first option gets taken away, now where am I going to go? They don't have the regular stick, so it's not as easy as an adjustment, especially being that you really predominantly only have one hand, your blocker hand. The glove hand acts as a little bit of a support, but you don't get much from it. And you saw there from McBurney, just kind of floated one off the glass, and it almost cost him because NEC was right there, fired it right back on goal, and you saw him, he had to squeeze his side a little bit to close that hole. That one almost trickled in.
Beacons send it all the way in by means of Jeffrey Skinner. Santa pass using that big body to tie up a couple of Pilgrims, allow Skinner to emerge with it, try to no-look backhand feed for Knockbauer, but it was off the mark, and now coming back the other way with it is Pintasoff. Pintasoff goes around Bono, but McBurney was there to play it away from Nikita Pintasoff. Far side wall, Skinner. Skinner trying to go to the near side with the pass to Santa, missed the mark. And then this one sent wide. McBurney just tips it over, and Bono will watch Gallagher behind his net as the Beacons will regroup. Nachbauer dumps it back. Gallagher connecting with Bono, but could not maintain possession. It's dumped back the other way. Trying to backhand it for Adam Zollner was number 19, Connor Inger, and now Inger has it. Inger right in front, deflected by Skinner, or else Adam Zollner was waiting for it. Good play by Jeffrey Skinner. Back to the point, deflected, never made its way through. Santa, nice stick move to get around the aforementioned Inger. As this is sent in by Nachbauer, Beacon's getting 5 new fresh skaters.
Yeah, Gallagher is fortunate, and on the breakout there, he put the pass not where I believe it was Rylie needed it, put it behind him, and it caused all 3 forwards to get caught on the turnover. Didn't really generate much of a scoring opportunity, but still, Gallagher's got to be better on the breakout pass there. That has to be on the tape.
Ross connecting with Albano. Albano siphoning it forward for Peters, but the Beacons were off sides with 6:33 to go.
And boy, a little back and forth this period. I mean, both teams with some scoring opportunities, both teams with a couple penalties, and this game has been close. I mean, these teams really are, other than the first goal, I mean, this could easily be a tie hockey game. I mean, these teams have really battled. Every time one team seems to get a little bit of momentum, it seems like the other side comes back and counters with a move of their own, and it's been a good hockey game thus far.
This is a New England College team that tied a very good Babson squad yesterday 2-2 at Babson. And you talk about all the tough road trips you can make, the weekend doubleheader against Babson and UMass that so many teams make, that is a daunting task. And to be playing this well is pretty impressive as New England College shows their teeth. Here's Redler trying to show his, but he was tied up immediately. Good defense by DeBlois to limit the Beacons' top scorer. Chukrin dumps it in. We got a player down, and an injury is down on the ice in his defensive zone is Connor Fries. And the Barnstable, Massachusetts native remains down, favoring his upper body.
Yeah, I didn't really see it. It seemed like perhaps some incidental contact there. It didn't really seem like a penalty by any sort of the matter. I think just 2 players going for a puck, and sometimes that head hits your shoulder pad or an elbow, and inadvertently, let's see what we get here. Refs are talking about it, John. I didn't see one of their hand up, so I'd be surprised if a penalty is called here. I didn't see either referee with a hand up after the play was made. It looked like incidental contact to me, but we'll have to wait and see as the refs huddle up right now.
Our producer, Gigi Braga, had a good look at it, saying it was a shoulder to the face that sent the forward Connor Fries to the ice in a heap. And now the captain's discussing things with the officials.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get. I don't think it warrants a penalty. Just, you know, it's a physical game. Sometimes, again, the head makes contact anytime like that, and you want to just make sure that it wasn't anything suspicious. And I think the case here, just 2 players battling for a puck and nothing really doing. Just, I think referees doing a good job making sure the teams are clear on what the expectations are moving forward.
Well, we've seen a lot of big hits today. Redler sandwich that we'll see at the intermission. We'll have a replay of, drew a penalty. The Bross check from behind drew a penalty. That one only got an injury, not a penalty, and doesn't look like Mike Whitehair, the senior from Victor, New York, and captain for this visiting Pilgrim squad, is too happy about it. He's still talking to the officials, now finally headed to the bench. And with 6 minutes on the nose to go, Beacons will have an offensive zone face-off out of it. It will be Stevie Bryant to take it, the freshman from Edmonds, Washington, and he wins it to Sifferlin. A quick shot! Oh, and that one whistled just past the elbow pad, or the shoulder pad, excuse me, of the netminder, and then went behind the net. That almost looked like it tickled the twine. I don't know what happened there.
From our angle, John, I think we both got excited there. We saw the net move, and it looked like on the short side might have beat Puplo, but was not the case. I think it looks like it probably got caught on the net, which means the faceoff will come outside the zone. But boy, oh boy, that was pretty close there to being a 2-0 lead for the Beacons.
As the Beacons win the ensuing face-off from center ice, Albano dumps it in. 5:45 to go, second period action. Sifferlin overskates it. Bryant watches as it's sent near side by Number 3, Chris Maratea, and now broken out here by Bergfist, coming all the way in 1-on-2. Bergfist will try to do it himself. Not a wise move usually, but he does at least get it in front of the net for another chance. The backhand whistles wide from the stick of Bernie McGovern. Albano takes it out of the wickets of the ref, and the Beacons will clear it all the way down. This is, though, not going to be icing. They'll wave it off as Sifferlin will get down there. Puplo siphons it around the corner boards to the far side wall. Slammed back in by Albano. Beacons delayed off sides, getting some fresh legs as well. Sifferlin going right into the body of the defender and tying up Maratea. But all that does is allow the Nicholas Potvin-led Pilgrims the other way. Potvin, a save made by McBurney as he continues to flash that wrister. McBurney got enough of it to deflect it wide.
Well, Potvin already showed us today he's got a shot as the Beacons continue to go here.
Yes, Rylie was able to maintain his poise and keep it onside. And eventually, however, it is turned over at the blue line, motoring forward Andreas Zollner, but they are offsides as getting in front of Zollner was Inger with 4:38 to go.
I was going to say Potvin, you might remember, was the one who shot it from the far side off the crossbar earlier, just a little bit earlier. And so obviously a pretty quick release by the kid, 22, and McBurney was up to the task on that one, got it off the glove, wasn't able to corral it cleanly, but fortunately the rebound put into an area where his defense was able to clear it away from any trouble for him.
Face off from just out of the Beacon zone, won by Pintasoff and the Pilgrims. One-time chance from Pintasoff for Fenarius off the mark, as Fenarius couldn't get his wood on it. Blocked down with the glove of Mike Whitehair. He'll send it all the way in. Beacons get possession. Couple of fresh legs for the Pilgrims, sent all the way down. This is going to be icing. No, beating them out is Holiday, using his speed and then getting crunched into the boards is Justin Holiday. Has taken him in was Connor Dunn, but he pops right back up. Keeping it in the attacking zone, Gallagher backhanded around the boards. Holiday taken into the boards and able to hold up his man and allow a chance for some help from McGregor, but it's kept by Whitehair and sent forward to the red line. Holiday stopped the puck from connecting here on the near side with Pintasoff, and we'll see Holiday maybe get there first. He's cut off, and then a big collision between Holiday and one of the defenders coming off the bench. That was Fry.
You gotta love the way Holiday plays. Boy, oh boy, that's gonna get called for an icing. Boy, that one was close too. You hear the crowd erupt. But you got to love the way Holiday plays, John. I mean, the kid, every shift he comes out, he's got a high motor, and he goes. And you just saw the speed, the hit. He comes out, and I think his goal every shift is 3 hits. He wants to hit every forward, get off the ice. If he can get a shot on goal and a scoring opportunity, great. But you got to love it. A kid like that, just tremendous. The way he attacks each and every shift, something to be noted of.
The NEC bench, every single one of them thought that shouldn't have been icing. Here's a quick blast from Albano off the face-off win, denied with the right leg kick by Puplo.
Good save by Puplo. That was right off the draw. Hard shot from Albano. He's able to kick it out.
Chukrin, dipsy-doos out of the way of a hit and is able to clear. Back they come as it's William Reese leading the way into the attacking zone. Reese was taken down by Albano, and a delayed offsides is sent back in, and we're going to get a whistle and a penalty. They're going to call slashing on UMass Boston, and the guilty party is the Nick Albano.
Yeah, I think it's an extra whack. I think he got away with the original one, but he took an extra whack at the player. Referee was looking for it, and sure enough, well, golden opportunity here for a Pilgrims team that has tested McBurney here or there, but hasn't found much consistency throughout today in terms of offense. A great opportunity here late in the second period with 3:14 left to give themselves at least some momentum and, for their purposes, hopefully a tie hockey game, but they lose the draw there. That one goes all the way down.
Adam Zollner won it all the way back into his own zone. Zollner is out there with Fries, as well as Inger at forward. The blue liners, Nicholas Rhine and Andreas Zollner. That pass intended for Fries, deflected. Trying to swat it out of harm's way. McGregor, he couldn't get it out. That one poked back for Andreas Zollner. He got taken down, and the Beacons were able to clear it all the way down. And we'll get at least one fresh leg as McGregor will take a seat. Brian out there for McGregor. Andreas Zollner over the blue line. Far side for his brother Adam. Back to the point. Quick blast blocked down in front. Taking that one right in front. And feeling the burn there was Keene as he was holding that left leg after taking that puck. Back to the point it comes to Rhine. Rhine D to D for Zollner. Andreas, far side for Adam. Right back in front, one-time blast just wide of the net as that shot was taken by Connor Inger, and then losing his stick there and doing his best soccer impersonation to kick it all the way down was the freshman Bryant.
And another missed net for the Pilgrims. Great passing ability, just can't finish.
Fornarius now out there for the Pilgrims, 43 to go on the power play. That is Bryant's stick that's right in front of the boards, wreaking havoc. Saucer feed intended for Holland from Zollner, but unable to connect with him as it does come out of the zone. Back in now, DeBlois. DeBlois dropped it, but no one was home, and there's Justin Holiday again. Johnny on the spot to pound it in. Beacon's getting 4 fresh skaters.
And doing a great job keeping these penalty kill shifts short. Anytime they get a chance to change, they're taking advantage of it. And it's what you want to see if you're a coaching staff. There again, Bross just on the ice. I don't think that was more than a 20-second shift. He's already taken a change. It's great effort by this penalty kill to continue the rotation.
Just 6 seconds to go on the power play as the penalty kill doing a solid job here until Bono almost sent it in on his own net. Thank goodness Gallagher was there to help out McBurney. The penalty play is over. The Beacons kill it off with 66 seconds to go in the second period of play, still leading 1-0 on the Nick Albana goal way back in the first half of the first period. Dumped all the way down for Pintasov. Nikita's got a good shot, but he can't maintain possession as Bono takes it away and finds Gallagher. Garrett, one of the fine upperclassmen on this blue line, able to motor his way all the way through and take it all the way into the corner boards on the far side. Putting on the brakes, trying to siphon it back into the near side circle for Riley, but no one was home as it's backhanded by Bryan all the way back in. Beacon's getting fresh skaters with 37 to go. Pinching in Sifferlin, trying to take it away, but keeping it away from Tyler Bergfist, and Daniel will dump it down, deflected all the way in, no icing. Chasing after it, Bernie McGovern tried to backhand it in front, but Chukrin was there to poke it away from the collapsing Bergfist. Now a chance in front, looking to connect with Potvin. Potvin's got a shooting lane, and he knows how to shoot, but denied again by McBurney, who has been excellent today.
I like the patience there from McBurney. That puck, it's always risky. It's in the slot. You know a shot is coming. It's coming. You just got to wait for it, and sometimes as a goaltender, you get a little antsy. You start to lock in. You lose your reflexes there. Not the case with McBurney. He was able to read that play, read the puck all the way into his chest, and not let a rebound squirt loose. But 20 seconds here. It's an important face-off here late in the period. And are we going to get someone tossed here?
We are, as the Beacons will see Mackbauer thrown out for Jeffrey Skinner to replace him as he goes up against Bergfist. Bergfist wins it back. Chance now back to the point, but unable to keep it in was Ryan Walsh. Blue Liners have had trouble for the Pilgrims keeping in those pucks on the passes back to the point. And with 9 seconds left, it's back into the Beacons' defensive zone, but they'll just try to tie it up and try to get out of the second period with the lead still as Sanipass gets to it and waits out the final few seconds. And we are through 40 minutes of play here from Edward T. Barry Ice Rink with the score 1-0 still. UMass Boston clinging to the early advantage. And Matt, that period, a lot like the first period, back and forth. You mentioned it like a tennis match, just volleying, both teams getting opportunities, but good hockey nonetheless.
Yeah, and scoring opportunities, neither team really able to capitalize. I think both goaltenders have come away with some big saves, but a few missed nets, a few opportunities gone by the wayside. I know UMass Boston, had a couple chances there. Puplo was up to the task, and then the Pilgrims with a couple opportunities. One, they missed the net. The other one, McBurney made a couple good stops on. So, yeah, I think both teams have been fairly even, and the score resembles that here through two.
Meanwhile, I think if New England College ends up falling in this game, they'll look back on it and look at the missed opportunities.
Yeah.
Not only we saw Zollner in the first period from point-blank range when they were shooting on the left end of the ice, then in that period, Potvin hits the post.
Yep.
He had another couple of golden chances where he was unable to beat McBurney. Just missed opportunities right now, keeping the Beacons out in front.
Yeah, I would say so. And the other thing, too, when you take a look at the way these Pilgrims play, I mean, the physicality's been there more so than I had originally thought. Southern Maine traditionally with this match, with these two teams when they come to visit, is the more physical team. But clearly here, these Europeans know how to throw their weight around as well. And we've seen a couple big hits, particularly a couple on Bross. And we know that for the third period, it's only going to get better. So still 20 minutes here to play, and really anybody's game.
5 penalties so far for the Pilgrims. The Beacons getting 11 shots out of it, with 0 for 5 on the power play. Likewise, 4 penalties for the Beacons, 0 for 4 for the Pilgrims. So the power plays just have not been very powerful today for either team. But we'll have more on that and much, much more in the second period intermission report in a few minutes. But first, let's take a look now at highlights of women's soccer's trip to the LEC tournament finals. A victory over Eastern Connecticut State yesterday. That's up next right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Sweat, I'll break my bones till all my scars bleed golden. My name's forever known. Whoa, 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 whoa. Blood, sweat, I'll break my bones.
UMass Boston leading 1-0 after 2 periods of play as they look to finish off the New England College Pilgrims in what has been a back-and-forth roller coaster ride of an affair through 40 minutes. The only goal so far still Nick Albano's, way back at 3:11 of the first period. Assist from McGregor and Keene in the second period. The Beacons outshot the Pilgrims 11-7. They've outshot them 20-14 overall as we take a look at the second period statistics. There they are as the Beacons are struggling a little bit in the face-off dot. They lost 12 of 18 in that second period and yet were able to stem the tide and emerge heading for the third period up 1-0. And Mizey, when you take a look at that stat line right there, Beacons out shooting the Pilgrims, not by a whole lot, but doing a solid job. The concern right now for UMass Boston, the power play, not really clicking today.
No, neither squad has been able to find the back of the net, 0 for 4. And, you know, I think the other thing, too, is you mentioned the face-off dot, the critical opportunity there for NEC late in the period. We'll go back to it. I don't know if it's going to be on the replay, but you have Knockbauer, who's a natural center, get tossed. You have a freshman wing who has to step in and take that draw. Now they win the draw, but then again can't connect on that secondary pass to actually generate anything off of it. And it's kind of that's a small play, it might go unnoticed, but that's for me what I've seen of this NEC team all day. They're just that one pass away from being able to really bring that thing full circle. They have everything else going, but when it comes time to make that one final pass or one final move to actually generate a scoring opportunity, they've failed to do that all day, and I think that's why they have a 0 on the board.
Absolutely. Still plenty of time left for the Pilgrims to finish that final pass and see if they can get on the board and force this one to overtime, much like they did last night in a 2-2 tie against the Babson College Beavers. Let's take a look around Beaconville once again. Of course, tough day if you're a Beacons fan or a student, as these athletics teams currently riding an 0 for 3 so far. For a tough weekend, I should say. On Friday, Keene State was able to triumph over the women's volleyball team, finishing up their season 3-1 in the LEC semis. Also in the LEC semis, men's soccer fell 1-0 today against the Keene State Owls. Good weekend if you're a Keene State fan. And in the LEC championship for women's soccer, they fell to Western Connecticut State 2-0 to end their season on a tough note, despite a nice run through the LEC tournament. And then, of course, earlier today on the Beacons Broadcasting Network, the women's hockey team carried a 0-0 tie into the third period, but a late goal by Rylie Binette and the Southern Maine Huskies brought them a 1-0 victory over the women's hockey team despite being outshot 43-14. Any parallels you can draw at all between that women's one and this game? Because there are certain ones that I can see. Maybe one mistake can be the death knell for you in the third period, despite the fact the Beacons have done a pretty good job dominating the shots on goal throughout the first 2 periods. Not quite to the level that the women's have, but there are a few parallels as Puplo has played well for the Pilgrims.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing that I would take a look at is a team that came into the game with some serious offense has only generated one goal so far today and been limited in their scoring opportunities. So I think the Pilgrims have done a fantastic job in eliminating a lot of things that have, obviously they've watched tape, they've been eliminating a lot of the things that have made UMass Boston successful coming into this game. Now, going into the third period, I wouldn't want to change much. I think for the most part, UMass and New England College have really done a good job to get to this point. Probably some minor adjustments, maybe some schemes, but overall, I think these two teams have played really close today, and hence the score only being 1-0.
I think the biggest parallel I would draw is the failure of the power play so far for both squads. Beacons 0 for 4 in the men's game, and in the women's game, things were pretty bad as well as they struggled with the extra attacker en route to an 0 for day for UMass Boston. Let's take a look at highlights now, the second period, as the Beacons and the Pilgrims continue to do battle, and that second period got underway with a real big hit. Delis would be jealous of this sandwich as you see Nolan Redler take the brunt of it here. Matt, take it away.
Yeah, take a look at the hit on Redler. And again, we highlighted this a little bit for you earlier, but you're going to see as he comes into the play here, makes a nice little move, and then just kind of a little bit of a sandwich hit there. I think more of a pinball than anything. It kind of banked off one guy into the other. Nothing too bad, but fortunately for him, he got up. A nice save here from Puplo on the crossing pass. Again, I would love to see Brosh just fire that. That's the second time today where he's double clutched, and that puck might not have been where he wanted it in order to one-time it. But he's taken just that extra second today, and it's cost him twice. Coming down the other end, you'll see NEC off a neutral zone draw coming into the zone. And this is that one from distance, I think, where McBurney just easy saves that one in. You can see he's tracking the puck well. NEC coming out of the zone here, and you'll see a shot gets intercepted, or the pass rather gets intercepted. Chukrin with a shot that was blocked, went into the corner, and this is that one, the turnover here off the glass softly. It's just going to get fired right back on. You see him lean there, and that shot, while it's in the chest, he didn't feel too confident. We talk about goaltenders like being able to feel the puck. Obviously wanted to squeeze that just to be sure. And then late in the period here with 6 to play, you're going to see a slight move by Chukrin coming over there. I think they were trying to get it back to him. That's the one we got excited about. I think looked like it might have a chance to go in, but it just got trapped on top of the net nevertheless. And at the end of 2, Beacons with a 1-0 lead.
Not a lot of highlights from that period, as you could tell. It was a back-and-forth affair, but one without a whole lot of any concrete action. Let's take a quick look at the New England Hockey Conference scoreboard as the Beacons rivals battle today. Babson, after 2, leads Southern Maine 4-2. Norwich jumping out on top of Hobart 2-0 after 2, and also after 2 periods, Castleton trailing Skidmore 4-3. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you the third period action between UMass Boston and New England College right here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
My name's Albie Daly. I'm from Able Park, New York. I'm a forward on the UMass Boston men's hockey team, and my current major is exercise and health sciences. Being a member of the men's hockey team is a tremendous honor, just because being able to play collegiate sport while pursuing my dreams of becoming a physical therapist and studying what I'd like to in school means a lot. My favorite memory as a member of the men's hockey team would probably be a big goal that I scored last year, the NCAA quarterfinals. ECAC's quarterfinals against University of New England.
What a turn in momentum!
Just because it was a big boost for both myself and our team moving forward.
Perfect shot right there over the shoulder of the goaltender Drost.
Frozen Fenway was just our outdoor game at Fenway Park, and it was a tremendous experience. I think both for me and the guys on the team, and the program as a whole. But we got to see the Red Sox locker room, which was an awesome experience, and just being at Fenway Park when you go to school in Boston is second to none, really, and that's what you look for, you know, when you're trying to experience collegiate athletics, and it's a really cool thing to be a part of. Being a student athlete at UMass Boston is a tremendous honor, just because it gives you the chance to really focus on your studies in a great academic environment while, you know, pursuing what you want athletically. So it's a pretty powerful thing.
I'm Alexa Capion. I'm from Messina, New York. I'm a junior on the women's ice hockey team, and I'm an exercise health science major. But when I got here, I met Coach Harris, and I saw the facility, and I met a couple of the girls on the team, and I pretty much got a feel of the program, and I knew right away that this is where I wanted to go to school. We have all league games for the rest of the year, so that's going to be a huge test for us. We need those points to hopefully come out with a good standing for playoffs. A couple of highlights from the last couple of years I've been playing was probably last year when we won our first Codfish Bowl. We made history that year. I was really excited to be part of that. I don't have very many goals, but when I do score, it's definitely a big deal.
That's a goal.
For the past 3 years, we've had Emily. She is a member of the Team Impact program, and that's for children with illnesses that want to be part of a collegiate program. She's great. She comes and watches all of our games. She has her own jersey. She has her own stick. We've got her all this equipment. It's really awesome to have. She gives us a lot of motivation, and she comes in the locker room and talks to us before games, and it's really cool to have her here and be part of our team. When I graduate, I definitely want to go to graduate school, most likely for either athletic training or physical therapy. Our trainers here have definitely given me an insight about what it takes to be an athletic trainer. They're always on top of everything. They always know how to help us and what to do and what not to do. They're always there for us when we need them, and that's given me a lot of help with what I could be doing after I graduate, so that's nice to have them.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Along with Matt Meisenbacher, I am John Skudras. It's about 60 seconds away from the third period as the Beacons lead at 1-0, as you see on your screen. That goal coming way back 3 minutes and change into the first period on a Nick Albano wrister on a good feed from David McGregor. Since then, we've had a lot of chances, but no goals. And Matt, if you're Peter Belisle, what are you preaching to your club here with 20 minutes to go? You played well, but you've certainly not put these Pilgrims away.
No, I think knowing Coach Belisle, the goal is to not fall back into a shell and try to hang on to a 1-0 lead. I think you've got to continue to pressure these Pilgrims, continue to throw pucks towards the net. Really haven't been able to solve the goaltender since early on in the first period, as you mentioned, but I think they've come close, and they will get opportunities. We've seen these referees have kept a pretty tight-knit look onto this game. There's been some penalties on both sides, and I think the Beacons want to continue to pressure as they did for the majority of that period, continue with speed, continue to bang bodies, and continue to fire pucks towards this goaltender who has played well. Puplo has come away with a lot of good saves here today. From a defensive standpoint, you don't want to get caught leaving McBurney out to dry. A couple times there in that period, there was a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-2 that didn't result in a shot on goal, but nevertheless, you don't want to give too many of those opportunities. They will come back to bite you.
Beacons have utilized the blue liners. That top line of Albano and Chukrin leading the way with 11 shots between the two of them. Gabe leading the way with 7. Albano's second with 4. And we have seen almost a borscht of penalties here today. Sloshing, boarding, interference, tripping, elbowing, cross-checking, hooking. It's almost the entire rule book right there. Both teams combined 0 for 8 on the power play.
Get the whole book involved. Call them all.
Beacons won the face-off. Shot from Albano. They score! No, it hits the post. They score! Just like that. Top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. Nolan Redler. The initial shot from Albano hit the crossbar and stayed out. But then Redler finishes it off, and UMass Boston takes the all-important 2-0 lead, just 14 seconds in.
Well, a very strange play there. We'll show you the replay here if we can, but the puck, I think, bounces at least twice, maybe 3 times before it ends up on Redler's stick. John, I was with you. Based on the reaction of the players and the goaltender, it kind of indicated that they already had thought that the puck was in. But sure enough, I think it bounced maybe perhaps off the goaltender and then onto Redler's stick. We'll have to show you the replay when we can. It was very strange the way that went down, but you couldn't ask for a better start if you're UMass, as they extend their lead to 2 here in the third period.
Absolutely. Right off the face-off win to begin the period. You got the quick blast from the point by Albano, his 5th shot of the day, and it'll be his 2nd point of the day as UMass Boston seeing Nolan Redler finish it off. And if you're the Beacons, you love to see the aggressiveness coming out of the locker room as there's a blast, they score! Answering back immediately, Patrick DeBlois, as the Lewiston, Maine native has cut it in half. It's 2-1.
Oh, this is interesting here. I don't know if this was redirected. It was interesting. It looked like McBurney had a pretty good read on the puck as it came in. But next thing you know, it's in the back of the net. Really don't understand if it was redirected or maybe didn't get a good read off of it, off his stick. But you could see there, and what an answer by this Pilgrims team. As soon as UMass Boston starts to step away from it a little bit here, you got the Pilgrims coming with that crucial shift after a goal. And you can't ask for much better than that, making this a 1-goal hockey game. Not even a minute into the period yet, already 2 goals, John.
2 goals in 47 seconds after we had only 1 in the first 40 minutes. And here's Rylie coming the other way. The track meet continues. That one deflected up into the catwalks of Edward T. Barry Ice Rink off the stick of DeBlois. So Patrick DeBlois, number 4 in blue, answers. The goal scored by the Beacons by Nolan Redler. For DeBlois, that is his 2nd goal of the year. The Beacons, Nolan Redler with his 4th, as the Beacons continue to weather the storm here against the Pilgrims. Battling the other way, Connor Fries. Fries backhands it behind the boards for Reese. His outlet pass intercepted right back to Fries, who shot whistles wide on the short side of McBurney's net. Sifferlin trying to clear, cannot. Kept in the zone there smartly by Haase as that one sent behind the net. Emerging from the fracas and then centering it in front was Fries. Another chance from the point right into the glove as that one is snatched out of the air from the shot of Walsh.
Well, let's take a look, see if we can break down one of these goals for you. They happen so quickly. I'm sure people are just getting back to their living rooms here, John, but you'll take a look. You'll see, well, just before that, it was a shot from the blue line that came through, and it banked around, at least off the post, I believe off the goaltender before it ended up on Redler's stick, and he was able to tuck that home. And then shortly after, if you weren't with us, the Pilgrims came right back down, literally the shift after the goal, were able to tuck one home to make it a 2-1 hockey game. So people coming back to their computer screens here, John, probably wondering what the heck they missed.
They missed a lot. 2 goals in 47 seconds. Redler and DeBlois, 1 each side. They say a 2-goal lead is the worst in hockey, and it reared its head there again. Right when the Beacons got it, they gave it away. It's back to 1, and they've got to get back on the metal as that one is intercepted on the outlet pass from Albano. Here's Martin Holland. Holland's shot with no screen, easily snatched by McBurney with 17:43 to go.
And we'll see if we can bring you the NEC goal now if we have enough time. But it's weird how that worked, John, is NEC right after that goal, and usually from a coaching perspective, they'll throw out, a defensive unit after a goal. You want to try and make sure that, you just have a 2-goal lead. You want to let that momentum continue, so you throw out your 3rd or 4th line, the energy line, and unfortunately for them, it came back to bite them as NEC scored on the play, and here we stand, 2-1 in the 3rd.
Adam Zollner rifles it into the glove of McBurney, hands it off to Regnart. Plenty of time to go in this hockey game, and that's going to be icing on UMass Boston as they send it all the way past Dunn. Ryan is the first one there, 17-17 to go. If we have a chance to take a look at a replay of the NEC goal, as the Beacons saw their 2-0 lead cut in half moments ago.
Yeah, you'll see here, people still filing back into their seats. This puck's going to come out towards the other side here. It's just kind of bouncing, and then one stride, and boom, it's in the net. And I don't think McBurney got as good a read on it as he had wanted. Based on his reaction, I think that puck either came out weird, as that puck got blocked by Regnart. He goes back to the bench, hunched over. I'm not sure where that caught him. We'll see if the training staff attends to him, or maybe he just caught him in an area he needs him in it. But a weird goal there from NEC, as it looked like McBurney had a pretty good angle on it. Next thing you know, it's in the net.
Beacons with an offensive zone face-off, won by Boston to the near side boards, but it's cleared all the way down by Dunn. Gallagher cuts off Connor Inger, gets it to Bono. John peels back but runs right into Inger. Redler hands it off for Peters. Peters 2-on-2 with Bross. Zach knows what to do with it all the way around, takes the shot. It was deflected off the stick of Ryan and sent high and wide. Bono then sends it into the bench for the Pilgrims for a neutral ice faceoff. 16:43 to go, third period action. Nick Albano been key on both goals for the Beacons, scoring in the first period and then hitting the crossbar. And the first shot attempt, I should say. Doesn't count as a shot when you hit the post of the third period. And the rebound careening to Redler for the second goal. Patrick DeBlois scoring moments later for the Pilgrims to cut it back to 1. Sanapass tried to hand it off, but Skinner wasn't in a position, and a stick just shatters. That's Chukrin's. Seen that happen a couple of times today. Sanapass takes his man down, and then it leaves the puck wide open with the man still down behind the net. That was DeBlois, the goal scorer. Back to the point, Regnard. He's back out there and healthy. Another chance, they score! Jeffrey Skinner delivers on the rebound, and UMass Boston has a 2-goal lead again. It is 3-1 Beacons, the first career goal for Mr. Skinner, a native of Houston, Texas.
Yeah, grab that puck, huh? The freshman burying one in front, and I'll tell you what, if there was traffic everywhere, I'm not sure how he ended up with this puck, but nevertheless he does. And he makes the most of it, bringing UMass Boston back to a 2-goal lead. You'll see on the replay here, there's plenty of bodies in front. Next thing you know, I think it's just one of those things that happened to bounce in his favor right on the stick. You see him getting congratulations on the bench. Guys giving him some extra bumps. Take a look right here. That puck is loose, and he's just right there. Carries it over, from his backhand to his forehand in the back of the net, and let's see if the Beacons can keep from giving one up right away here.
Beacons will try to turn offense into more offense. The interception leads Sifferlin to hand it off to Rylie. Whistles it far side wide of the post. That one deflected in front, a save made by Puplo. Rebound is loose, taken around the net behind by Rylie. Then Regnard gets absolutely demolished by William Reese at the blue line as he tumbles down, leading to an offensive chance. What a save by McBurney with the waffle board as he denies Martin Holland from point-blank range.
Huge save from McBurney. Beacons down the other end.
A chance, Sifferlin just wide on the backhand. The track meet continues. The ice is tipped one way to the other, no matter who has the puck.
Yeah, big hit by Sifferlin. Boy, this is up and down, John.
Maratea all the way in, blocked down by the Beacons. That was deflected, and a good block by Bryant. Sifferlin hands it off to Rylie onside. Jack needs to get off the ice. He backhands it all the way in. Tyler chasing. And now coming back the other way as Reese will dump it to the red line and then sent all the way in by Rain.
These teams are absolutely flying right now.
As that's Spinorama centering pass deflected up into the glass. Pass attempted by Bernie McGovern. Beacons will outlet it off the near side boards all the way into the defensive zone for the Pilgrims, taken by Nicholas Rain. 15 minutes to go. It's a 2-goal lead yet again for UMass Boston. They've taken two-goal leads here in the third. Trying to make this one stick as Holiday dances out of the way of a check, dumped it all the way in, no icing.
And something to be note of here, Gallagher took a hit there. He didn't have a stick at the end of that shift, and he's just slightly off the bench. Looks to be hunched over. It might have knocked the wind out of him just a little bit. Doesn't seem to be favoring one side or the other. But he is technically off the bench right now, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Adam Zollner skating up with Inger. Zollner onside, got tripped up. Inger a shot. Good save with the waffle board as McBurney stayed concentrated on where that puck was to make the save.
Yeah, another good stop here. 2 good blocker saves in the last couple minutes for McBurney in net.
Near side, Adam Zollner. Onside, hands it off Inger. Inger sat a center in front as waiting for that pass was Zollner. Andreas, that is, but he couldn't get it to him. Now all the way back come the Beacons. Redler, but a penalty on Bross again. And that will neutralize a scoring chance for Redler and put the Pilgrims back on the power play.
I kind of like the play from Bross. He knows he's got forwards coming in that are going to have a scoring opportunity. He just tries to do a slight hook and create and allow his forwards to go in on that 2-on-1, but unfortunately gets called on the penalty. I believe his third today. Surprising. Usually don't see him in the box too often, but a key opportunity here in this hockey game. Still 13 minutes left to play, but the Pilgrims go back on the power play.
Slashing interference and now hooking as that is dumped all the way in as the Beacons won the face-off. 3 penalties for Bross as the referees have kept a keen eye on him. So 2 minutes now for this Pilgrims power play that's been held without a goal today. Near side, Holland. Martin dumps it in, and they'll chase. Never made its way all the way through. That'll allow Carter to backhand it into the near side corner, but a good play by the Pilgrims. They get possession. Pintasov, far side corner. Back to the point. One touch from Fornarius. All the way around near side now, DeBlois. DeBlois back to the point, Holland. Holland for Patrick DeBlois, who scored in this period. Far side, settled down there, Fornarius. Takes the shot. Good save, McBurney, and then cleared out of harm's way by Carter.
Yeah, a good stop. That's having your D work with your goaltender there. Just a slight rebound, cleared all the way down, and Beacons with the puck now.
Now here's McGregor knocking it down, and centering feet in neutral ice, and then just dumping it all the way in. McGregor out there with Bryant, Albano, and Chukrin on this penalty kill. As Zollner from the far side, Andreas looking for his brother Adam, finds him. Adam over the blue line, dumping it in on the near side boards to the corner. Andreas from the near side corner, taking it to the far side. Back to the point now for Potvin. Potvin for Adam Zollner. Takes the shot, blocked down by Chukrin. He's going to feel that a little bit, but giving it up to help his team. It's cleared down by McGregor.
Yeah, that hurt, and he's got to get off the ice. I don't know where that caught him, but he got down in a heap pretty quickly there.
Oh, he's still down.
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know where that caught him, but it caught him somewhere bad.
Behind the net, McBurney watching as trying to clear it there was Bono. Eventually it is sent all the way down by Holiday, who's played a good defensive game today. Just 8 seconds to go on the power play. Chamberlain peeling back with it. And that'll do it. So Zach Bross taking 3 penalties. The Beacons are 5 for 5, killing him off. Quick wrister there, denied by the waffle board. Another chance in front as the backhand feed from Fornarius for Mike Whitehair, and the captain for the Pilgrims denied by McBurney.
Yeah, great save by McBurney to read that play and take everything away low. When you're in that tight as a goaltender, you just want to take away. It's very tough to elevate the puck and put it underneath the bar from that close in. So you try to take away everything low, and as you can see there, McBurney does a good job getting down, closing the 5-hole, covering that puck for a face-off. 11:48 to play in the period, still 3-1 Beacons.
Offensive zone face-off win for Whitehair and the Pilgrims, despite the penalty being a failure. And now good look off the boards for Redler, trying to connect with the Beacons' leading scorer, but unable to do so there was Carter, as he, instead of going right up the ice, tried to use the near side wall.
Yeah, is not the play I don't think Redler wanted. You got to find a way to get that puck direct to Redler there. He was in behind the defense. I think Carter might have second-guessed himself, but you've got to get that puck to him in a direct fashion. You can't go off the boards there. It gives the D too much time to reset.
Beacons, after blowing the 2-goal lead earlier in the period, immediately are very aggressive on the forecheck here. 3 skaters, all their forwards, all the way down. Here's a chance on a spinorama there, but unable to center it was Peters. Comes all the way back to the point. Carter, high-rising shot. Good glove there by the netminder as it's held by Puplow.
Close to halfway through this period here. Beacons up 3-1. And this is a case where now you start getting the strategy going. As a coaching staff, you've got to start thinking, okay, matchups are going to be key here. You know NEC is going to start to keep their 2 top lines out there more so than they normally would. And you really got to be cognizant of your matchups. I think you don't want to give too much of an advantage to NEC or get caught with a matchup that's not in your favor.
Albano off the face-off win, sent it for his defensive line mate Harrington, the 7th defenseman for the Beacons today. Now Knockbauer dumps it back for Harrington. Back out and breaking out are the Beacons. A Santa pass connected there with Skinner, was taken into the boards right in front of the ref. 10:42 to go, 3rd period. Beacons up 2. 3-1. Into the end boards. Albano smartly just sends it far side Harrington. One touch from Skinner to Knockbauer, but Daniel couldn't settle it down. Harrington finds it at the red line, comes in over the line himself. Jack also looking for his first career goal. Jeffrey Skinner already got it. Here's Albano looking for his 10th career goal, but that blocked down and then cleared all the way down. And in what world did with that? Well, McBurney touched it up. Not sure why it wasn't going to be icing, as they've waved it off already. Skinner sends it far side. That partially deflected, but Sifferlin kept it in on the Beacons' grasp. That one a high-rising shot, high and wide, as the wrists are taken there, but missing the net was Stevie Bryant.
Yeah, just missed.
Bono shot from the point, deflected off the skate of Reese, and now behind the net taken in. Reese gets the pass, and then trying to send it back to Ryan. It's deflected all the way into the Beacon zone. Gallagher, good to see him back on the ice. He missed a shift with Harrington taking a spot moments ago. Now Gallagher trying to turn it into offense all the way in. A good save. The puck's still loose and then finally covered by Pupla with both Rylie and Gallagher bearing down.
Yeah, and a great play. I hope Gallagher down. Hopefully gets up. There he is. Took an extra shot there after the whistle. Went hard to the net and tried to jam one. I think tried to elevate it maybe over the pad on the short side, but took an extra shot because of it. And he is slow to get up.
Second time in this period that Garrett's been slow to get up. The senior out of Aston, Pennsylvania, 21 career points in 77 career games. This is 78th. I think he's going to have 78 bruises after this one, as the Beacons will be in the attacking zone to begin this ensuing faceoff. 9:38 to go. Faceoff won by UMass. That was Bryant. Chance for Regnard, a high riser. That one whistled just past the crossbar. Johnny Regnard, that is offsides, has taken it out. Was Rylie for coming back in. Didn't like the call. Didn't like Adam Zollner bearing down on him either.
He tried to sell it. I'll give him credit for trying to sell it, but we had a pretty good vantage point on it. That was clearly offsides.
Jack, a sophomore out of Rentham. He had 5 goals and 5 assists a year ago. Already 2 points, a goal and an assist coming into today.
He's great. He's been a great forward, a great addition to this UMass Boston squad. Does a lot of little things to make him and his teammates successful.
Great size and speed combination for the 6'3" forward Jack Rylie as he gloves it out of the air. Unable to get it down to his stick, but over skating it was Marte. And now Rylie got it over, but then lost possession, delayed offsides. And the Beacons see John Regnard try to send it up the boards. It's deflected by the stick of Bergfist, and eventually the Beacons emerge. It's Johnny Regnard. Regnard dumps it all the way in. Nice play to get around Fornarius. 8:53 to go. Fornarius backhands it into neutral ice, taken by Bergfist, 2-on-2. Bergfist fakes the pass, now takes the pass in front, but that one went right into the right leg of McBurney. Beacons clear it down, but this will be icing on UMass Boston with 8:37 left.
And you saw it, you've been seeing this all day. 3-on-2 for the Pilgrims there. The first pass he misses. So now his angles are all off. He's got to go in, and he gets a lesser shot on goal there. And that's really just kind of been the deal for the Penguins all day. And now it looks like Coach Blyle's going to use his timeout. And it's kind of interesting. Still 8:37 left in the period. Still plenty of time. But I think he wants to rest his forwards. Now, as per the rules in the NHL, looks like Chukrin taking in some extra laps here. As per the NHL this year, you're no longer allowed to do that on an icing. You cannot use, if you're the team that committed the foul, you cannot use your timeout. And it should be noted, while we're speaking of the rules, this year in the NAHC, you are allowed to dress an extra skater. So tonight, Pat Harrington, the Beacons decided to dress an extra defenseman. You can dress 19. Or just an extra skater there, as you can see. But interesting use of the timeout, I think. Coach Blyle there with 8 to play really wants to hold on to this lead. I think he might have seen something with this unit that he wanted to address, or just quite simply wanted them to regain their stamina. But with still plenty of time in the third period, you don't usually see, coaches try to save those as much as you can, but obviously the flip side to that coin is sometimes you save it so long you don't get to use it.
You don't get to take them home with you.
Exactly, yeah. They don't carry over into the next game. So I don't mind the call from Coach Blyle here. And an important draw nevertheless. Let's see what they drew up here. Pilgrims obviously had a chance to draw something up as well.
It's not discount as the faceoff's won by the Beacons back to Chukrin, who is healthy and back out there. Not discount that decision to make Pat Harrington the extra skater. But with Gallagher and Chukrin both taking some nasty blows here in the third, we've seen Harrington take a couple of shifts and make some nice plays.
Certainly.
So the Beacons leading 3-1. They've done a solid job since they got their second 2-goal lead of the third period in limiting the opportunities. Here's Andreas Zollner taking a high-rising shot over the glove and over the crossbar. Poke check by Dakota Keene all the way down into the defensive zone where it's taken in by Chamberlain. He spins it out to Zollner, knocked it down but couldn't possess it. Holiday deflecting it with Keene to Albano, and Nick will peel back into his own zone, allow for a couple of changes on the forward lines. As Johnny Regnard gets around the forechecking forward, that being Connor Inger, and dumps it all the way in. Behind the net, near side Andreas Zollner again. Andreas connecting with Rhine, and now Inger. Quick snapshot, gobbled up by McBurney. He'll cover it up with 7:35 to go.
Faceoffs become so critical now as the time continues to tick down. You saw McGregor was out there for that after the icing with that draw, was able to win it. And now Peters, the freshman, in a position, especially in the defensive zone as a center. Boy, you just really, he wins it clean. I was about to say, the last thing you want to do is lose it clean. He goes the opposite way and just wins it right back to his D.
These freshman centers, the combination of Bryan and Peters, really been eye-opening here in the first few games. They have really gelled well with their line mates, developed good chemistry in a short amount of time, and have limited the mistakes. As here's Redler getting a long outlet feed, trying to go around. He drops it off, a chance, backhanded a denial, as Chris Peters was looking for career goal number 2.
That could potentially be a game. I don't know what the word would be, keeping his team in it here from Puplo, as looked like Peters had a chance to tie this thing up.
There's a high-rising shot by Carter, another denial by Puplo.
Give his team the lead, but boy, oh boy, you saw it was funny. Carter, they must have addressed it on the bench. He had Redler again streaking behind the D, was able to connect with him directly this time, send him in on a scoring opportunity.
Luckily for the Pilgrims, Connor Dunn was back, or else that would have been a breakaway for the Beacons' leading goal scorer. Nevertheless, 6.5 minutes to go, 3-1 UMass Boston, as they are clinging to that 2-goal lead and trying to make it 3. 2 goals, the largest lead of the day for either squad, as that is set in front, but Albana was right on the hip of Bernie McGovern. McGovern now in the corner. Bernie back to the far side wall, as that one is deflected all the way down. Good stick by Santapass. Beacons gets from fresh legs.
Yeah, really good stick there. Good read by 24 to get that puck all the way down, and more time off the clock. This really does become a time management game now for the Beacons, with a 2-goal lead at home in the third period. Now is the time where you really don't want to take unnecessary risks. Got to make sure you have at least 2 people back at all times.
From neutral ice, turnover taken in as Chukrin connects with Knockbauer, who dumps it all the way down. Skinner chasing. Skinner finds Santapass. That would have been an impossible angle to score despite the fancy footwork, as the Beacons watch as carrying it over alone is Fornarius, but he got tied up, and then Chukrin took exception to something, and we got some fisticuffs a little bit behind the net minder Bailey McBurney, as I think both players are probably going to go for that.
Yeah, I would think so. Just some extra stuff after the whistle, and you could see immediately referees on top of it, sending both guys to the box.
That was Fornarius and Chukrin, the Beacons captain and the native of Miami, Florida. Carlos Fornarius.
Well, let's see here. Yeah, he's going to want to come back. You're not going to the bench, son. You're going to the box.
So they'll both head to the sin bin. And since it is both going at the same time here, we will have 5-on-5 still. At least that's the way it looks right now.
Talking about something here. Wonder if NEC, talking about they might have the wrong guy in the box. And I've seen teams try to do this. You send one player that maybe isn't offensively gifted as another whose penalty was actually the one that committed, and I think it might be more. He's wondering why. Who knows? You can speculate on these things all the time. NEC known to give the refs an earful.
Yeah, I mean, just asking them for pronunciations before the game was a little bit of a chore, I'll tell you that. We'll leave that off the air. 5.5 minutes to go in the third period. It will be 4-side, so they do get that ironed out for the next 2 minutes. So open ice for both of these clubs that have already been skating like we've been 4-on-4 for 60 minutes. Here are the Beacons emerging, breaking out as poking it deeper is attempting to do so was Bryant. Sifferlin able to get around the D, overskated the puck, then takes the body, does Tyler Sifferlin as he gets the brunt of Patrick DeBlois. Bryant watching Pintasov as he's able to clear it. And here is the man number 20, Daniel Bergfist, with possession. Near side corner, Bergfist taken into the boards by Regnart. Bergfist continuing to be tied up by John, as that'll allow Carter to clear it. And he finds Sifferlin with 1:17 to go in the 4-on-4. Beacons 3-on-2 if they hurried. Instead, they'll get a line change. The only man staying out there, Bryant.
It's a smart move by Sifferlin. Didn't really have much. It was the end of a shift. Just get that puck deep, get your line change, keep your forwards fresh.
4:35 to go, regulation time. A 2-goal UMass Boston lead. Along with Matt Meisenbacher, I'm John Scudras here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. As the Beacons men's hockey team will look to win this one, despite the fact that They have been unable to get anything done on the power play today, as that one sent up into the netting to bring about a whistle. And since it was off of NEC, break for the Beacons, face off in the attacking zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying inside the zone here. And again, an important draw because, as you said, still only a 2-goal lead. Still 4 minutes to play here. Plenty of time if you're the Pilgrims, but these face-offs become imperative. Now they do win this one here. Let's see what they do with it.
Skating up the near side wall is Nicholas Ryan. Ryan finds Adam Zollner for Andreas, his brother. Andreas, though, unable to maintain possession over the blue line, and it's sent all the way back down by UMass Boston. 25 seconds to go in the 4-on-4 as the Beacons get possession. Redler takes it away. Far side now, Gallagher gets the feed from Bono.
Keep in mind, both these teams now have played 6 periods of, or close to 6 periods of hockey in a little less than 24 hours. So it starts to take a toll on you, both mentally and physically.
Ross behind the net, all the way now back to the point. Drops it for Gallagher. Gallagher motoring down, short side, trying to center it in front, looking for Redler, but it evaded number 8 stick. Now a chance for the Pilgrims the other way onside. Quick chance for Ryan, tried to drop it off, intended for Fries, intercepted. Saucer feed for Redler. That's going to be out in front of him. He's got a man in front. That was Peters, as Peters couldn't settle that one down. A chance in front as Peters found Redler, denied by the netminder. Another try, they score! After all the beating, the hits and penalties, Zach Pross delivers as he gets his 2nd goal of the year, his 10th career goal. And the St. Louis, Missouri native has put the Beacons up by their largest lead of the day. It's 4-1.
Oh, just a great shift. I mean, it starts with Redler, and really he takes a massive hit in front of the net, but it starts with Redler on the rush, and he's able to tuck this puck to Peters. Peters behind the net was able to tuck this thing back to the front. Redler right in front. There's Redler taking the hit. And then Bross comes around off the wing. Nobody picks him up. He's able to tuck that home. He's going to score most of those. But Redler took a big hit in front of the play to open things up. And boy, oh boy, he's had a good game today. This weekend has been tough on him. He's had a lot of big hits. He took a couple penalties. But, you know, those are the types of plays. And you wonder why he's a guy that's destined to be a 100-point guy here for UMass Boston.
Absolutely. A big pickup last year for UMass Boston, he and Albano. And they have really continuing to shine in their sophomore campaign. So UMass Boston gets the 3-goal lead, their largest of the day, as Santa Pass's shot is gobbled up by the netminder Puplo. And with 2:46 to go, it would take a Herculean effort to come back from this deficit for the visiting Pilgrims.
And now, yeah, you really just want to be smart. No need for the extra stuff at this point. You've got a 3-goal lead with under 3 to play here in the game. If you're UMass Boston, work through the clock, get to the weekend. A solid 2 points to be had here. I know the Pilgrims are going to continue to fight.
DeBlois fires that one up into the glove, and then McBurney with the waffle board took a little bit of a swat at DeBlois, who came all the way in on him after the save. Oh, I just like to see goalies get feisty, you know?
Mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, why not?
Own your crease? Yeah, sure. Hey, listen, you get more leeway than a lot of skaters. I mean, I've seen some goalies do some pretty gnarly stuff and not get called, so.
As there's a quick snap off the face-off win by McGovern. I mean, Ron Hextall, of anybody, is the man who did the most fighting as a goalie, I would think. We've seen Marty Brodeur getting it with Steve Avery back in the day. And now Bailey McBurney getting into it with Patrick DeBlois. As that bouncer over the stick of Skinner. Jeffrey getting his first collegiate goal today. Part of a 3-goal flurry for the Beacons here in the 3rd period, as they lead 4-1 with 125 seconds to go. Skinner sends it back off the end boards. Nackbauer hooked up a little bit, maintains his composure. Chops it over Skinner. Feed there from Santa Pass for Jeffrey, but Jeff couldn't keep it in. All the way down for Bono to clean up. 105 seconds separating the Beacons from a 2-0 start to their NEHC slate, and a 3-0 start overall here on a campaign that was awash with questions coming into the season.
And we didn't really know what we were going to get with this NEC team. A lot of new names on this roster, a lot of foreign players. I think this team has a lot of potential. If they can put all the pieces together, I think this team could really do some damage this year. They've got the skill set. They were just a little bit behind. They were 1 or 2 plays away from really making this a game. Just couldn't connect all the dots when they needed it to. But I think this team is going to be a force this year later on.
I agree. We met them in the postseason last year. No reason to think that couldn't happen again. If Zollner can hit, or either Zollner or Potvin can hit on those shots in the first and second periods, this is a whole different hockey game.
Oh, without question. Without question. And it's amazing if you do put one of those in, it gives you just a little more oomph. But unfortunately, the Pilgrims playing from behind all day today, and it looks like they're really just never going to be able to catch up, as that Albano goal really set the tone early, and then the Beacons continue to pour it on. This third period was wide open. A lot of quick goals, and Beacons with a 4-1 lead here with 30 to play. Look like they're going to walk out of here with a W.
Next weekend, a big weekend for the Beacons, as a home doubleheader on Friday against Norwich. And then on Saturday against Castleton, we get a whistle with 21.7 to go, and I believe a penalty, as we're going to get another power play coming here, and the Beacons are the guilty party, as Garrett Gallagher will head to the sin bin. And I believe interference is the call.
Shouldn't mean much here with 21 to play and a 3-goal lead. You wouldn't think. You never know. Got to play till the final whistle. That's what they teach you.
That would be a memorable game if somehow a team scored 3 goals in 20 seconds, as this one is sent far side. Backhanded all the way down by Dakota Keene. And UMass Boston, with 10 seconds to go, can count down the seconds to dinner, as they are going to win this one, as that's fired all the way in above the grasp of McBurney. And the Beacons conclude a successful weekend for the men's hockey team. 2-0 here at home to begin November, as they get ready for a big doubleheader next week here from Edward T. Barry Ice Rink. The final score, UMass Boston 4, New England College 1. With 3 goals in the third period, the Beacons weather the storm and sink the Pilgrims' ship and send the Pilgrims to an 0-1-1 November weekend. And Matt, as you look back at this one, the first 40 minutes back and forth. You saw the Pilgrims with opportunities abound to tie that game up, with the Beacons leading 1-0 going into the third period. The Beacons immediately got a 2-0 lead and then immediately surrendered a goal to make it 2-1. This could have gone either way from there. The Beacons could have collapsed under that pressure, or they could have risen up. They rose up, and they won this one 4-1.
Well, I really enjoyed the pilgrimage references. You've been throwing them in there all day today. Really, I applaud your efforts.
You don't. It's not often you get to announce a game where the team's nickname is Pilgrim.
It was something special. No, I give you credit. But no, to answer your question, absolutely. You know, the difference for me in this game was the fact that the Beacons continued to stick to the game plan, and despite the fact that they were maybe a little bit frustrated only being 1-0 after 2, came out in the third period and really capitalized on the opportunities that they had right out of the gate. I don't think we were 30 seconds into the period and they already had extended their lead. But here you have a team, a Beacons team that come in opening weekend, they walk away with 4 points. I think there's a lot to like about this team. They really seem to have a confidence and a swagger about them right now. Another 4 goals, so you know, it's just a team that really looks to have a lot going their way right now. And an NEC team, again, I'll say it again, but a team that I think could match this Beacons team in terms of skill. They were just, you know, one play or one move away from really capitalizing on a lot of these scoring opportunities. Just couldn't do it tonight. Only put 1 on the board, but boy, if you're a Beacons fan, a lot to like.
Yeah, absolutely. And from all 4 lines, not only Zach Bross, who got a goal, Redler, who tallied a goal, but also you go all the way down to the 4th line. David McGregor had that beautiful feed on the initial goal in the first period that found Albano, almost like he had eyes in the back of his head. Holiday, very good on the penalty kill. He's the only Beacon, by the way, that went around and shook every referee's hand after the game. One thing I noticed from Justin Holiday and the Buckeye State native. From top to bottom, the Beacons roster came to play today, and NEC gave him quite a fight, but in the end, just too much depth for UMass Boston against the young Pilgrim squad.
Yeah, and that's, you know, and we talk. You mentioned it. One of the things, a lot of times, you play the same in this conference. You play the same teams on the road, so you know, okay, if we're going to play Babson, we're also playing UMass Boston, and it really does make it a tough task. I mean, this team, I can guarantee you, gave everything they had against Babson last night. Only walked away with a point, and then tonight you've got a quick turnaround. You got to come into play UMass Boston, and yeah, Joe, just that's with such a quick turnaround and tough building to play in, really made things difficult for this Pilgrims team. I think the Beacons did a great job capitalizing throughout the night, and as you said, rolled 4 lines that really, I think you could go down the list and take a look. At least 1, if not 2 or 3 on each line, really contributed tonight in more ways than one.
Absolutely, and of course, they went to overtime and tied against Babson last night, so they had to play 5 more minutes even 24 hours ago. So UMass Boston winning this one by the final score of 4-1. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the final scoring summary, the final stats, our 3 stars of the game, and interviews with our MVP of today's affair, as well as Coach Peter Belisle. That's coming up next on the postgame show here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network.
Imagine yourself at one of fewer than 300 prestigious research universities in the country, located on a peninsula overlooking the Boston Harbor, just minutes from downtown Boston. Imagine what it would be like to be a student here.
I imagine myself succeeding in the business world.
I imagine taking advantage of all the clinical opportunities in Boston.
Want to go into the police force for a little bit and ultimately end up either working for the Department of Homeland Security or the Department of ICE.
I imagine studying biology, working hand in hand with the professor.
There are many reasons students are attracted to UMass Boston. Just imagine the opportunity to participate in research, live and learn in Boston, and to experience true diversity.
Our researchers have expanded the research enterprise admirably over the last decade. They have engaged in important environmental stewardship. They are at the frontiers of the life sciences and public health.
Being in Boston is a huge advantage, not just to someone like me who's a researcher, but actually to our students.
I started working for Dr. McCoska since my sophomore year, my ending sophomore year, and now I'm going to my senior year, so it's been a very nice journey.
School for the Environment is becoming really one of the premier, or if not the premier, coastal environmental sciences programs in the country. The natural laboratory is 5 minutes away for us. The undergraduates and the graduate students can jump on the T or walk out the door or drive 5 minutes and grab sediment samples and vegetation and talk to watershed associations. It's really a wonderful opportunity for our students here with this location.
UMass Boston shares the peninsula with the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the United States Senate and the John F. Kennedy Library and Museum. Just imagine an internship with one of these organizations or a Fortune 500 company.
There's no location like UMass Boston.
It's so close to the Innovation District, the 4-Point Channel. You can just hop on the Red Line and get there.
I like the fact that Boston is near the water.
I was a legislative intern for Senator Elizabeth Warren in Washington, D.C. And I was there, in the Senate. It made me feel good about myself. It made me feel like I could do so much more. There's so much more out there and ahead of me.
After my internship at Ernst & Young this past summer, I was offered a full-time position to join their risk advisory practice, where I'll be doing part-time security consulting and part-time risk advisory consulting. And I never would have had this opportunity had it not been for UMass Boston.
Imagine what it will be like to interact with students from 150 countries.
You meet people from everywhere. That's the best thing about the school.
Here there's a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world.
We also have students here at UMass Boston who come to us from Texas, from Alabama, from Georgia, from California. And I often ask them, what brings you here? And it's always Boston. And then when they come here, they realize UMass Boston.
I decided to come to UMass Boston from the West Coast because, look at it. We've got the ocean, it's beautiful. I'm getting a really great education at great value. I couldn't be happier to be here.
This is what the world looks like. It's here at UMass Boston.
And now, imagine doing all of this at a campus that is buzzing with more than 100 clubs and organizations, 18 NCAA athletic teams, and concerts and films galore. Whether you're interested in studying abroad or doing service work over alternative spring break, we have something for everyone.
Starting my first semester here, I was assistant coordinator of Casa Latina. Second semester, I was promoted to coordinate my own center, the Student Wellness Center.
Being on the track and field team here is the greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston.
People at UMass Boston, they're here because they know they can have an impact, not just on research, but on people, on their students.
Our
I came here from the University of Michigan to develop and direct the Center for Personalized Cancer Therapy. What is, I think, really great about the CPCT is that it's actually a joint venture between UMass Boston and the Dana-Farber Harvard Cancer Center.
We're able to bring researchers from Dana-Farber with expertise in cancer care, cancer research, and experts from UMass Boston in various aspects of science and sociology, and to really build bridges and partnerships designed to do wonderful, innovative research.
Because of the facilities that we were able to put together through the Center for Personalized Cancer Therapy, we're able to attract very high-level junior investigators from the Dana-Farber Harvard Cancer Center. Most recently, Dr. Shalja Pathania.
I work on BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes. The women have mutations in these genes. They have almost 80% chance of getting breast cancer. We now have, or will have for the first time, an insight into why these cells are becoming tumor cells. And having that information is critical in designing the preventive or even therapeutic strategies that can help reduce BRCA1 cancer or BRCA2 cancer. I have the right kind of collaborators around me. It's a perfect recipe to do some very innovative research that pushes the science further.
For our project, there's no way we could do this work without the partnership of UMass Boston and the diversity that it brings and the expertise.
Welcome back into the broadcasting booth. John Scooters here with head coach Peter Belisle. And coach, big win today, 3-1 over NEC. You guys wrap up a sweep here at home against conference rivals to begin your conference slate. How critical we're getting these couple of wins under your belt, especially with the amount of young players you guys have on the roster this year?
Yeah, no, it was huge. You know, first league weekend to come out with 4 points, it was our goal, and we knew we'd have a tough time today. That's a good hockey team. It really tested us in the end. Really proud of what we did in the third period. I thought we had a decent first. I thought they really took control of the second. But we responded, you know, and then for us to score and then to come back and answer, we did a lot of good things. Freshman got a big goal for us in Skinner, and our goaltender was very good. I thought our D played well. So a lot of good things to take away in our first back-to-back of the year.
Absolutely. In that third period, 2 goals in 43 seconds to start it. You guys get the goal from Redler to make it 2-0, and then the DeBlois kid for them comes right back and scores on a tough shot for McBurney. What's going through your mind right there, right after you guys get the 2-goal lead, which many people say is the worst lead in hockey, and then you immediately give it back? What did you say to your team after that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's deflating. You know, you get that big goal to go up 2-0. You think you get a little breathing room, and then they shove it right down your throat. So that was, but we responded after that, which was great, and that's what you got to do. So we didn't hang our heads there, and I thought we continued to not let them kind of, because they came right back, and I thought we did a good job answering after that goal. But that was a critical point in the game.
Absolutely. Also another critical point, you guys had the 3-1 lead, about 6 minutes to go, a face-off in your defensive zone. You elected to use your timeout at that point. What was going through your mind? What made you want to use the timeout? Just want to give your skaters some rest?
Yeah, I felt like that. It was our third line. Our third line was out there. They were out there for a while, and we couldn't get them off. And then, with that icing, it was just, that would have been a game changer if they would have scored on a tired group. So let's get a fresh group out there and kind of nullify that. That was our thought process.
Absolutely. Nip it in the bud before anything bad occurs. Now, going into the campaign, we had a lot of question marks about your goaltending and which way you were going to go. You ended up electing to go with the veteran McBurney, and he's really shined here over the first couple of games. Another great day today, 25 saves on 26 shots. Talk a little bit about how Bailey's looked so far this year and your confidence level in him.
Yeah, no, I thought tonight he was very calm, great rebound control, using his stick, putting it up into the netting. He talks, he's very vocal. I feel it's his junior year. He's coming into his own. Really good to see. Really good to see.
Absolutely. Another thing good to see, Nick Albano continuing to pick up right where he left off his freshman year. 8 goals freshman year. Ends up going to Bruins development camp. Almost unheard of for a D3 player, especially a freshman. And now here's a guy who has another goal here this year. He had an assist as well today. Nick Albano, an excellent defenseman, a great find for you, huh?
Very good find. Very good find. He's a special player. He can spin out. He's very evasive. He's got a great shot. He can defend well. He's really special. If he's going, it obviously helps out our D-core quite a bit.
Speaking of your D-core, you guys in the third period got a little banged up there. Chukrin and Gallagher both went down a little bit with some minor injuries, and you were able to use your extra skater, Jack Harrington, a little bit. How critical is the ability to have that extra skater now here in the NEHC, and how much does that help you guys out in your game planning?
Yeah, no, it was great. You know, I mean, to have that extra player with that new rule, which I think is great, you know, it gets another collegiate player on our bench, on the ice, and then it's sometimes tough to work him in if you go in an extra forward. We elected to go, you know, with that extra D and Pat Harrington, and he did a great job, you know, with you know, not too much limited ice, but there was some special teams that we could use him, and my assistant Corey did a great job kind of managing them as a group, and I think it helped us.
Last one for you. Next week, another big home doubleheader as you guys take on Castleton on Saturday and Norwich on Friday. The Cadets always one of the best teams in the country. No doubt they're going to be bringing their A game on Friday. What do you guys anticipate next week?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, when the Cadets come to town on Friday night, it's going to be a packed house here, and, you know, that's what the guys want, you know, and we got a chance to play them on our home ice first, which I think is great, and, you know, then we're going to follow it up with another tough game on Saturday. So, you know, day off tomorrow, and we'll get back to work on Monday.
Never stop working. That's how Peter Belisle has been one of the best coaches UMass Boston's ever seen. Coach, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next Friday in that big game against the Cadets. That's Coach Peter Belisle here on the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Matt Meisenbacher will have an interview with our player of the game, getting his first collegiate goal, young Houston native Jeffrey Skinner, after this.
Community-based research.
I think that UMass Boston has a little different position in developing the STEM pipeline than the private universities do.
We started a program with UMass Boston called Set Sail for Success to help first-year students in the College of Nursing and Health Sciences. One of the aspects about partnering with UMass Boston that was especially important to us at Harvard Pilgrim is the fact that its student population that it educates and that graduates stay in this area.
We have a really tremendous group of young, promising minority students. I have no doubt they have a bright future, whether it's in cancer research.
We're here with our player of the game, Mr. Jeffrey Skinner. And what was it like playing for Buffalo last night and then coming down and playing for the Beacons tonight?
I get that. I actually get that a lot.
That's gotta be.
Yeah, I actually get that
that's
quite
like,
a few times.
That's gotta be a gimme
Number
joke.
53.
No, great game tonight, Jeff, and obviously your first collegiate goal. So congratulations. Just walk me through. Looked like some traffic in front there. A puck just kind of came to you, but walk me through the play from start to finish.
Yeah. So basically, a big forecheck by Garrison. He put it up to the point, and I think Reg shot it, and then I just found it. It just popped right out to me, and I actually didn't think I was gonna put it in since being a lefty in that tight area down there.
Yeah.
I was pretty lucky, and I was pretty surprised, and just tried to get the boys going from there.
Hey man, right spot, right time. It was good to see, and we had your line mate Garrison with us last night. Your second line has really looked great. We knew we were going to get scoring from that top line, but you guys seem to really have some chemistry. Was that something that was pretty instantaneous, or you've been working through that all year?
Talking to Dan Nakbar and then Garrison after practice, we've always been working on it. Working on the low plays, because that's kind of like our strongest points, is just grind it down low. We want the low play and then come out and just shoot it. Find Garrison in front of the net, he pounds them in there, and then usually I just try to find Nakbar. That's kind of like my style of play. Just try to use that to my ability. For the line, it's just be a playmaker out there, because I know Gary and Nakbar can make some plays and also score the goals.
Certainly. And then something I'm always curious about is you make the transition your freshman year from junior to college. What's been the biggest change, you think? Is it the speed? Is it the physicality? What's been the biggest difference now that you're playing at the collegiate level?
I'm still young. I'm still 98, and I played 4 years, in the NHL. And I think probably the biggest difference from the tier 2 level to the collegiate level is definitely going to be the speed, but also the physicality. I mean, you're playing against 23, 24-year-old men, and so they're not scared of you.
Yeah.
When you play in the NHL, they're gonna have respect for you, especially if you're a solid veteran in that league. They're gonna give you some respect. But here, you're just another player out here, which is kind of increases your level of play, increases your intensity out there, and want to bang the body as well. Me, I'm kind of a smaller guy, don't really get in the physicality spot, but I'm starting to get used to it, but I'm also hanging in there, so that's kind of my biggest adjustment, just hanging in there with the physicality.
That's awesome, man. We got high hopes for you. We like what we see, and hopefully more post-game interviews to come.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We'll be back after this.
or clinical care or leadership or community activism.
Those are the kinds of leaders that we need in the Commonwealth. And we're going to be ready with open arms and hands once they graduate from UMass Boston. The opportunities are there, and UMass Boston is really making a difference to make them be ready.
What's really unique, I think, here is that we're really encouraged to not just do research, but to do research that really improves people's lives and solves problems.
Society has really never had to deal with a problem as complex as dealing with climate change before.
Climate rate.
Welcome back to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Matt Meisenbacher and John Scooters here wrapping things up with a bow. Let's take a look at the final stats here on the post-game show. Matt, as we anticipated, shots, face-offs, power plays, everything basically mimicking each other in what was, despite a 3-goal difference between the clubs, still a relatively even game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it really was. If you were to just look at the final score, you take a look, you'd be, okay, UMass 4-1, they handled them. But, you know, the Pilgrims were really in this for the majority of the game, and I can't stress enough. I can't find the word to describe it, but it really felt like the Pilgrims were just right there neck and neck with UMass all night. And I think the difference being is UMass was able to connect on a few more plays when they needed it versus NEC, where, you know, it seemed like they were just a little bit of a step behind. They had that skill set, and a lot of times I thought, okay, here's this final push that they're going to make, climb back into this game. It just never happened. We saw it late in the third. UMass was able to counter and get a couple, and next thing you know, they're out of time. It's a 4-1 win for UMass, who walks out of here with a 4-point weekend.
Big weekend for the Beacons. Coach Belisle echoed that, and he also said next weekend just as big with those home matches against the Cadets of Norwich and the Spartans of Castleton. We're going to be here for those broadcasts next weekend, Matt.
Can't wait.
I bet you're hyped.
We got to get some rest, man. This has been a long day. I forgot how hard these back-to-back games are. We didn't get any food. We're taken care of nicely here, but geez, would have loved a pretzel, Seth. Can I get a pretzel next time?
Man, the broadcast being whining, for those who didn't know, we whined about parking and then about food.
We're getting
I
crushed.
think Wahlberg's just about set
crushed.
to fire us.
Yeah, we're getting crushed.
So let's wrap it up before he can do that. The 3 stars of today's game, for good reason, our number 1 star, Nolan Redler. What else is new? He's been fantastic over the course of his career. He had the game-winning goal in the third period. Also had an assist in that frame. Bailey McBurney, 26 saves and 27 shots as he has redeemed the starting role despite some uncertainty coming into the campaign. And Jeffrey Skinner with his first collegiate goal, earning our 3rd star. Matt, you heard from Jeff moments ago. What's your impression of the kid and what you think he might bring to the club over the next few years?
Yeah, NA kids are always pretty funny, man. They're used to heavy travel schedule. I mean, if you look at some of these teams are going 8, 9, 10 hours on a bus, and then you come to the NEHC, and your longest trip I think is 4. So it's always funny to talk to those guys. But no, I think his skill set is there. I mean, we saw yesterday. I was talking to him before. That great play he had on the wall here, and he just hit the post. That probably should have been his first collegiate goal, but tonight he gets his first, and I think many more to come for the young number 28, Jeff Skinner.
Nick Albano, an honorable mention for our 3 stars. He had his first goal of the year as well as an assist in a 2-point night for the Beacons star sophomore defenseman. I want to thank, as always, our production team for coming on out to what's been a long day here on Beaconville. Our producer and director, Gigi Braga, Rachel Maslak, also directing here for the men's hockey game on Instant Replay, Kelly Danahy. Our camera operators, Kyle Penny, Nana Anana, Bree Colucci, Brittany Perkett, and, of course, my partner in crime, Matt Meisenbacher. For everyone involved and for you at home, thank you so much for tuning in to the Beacons Broadcasting Network. Until next week, good night, good luck, and good hockey. We'll see you right here on the BBN.